Yeah, 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 yeah. We out of here, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's feeling bright. On the move like we feel a groove. Out of sight like we dynamite. Busting in like we finna fight. Get the pin it right, I'ma pin it right. Trying to run, I'm the winning type. Heat it up like some minute rice. Bet I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, sleeping rough. Jumping over hurdles, beat the rush. Hold it like a girdle, throwing out the burners. I'ma keep believing till I touch. Hit another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face, whoa. Steady keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the beat that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by you like some pace, whoa. Feel you jumping in some This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in the wheel, about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go.
He's taking out 2 and out the 1v1. How he's able to take out Real with the 1v3. He's stop holding it down. He's still going. There's just absolutely no way you can pull on this man right now. It's done. The towel is thrown in. That is unbelievable work right there. Same with the pinch, a first spree, and the subliners are in. This is the highest level of college we've seen.
He might not be pushes there. Enemy looking. Keep it safe. They're bridge shot, Kenny, one shot. They're bridge shot, Kenny. Alright, sit down. If you upset, careful. I'm seeing the bridge shot. Nice, Kenny was there, Kenny was there, Kenny was there. Make him shot, make him shot. Where you want? Oh my god! Come on! Hey, give me that we needed that breakers, bro. After 1 win, I beat you again, you
Welcome back in, everybody, to the final day of qualifiers. That's right. The only things remaining, we got today's 3 matches. We've got Burbank, our Major 4 next week, and then, of course, COD Champs, which is kicking off July 18th. Welcome in. It's Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Alley Cat, what are you most pumped for here in the final day of the studio?
Obviously, you see who kind of breaks out of this bubble tide that's been up and down. And not only that, but we get to see Boston Breach back in action.
Nameless, so many important games, but Boston Breach is shining after their win over OpTic Texas. They have a chance of entering a major with the 11th, not 12th seed. That would belong to OpTic if they fall to Toronto today.
Yeah, an absolute shocker yesterday. You know, everybody thought OpTic would come in and win that. We knew that they were struggling, but Boston Breach ended up winning. Priesta raising his stock a little bit. A massive performance in games 4 and 5, and you know they win a couple of search and destroys and stop the losing records that they had in SnD, in series, in maps,
everything.
But you know, despite that, I'm not even going to talk about like Boston Breach. It's really just the story is OpTic. That's our major winner coming in and having one of the worst stages we've seen from a major winner following a championship. So for OpTic Texas, slumping at the worst time today, they have to get retribution and beat Toronto Ultra.
Boston could take on another W if they're able to best Carolina, who has been up and down all over the place. But Boston, they made sure to celebrate with their live crowd yesterday.
Yeah, one thing about Boston, especially Boston Breach, Oxygen Esports, they are a fantastic organization, always making sure their fans are taken care of. They had a watch party yesterday, giving some extra vibes to that W versus OpTic. And Shady, I think we're going to need some of that proof for $100 charity.
Yeah, go ahead and bring that to us in Burbank. Boston Breach beat OpTic Texas. I'll leak the champs winner, Jake Hale. I'm checking your Twitter after this one, and Carolina, of course, still in the running for a spot at champs, but they put the pressure on themselves. After falling to the Gorillas in a shocker in that opening matchup, they went on to lose to the Subliners and FaZe as expected before dropping the L to Heretics. So now it's basically win or go home.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, your back is absolutely against the wall. Like, if you win this, like, you can get into a tiebreaker and make it into winner's bracket. You also just need the points. You're at 140. All these other teams are winning, right? Like, the teams that you're around the bubble with, you've lost to in LAG. Like, that is unacceptable. So for Carolina, if they lose today, they just, quite frankly, don't deserve to make it to champs. So today is everything versus Boston.
I completely agree with that sentiment. They have to win this series versus the Boston Breach today, regardless if they were able to beat OpTic Texas yesterday. Carolina Royal Ravens was as well. And there is 2 series, LAG and Miami, that Carolina Royal Ravens was not expected to lose. And now it severely hurts them when it comes to this 4-way tie.
Yesterday, we entered with 4 teams stuck at 140 points. Vegas Legion improves to $150. Carolina with the chance to catch them. Minnesota is done, and LAG also finished. So you control your own destiny. That's a look at our champs race. But also keep in mind, Carolina's playing for just a spot in the winner's bracket, potentially come Burbank. So let's talk about the big picture here. Who are the teams that should be shoo-ins for Major 4? We're thinking LA Thieves could be that squad if they beat the Subliners today. If they walk away with the 0-3 loss, though, they could be in trouble, Allie.
This will be a tough matchup for LA Thieves for sure. New York Subliners has been looking much better near the tail end of these qualifiers. They've been starting to put a couple things together. And on the flip side for LA Thieves, they had 2 very tough back-to-back losses to some top 4 teams.
Yeah, we got to remember today, map counts are extremely important because there's a scenario where, like, LA Thieves come in, they lose to New York, right, sitting at 3-4. Carolina come in and they beat Boston 3-4, and then we'll have a 3-way tie. Carolina, LAG, and LA Thieves, and LA Thieves have already lost this series to Carolina, right? So there's going to be some numbers that are crunching. The teams are going to be aware of this, and they're going to have to be at least taking maps. So if you're LA Thieves today, you control your destiny. If you come in and you beat New York, you have winners.
I was going to say, is there a chance that they get a clean win over the Subliners? Have they shown you enough recently, Allie?
I definitely think so. I think LA Thieves' biggest problem is that they are able to push the top 4 teams to the distance in these series. I mean, you remember when they went up against Toronto, like, it was literally a 20-point hard point, a 1-hill hard point map number 4, a round 5 control, and a round 11 search and destroy. So they're able to hang with these top 4 teams. It's just about closing it out. And so when it comes up against New York Subliners today, we get to see what LA Thieves kind of does when their backs are against the wall.
The only problem is that New York has fried LA Thieves this season, like, really bad. And particularly Sib, who, by the way, is having one of his best stages of the year. He's top 10 or top 8, excuse me, in hardpoint. And versus LA Thieves, he has a field day. 1.5 is his overall, and he puts up a ton of damage, almost 5,000 per HP, which could be the key versus LA Thieves, who've been struggling in hardpoint.
Which I completely agree with that. It's tough for New York right now because they've been hard on themselves. I mean, you're looking at the lineup of matches they've had. That's 4 game 5s. They got the wins where they were supposed to, but then they're losing to teams like Vegas Legion. So there's opportunity for LA Thieves today. And the fact that New York Subliners, even versus OpTic Texas, like, they were getting 1v2'd so many times in that search and destroy. They had to get bailed out by Hydra and Sib a lot to win the respawns to even get to a game number 5. So New York Subliners still a couple glaring errors, but they do look a lot better.
And if LA Thieves needs maps, Subliners unable to get a clean 3-0. They were 3-0'd by Vegas. All of their other games going to a game 4 or game 5. That is our 6 o'clock matchup. But we open things up with OpTic Texas taking on Toronto Ultra. It's our Major 1 champ in Toronto versus Major 3, currently in 12th seed, OpTic Texas.
And that is also our grand finals rematch. So don't anybody want to forget that one.
We'll be back after this. Final day of the CDL.
All right, fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in-store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. On the table, on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest place. I'll take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint advantage spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
That kiss from inside gets me every time. Welcome in, everybody. It is the first of 3 matches, and we are starting one off with a top 3 teams. It's a battle between Toronto Ultra, who has our number 2 seed, going up against OpTic Texas, who has the 3 seed overall in the season. But right now, OpTic is in a slump, and Toronto is surging after taking down Atlanta FaZe. Let's start with the team wearing purple today, Alley Cat.
Yeah.
What have they shown you in their recent matches?
I mean, they have been unreal during this qualifier. One of the favorites alongside Atlanta FaZe. They are undefeated in map 1s right now and just been unreal in respawn overall. We're talking about a 14-3 combined in Hardpoint and Control in the last 30 days. And beyond that, like, their slang has been unreal. Kleenex has been on a heater in Control throughout the entirety of this split. Their only downfall has been in Search and Destroy. They've been falling short there, but versus Atlanta FaZe, they were able to clutch up and make the mid-round adjustments to pull that W. So for Toronto, things are looking great.
You got Insight and Scrap running the ARs, Kleenex and Envoy, the frontline men with the SMGs. And as we take a look at our Monster pregame name list, give me the keys. What do we need to see?
Yeah, straight control defense, 12-3 record first, you know, and that's kind of what I wanted to highlight. Like, they had a goal coming into this stage, and it was like, we want to add another map to our control map pool, and it's going to be Highrise. And guess what? They won 5 straight Highrises. Kleenex might be the best control player in the world right now, dropping almost 4,700 damage a map and 1.24. He's been downright bonkers in that game mode, which just gives them an edge because we've known all year long top 2 hardpoint team, right? And when they play the top teams, they have success in Search and Destroy. Just overall, throughout their season, they tend to lose them to some of the bottom.
Taking a look at their weaknesses, it's early round SnD. Big picture, though, Toronto Ultra, known for their incredible teamwork. They can win games with less slang. On the other side, you're looking at an all-star lineup there on OpTic Texas, one that you are banking on winning their ones and putting together multi-kills. Let's walk through the lineup here, Allie, and give me a quick description of Kenny and Friends.
I mean, Kenny and Friends, they were like one of the best teams in the game, but right now they've had nothing but a slump. Their respawns have still been fairly solid, but the Search and Destroy has been literally killing them. 2-9 right now. They're 0-5 in game 5s in the last 30 days. This is
0-5 in game 5s.
0-5. This is not the same OpTic Texas that we saw during Major 3 qualifiers or Major 3 at all, who was extremely icy and extremely clutch. They have the most clutch player in the league on their team in Dashy, and they haven't been able to do it.
Nameless, I'm looking through the numbers here. OpTic has already played, what, 28 maps?
Yeah.
You're in 12th seed, but is it a good thing you're getting this many reps before the final major?
No, it's a horrible thing, right? And I think it's like a direct comparison to like stage 2 when they went to all those game 5s, if you guys remember, even versus the lesser teams.
Yep.
Except they're winning them then. They're 4-0 in the game 5s. Now they've lost, what, 5 of them? And when you talk about Search and Destroy, it's a 9-map active losing streak in that game mode where they're averaging under 4 rounds won per SnD. It's just unacceptable. And you could see all the glaring weaknesses of their Search in that game 5 versus Boston yesterday, just not on the same page. The mental just hasn't been there.
The good news for OpTic fans, Subbase is in the mix here. Allie, how do you see these maps playing out?
The first 2 maps, like, neither of them really prefer. I mean, OpTic Texas Subbase success, you talk about, you know, last split, that was one of their best hard points, but I'm more shocked that Highrise Control was allowed map 3. You're talking about Toronto Ultra, it's 5-1. That is the only control that they have been playing this entire qualifier.
Yeah, Toronto love it. I mean, you're talking about 6-star. They've added that to their map pool. Now they feel great about it. Highrise 5 straight. And then that Subbase, OpTic lost to Vegas on it. No longer unscathed there, a map that Toronto's been good at throughout the season. So I feel like Toronto look at this and they're like, we're taking this easy.
OpTic could go as high as 9th seed with a win. That would be a clean 3-0. And of course, on the other side, Toronto could enter Major 4 with the number 1 seed if they're able to take down OpTic in their final fight. We look at our numbers and it's time to pass down the crown. Lord Nameless,
back, baby.
The king of correct picks. Where are you going with the first one of the day?
You know what?
Are you standing
Why
up?
not? I'm going to go with OpTic Texas. They're going to take this series just because That's how Call of Duty goes.
OpTic Texas jumping up the leaderboard, but staying in the elimination bracket. How about you, Allie?
I'm going with Toronto Ultra to hopefully win me that crown back after that series.
I'm going with Scrap Daddy.
Sure.
I have a feeling he's bringing the heat, and the fans selected Toronto as well. But I just heard from the producer there was less than a 1% differential in the fan vote. This one is split 50-50 by the community. Number 2 seed versus number 12. We hand it over to two of my favorites, though. It's Chip and Study.
Scrap called me an unk. That's why I picked OpTic.
I don't know if stream can still hear that or not, but that's crazy. Also crazy that the fans actually picked Toronto here. So I know there was a major conversation on the flank last night. Lots of opinions. I'm sure there are people writing dissertations about what's going on with OpTic, whether they're fine, whether they're not. The big news here, Jay, you got to start with these first 2 maps, re-identifying what this OpTic team actually is right now.
Oh, yeah. OpTic need to come out swinging because they're starting off this series with the sub-base HP. They were sitting at 11-0 before the last time that they spawned in on the map versus the Vegas Legion, and they got absolutely ran. Did not win a majority of their rotations. They got outslayed by 30-something kills, probably even more. Just wasn't a good time for them, but this has been a staple for them. Going back to the votes, though, like Greenwald fans starting to shift a little bit. I guess realizing that OpTic Texas are not really clutching up in their search and destroy has got them going the other way.
Well, and I think Allie brought up a really strong point when in terms of, you're looking at squads going into Major 4. Toronto, I think, is carrying a ton of favor right now because their respawn across both Hardpoint and Control has been so darn good. Now, granted, again, there is like this natural work ethic of they're only playing Highrise Control. This comes shortly after Major 3, where they really only played Invasion Control. So it definitely feels like there is some sort of a dictation in terms of Ultra wanting to try to build out their map pool by getting rep after rep after rep, series after series, depending on what map it is. But across the board, outside of the fact they've only played Highrise, hey, you get rid of the Rio Hardpoint, they've played every other Hardpoint map so far this stage. So there is a lot in terms of building favor towards Toronto, especially considering how strong the respawn has been everywhere.
Oh yeah, the respawn's unbelievable. 9-2 in HP, 5-1 in Control, all of that coming on Highrise. So it's good for them that they are expanding that map pool, because if you think about the beginning of the season, they were the best hardpoint team in the game, and 2 hardpoint maps that they were really good at just somehow vanished, and we had to add a couple new maps. So now they're starting to get back in the right foot of just making sure that they're unbelievable in hardpoint. But with the expansion and Control adding that Highrise, because we already knew that Karachi was a bread and butter, they are just getting prepared for the end of the season.
Indeed the case. Sub-base. At one point in time, it was a great map for Toronto, but they're coming off of a very stagnant loss to the Atlanta FaZe most recently. So it feels like one of those maps where for OpTic, it's time to reassert what your identity is. No excuses here. Have to start off strong, but it's Toronto who get the early time plus the early kills holding out of the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, they start off on the preferred side. They were able to withstand that early push coming in from OpTic Texas, watching every single angle. Now continue to soak up this hill time. OpTic right now with only 25 seconds left are a little bit scattered, but they're thinking about trying to flip these spawns. Shotzi's only able to find one, and if you are Ultra, this is the perfect start.
Indeed the case. And well, for OpTic, it's all about trying to find a way to get through this scrap time, and there will be at least some contest over the top of P1, but the rotation over towards 2 is all coming through warehouse side. Toronto have a pretty solid read on this. Insight tossing all of his utilities to try to keep OpTic at bay, and yeah, perfect read here for Toronto, not allowing a single second to get earned, and they've got the early setup for P2.
Yeah, Toronto versus Atlanta, the last time that they played this map, where they struggled with is a rotation. Same thing could be said for OpTic, so it's already 1-0 count in favor of Ultra. And they are holding this down to the T. Not a single player dropping. Finally, Kenny's able to find one, but that leads to Insight on 5, make it 6 in a row. Just absolute perfection from Ultra.
Unreal start for Toronto. 50-0, cruise missile earned. And you even can see that Toronto are going to get information from Kleenex on this long cross through middle. So Envoy just holds the corner. Scrap down low. Here comes the break attack for OpTic, but they all run right into Envoy. Lots of damage, only finds the 1 kill. Scrap down low, good help from Insight. And yeah, this has been absolutely perfect from Toronto. Not even a single major threat from OpTic ever towards this P2.
And now going forward with that cruise missile in the back pocket and such a big start the way that they have it, you're going to have that to find breaks early on at that P4. So if you are Ultra, you're going to enforce every single player try to find a break here at this P3. OpTic fully set up off the rotation, though. Have to make this one count.
And Kleenex trying to get up top towards Snow, trying to double check to see if anyone's topside warehouse. Kenny's nearby, but, well, he will be found. I was about to say he stayed pretty concealed from this hit to the moment, but look at the route from Envoy. He's already flipped the spawns around. I mean, you want to talk about not just OpTic getting battered, but you want to talk about the improvements from Toronto? This has looked so much better than how they played Atlanta just a short while ago.
Yeah, this is clean, man. And I don't know if it's because Toronto are playing at such a high level or OpTic Texas are playing at such a low level. Because obviously, when you have players the way that you have, a full lineup of superstars, you're expecting them to making sure they're keeping up in every single department, and especially the slaying. Right now, they are currently struggling. They find the break-in for the final 20.
They get killed through the middle of the map. Now they can threaten around the back through P4. Trades are even. What happens to spawns here? Hardpoint's going to open up. Toronto still spawns out, and Shotzi's going to spawn right behind.
Difference now. If you are Ultra, just got to make sure you take control of that comms area. You find a couple kills. Now this is where you invest a cruise missile to make it a little bit more scrappy, or not, because a couple spawns from OpTic Texas, they spawn out.
Yeah, the kills through mid-map are just so darn fast, and now Shotzi up top tries to play recovery. He's at least in a spot to contest, and there we go. Okay, moment there for Toronto that started to get a little bit scary for the OpTic setup, but they collect themselves nicely. 5 kills straight for them, and that'll be enough for OpTic to also put themselves in a really good oversight position over the top of the new hill.
And that's why I would assume if you're Ultra in that situation to invest that cruise missile on that P4. Just so you can account for everyone and make sure that break is going to be successful. But you allow OpTic Texas to reinforce their way back in and put themselves right back in a position to potentially take the lead here at P5. You have Dashy holding down top warehouse. You still have the spawns that you want for this hill. But it's a 2-2 in the trade split. OpTic Texas is going to be in first.
Yeah, but you still have Toronto holding the high ground of their own, so a chance for them to at least battle off this oncoming assault from Texas. First 2 kills are good. Kenny just trying to see if he can get isolation over towards Scrap, but instead finds Kleenex in the hard point, and that's enough for Scrap to Chow find the trade. Back and forth we go. OpTic still trying to find a way to break this through, and a little bit of a pinch setup here with the staggered spawns will allow them a chance to kind of surprise Toronto through the middle of the map.
Yeah, but you don't really want this. You don't want to be spawning over towards warehouse side, especially when you allow Toronto Ultra to find those initial kills. Now they put all their focus over towards warehouse. Kleenex holding down top Snow, and OpTic Texas might not have an opportunity unless Dash is able to win this one-on-one to find any time here. He's able to get 1 second, but that's not enough. Ultra win the rotation over towards New because they have the preferred side of the map, but these kills are massive for OpTic Texas to start to work their way out.
Yeah, Toronto still fully spawning on the left side of the map, like you mentioned, but Pred just watching through the catwalk. Shots over towards Kleenex, Scrap battling off, but yeah, all things told, considering it was an 80 to about 10 game, this is not bad news for OpTic overall. Toronto's trying to play recovery towards this left side of the map. Staggered spawns are all over the place. Once again, we go pinstripe in the kill feed, but Toronto able to at least capitalize, find the kills, and get themselves at least a neutral hard point.
Yeah, they're able to get them out of the hard point now. But you got to take care of Shotzi, and Envoy with the perfect read and the headshot. Is able to win that gunfight. Now Ultra work their way back into the HP. OpTic Texas, though, they still have the spawns over towards a new hill, but every single player falls at the wrong time. A perfect opportunity for Ultra to blow this game wide open.
Yeah, Insight can just hold over towards frontside Snow. Scrap is right next to him, and he is shooting 20 and 9 off 4 in a row, eventually taken care of. A couple of decent trades here for Texas, but not really going to amount to too much in terms of what happens over the scrap time, nor what's going to happen over towards this P2 setup. Maybe a chance for OpTic to get the but Scrap off the reset, gets back in, shuts it down, and now Toronto can open up P2 with a lot of comfort around the hill.
Yeah, they're already up 60. Last time OpTic Texas could not find any breaks in towards this P2 HP. But you have to try to change that here because we allowed them to get all this time. It's basically going to be GG. You see the kill feed, it's all purple. They're able to dominate in that department, and now it's only Shotzi in a position to potentially contest.
Well, not looking good here for OpTic at the moment. Still 35 seconds to fight, and as Toronto starts to run away with Scrap on 5, we jump into a Toronto Ultra. Listen it.
Side door. I'm outside. I'm top. Dead. Side door. Dashy. Nice. I'm going new. Top. Nice. I'm going new.
Yeah.
Try and push forward here. Yep.
I have streaks up.
Get tunnel. Dead. Nice. I'm top 10 though.
Are we flipping?
Could be.
Not yet. Shotzi good. Try for it.
They're going to get back door. Dead. One more back 10.
Shotzi on all weak.
I think he's backed in somewhere.
Low 10.
Where'd he go? Back door. Two back door Scrap. They're back. Already out. One more. Go on. Close to the left. Same spot.
I push.
I spawn back
one time. Yeah, here. One time.
One time. Give me a second. I'm going low. Hit us back and then once.
Play left every sec.
I don't know if they know. I kill the guy. One deep right, and then one time. Nice.
I'm blocking the whole spawn.
Oh, one's tunnel.
Oh, really weak in time.
Yeah,
One's
I'm blocking them.
nice.
Let's get P2.
Last guy spawned here. Yep.
P2 on me, weak.
I'm gonna go to the game, bro.
Go. Alright, one on mid alley. Ready? Weak.
Tunnel, bro. I have tunnel, bro. I'm all tunnel. Just good. Get under the hub. I have all tunnel.
I only have low 10.
They're gonna jump. They're gonna jump.
Watch the door. Watch the pin door. Top 10 right now. Or top.
Just make him
Top
jump.
rails.
Make him
Top
jump.
rails weak.
Tunnel, bro.
What do I mean? Dead.
One more, Jimmy.
Top 10. Jump down. One up. This is fine.
One more 10. One more back 10.
Very live.
Weak. We're good. There's wait. He
One
went 10.
tunnel.
He went 10.
Top third right now.
I'm gonna shake for this.
Break.
Top 10.
Nice, big time. Or might have 10 here again.
We got wall with the streak.
I'm down.
Yeah, I'll jump water.
Oh, I like the streak
I already
too.
have 10. I already have, wait, top 10. You just sat there. There's 2 10. One low, one top, I
Low
think.
glass. Low glass.
I think there's 2 on the left.
I'm just going water, bro.
Go for it. They in glass?
He's in glass.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
You reckon? I don't see him. He's gonna be top guard.
They're in your wall.
Right, top guard.
He's water, he's water.
Mid-side snow, mid-side snow, mid-side snow, guys. One top glass, pitch, low
Okay,
glass.
one in time, one top double, one in glass, and one in 10.
5 minutes dead.
What's glass gonna be?
Ramp one shot. Ramp one shot to camera.
I can't
Okay,
go.
one P2,
Nice
one
carry.
P2. I'm carrying.
Top short, though, I can't kill him.
Still there.
Lane there.
Top short, weak, and one back. He's fun time.
Yeah, one's top single. That's the guy P2, Jimmy. Stay live loading first.
Single weak.
Wait a minute.
Well, once again, it's that P1 to P2 rotation, plus Toronto making life difficult to 3. It's just really been, again, you know, impressive to see Toronto's recovery after what they faced versus Atlanta just about a week ago.
Yeah, this is unbelievable, man. Like, they are playing perfect Call of Duty on a map like Subways where they can be 50-50 a majority of the times. When you're winning rotations to 3 straight hills, finding early breaks on the 3rd one at that, that's what allows you to have the lead that you do. You can't find a break here, though, at P4, so this has been the money hill for OpTic Texas so far on the map, but only needing 17 seconds. You rotate nice and early, and you should be able to close out the game here.
Well, and that's the thing, you know, we saw this with Atlanta, you know, talking about their Vista in particular, sometimes even looking at Rio's, like, if you're Ultra and you're winning 100 essentially to 20 between P2 to P3, and then you're giving away 60, you're still coming out net positive. It's just like they're choosing which rotations, which hills they have the availability to actually rotate in, and you can see what that led to. Yeah, OpTic, sure, great through P4, but everywhere else on the map has been nothing but the Toronto Ultras. So there's 3 seconds away, one more kill is needed. Scrap trying to get it done himself, not quite able to, and OpTic will extend the map a little bit further, but only 3 points needed for Toronto. They have looked really good on the map.
Yeah, they look unbelievable on this map. So if you are OpTic Texas, it's going to take a miracle. Try to bring this one back. Hopefully able to keep up in the kills. So right now they are trading effectively, but Scrap and Kleenex combine it for 2, make it 3 in the feed. They're going to be able to close out the game. That's map 1 to Ultra.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we've seen the top teams in Respawn right now. You're not just talking on the year, but the teams in Major IV Qualifiers that have been really good, especially in the hardpoint. You know, you make these choices of, okay, we can get the full 60 here at P2. Can we actually get across the 3? Oh, we can block spawns. Sure, let's full commit to this. And then of course you've got the cruise missile, which kind of bails you out of the decision of how much do we really want to invest over towards the 4th. But I mean, you're going to see it in the game flow. P1 to P2 to P3, Toronto Ultra all over it.
Yep.
And outside of the, maybe all of the time that OpTic got largely came through P4, that was a dominant map from Toronto from pretty much start to finish.
Oh yeah, and you just got to keep in mind who they're doing it against. Like OpTic Texas, this was their best hardpoint game. That's now 2 times in a row where they have fallen short. And it's just simply getting outplayed. We're going 1 by 1 on break attempts. We're not rotating early. We're just trying to play for a majority of the kills around the middle of the map. And when those things aren't going in their favor, this is what the score is going to look like at the end. The only one breaches 4K damage is going to be Shotzi. We know with his movement and the way he's able to get around the map, he's always able to put down that damage. But it's just OpTic Texas, again, just not looking in sync, even in respawns now.
Yeah, it's been very peculiar, I think, to put it plainly. And honestly, you talk about the top damage from Shotzi. He had a miserable start, just could not find a way to get going. I mean, right here, he's 1 and 8. I mean, it really was until P3, P4 that he started to pop off right here. So it's one of those things that, again, it just, for Toronto, you start off hot, you put a lot of pressure over to OpTic, and yeah, they get that good kind of dry dock hard point twice in a row, but that's where the only time really comes through. And I think just the macro game for Toronto is looking really clean, not just here on this particular map, but that's been the case for their entire respawn throughout the entirety of this qualifier, and that includes not just the map versus OpTic, but of course the series versus Atlanta as well.
Yeah, you can always expect Ultra to come out and play some really well-polished Call of Duty. And right now, with everyone playing the way they are, Insight has been stepping up all throughout this stage. Kleenex is a man on a mission, especially in control, but Envoy's been consistent now all throughout this this stage as well. So every single player from Toronto Ultra is firing on all cylinders. And keep in mind, I didn't even bring up Scrap because you know what that guy is going to give you on the map. Yeah. They are just clicking right now on a whole different level. They got the respawns locked down, at least in the hardpoints and the control. And even in the search and destroys where they might be 50-50, you're taking down Atlanta in 2 out of the 5. And that's unbelievable because you're expecting when you're making a late run into these tournaments, you're going to run into teams like that. So just sneaking out an SnD win here and there is good enough for Ultra with how dominant they are in respawn.
I mean, look at it again, the game flow from P1 to P3 for Toronto on both sets of hills. That's where the majority of their time comes from, whereas for OpTic, it happens from 3 to 4. That's the only spike that really comes through. And of course, mixy P5s, mixy P1s, sure, but again, watching Toronto play this map versus Atlanta, they were trying to fight for everything. Yeah. Now you get this instance of, if we can get time on 5 and 1, great. Otherwise, let's just play for the P2 side, find a way to contest 3, and then if we have to give up 4, we have to give up 4. So it definitely feels, again, very discernible in terms of what their identity looks like on the map, and the macro gameplay really, really well thought out from Ultra. So now we go to a 6-star search and destroy. And, for the side of OpTic, they've played the map a couple of times. Of course, very recently when they were playing up against Boston yesterday in map number 2. But you got to break the SnD loss streak right here. I mean, it already feels bad you don't get one of your best map mode combinations of the sub-base hardpoint, but you got to show us something in search right here, right now, if we want to have a whisper of a hope of them making any sort of a lower bracket run.
And the only thing that scares me is the body language that they ended off of that map number 1, because you saw the player cams from OpTic Texas. I see a bunch of, heads back all over the place. They're just, nothing is going right for them. And now you're going into a map number 2 where it's search and destroy, and that hasn't treated you well for like the last month. 0-9 so far in their last couple of attempts. And a lot of that is due to the fact that teams are now vetoing invasion search and destroy. We're talking about stage 3 where they went 6-0. Unbelievable on Championship Sunday at Major 3-0. But now so far in the stage, they've only had one opportunity to play it, and they fell short versus the subliners all the way in around 11. So with teams now vetoing those maps, the bread and butter maps, you're forcing these guys to play maps that they are not really comfortable with 6-star being one of them. You see the record, 2-9, 12th overall. Opening dual win percentages are literally at the bottom. Defensive records are the worst I've ever seen. And that's the biggest thing that stands out to me, is because on a map like 6-star, where their stats are abysmal, especially on the defensive side, they're one of the worst teams on that side of the map. And it's due to the fact because they are allowing the bomb to get down every single round. And they have 0% of retakes. Like, that's unbelievable. You have that many opportunities to where you can work on your retakes, and they have still yet to figure it out. So if you are OpTic Texas, defenses have to be a lot better, more in sync.
Losing opening duels, losing objective focus. It really, again, there hasn't been much to speak of since really we watched them play Miami back in week number 1. So have to find something here. Again, we need to see some search and destroy collection from the side of OpTic. Otherwise, for Toronto, again, the news here on this map is not necessarily bad. They have looked really solid on it. Around 11 loss to Minnesota, sure, but around 10 win versus Atlanta most recently. And that has been, I think, the one thing about this Toronto team in terms of how can they put themselves into championship form. That has to be by way of the map 2, map 5.
But so far in this round, they are slow and steady on their attacks, realizing that neither team is going to have trophy systems. We want time to at least develop them potentially, but that bomb is now getting planted towards A. Scrap is getting isolated. Somehow, some way he's able to find a kill, and now it's a 3v2 in favor of Ultra.
Yeah, and off this plan, it's just going to be so difficult here for OpTic to find a way to re-break in. They're going to go to the old tried and true smoke play. Just toss it down and see if you can get a little bit lucky, which Shotzi does. Finds the first blood, but he does get tagged up. Dashy with the pistol out, able to find one. Trying to maybe think about hopping it, but lost track of maybe where exactly Cleanex was, and the late play from Cleanex comes through to keep the numbers advantage and the conversion success for the side of Toronto in the first round.
Yeah, it gets close right there. OpTic make it a 1v1, but I still don't like the decision making in a 2v3. Like, Dashy's still making his way up through mid steps at that B site, and Shotzi just decides to 1v3 it by himself, invests the smoke grenade. Even though he's able to find one, it's just like, where's the teamwork? Like, where's the attempt of trying to work together to try to clutch on these rounds? They don't show it there, and Ultra take the first.
And I will say, just on the other side of things, speaking more positively, I love the proactivity from Toronto to get a little bit further beyond the A site, make OpTic have to rotate back over through U-Haul. It just forces OpTic to be in the worst possible position. So good stuff for Toronto. Shotzi looking to go quickly over towards the A site. This is going to be left alone here by Toronto, just watching for Envoy on this cross as the rest of Ultra are looking to get through and aggressive on the B side of the map.
Oh, and I love this play right here from Ultra. If they could commit a little bit quicker, because you want to try to retake this site through security. You have two players working that pinch. And both of the SMGs sitting around that mid connector. Inside trying to invest in nade. It's going to blow up by a trophy. That's already been 15 seconds wiped off the game clock, but Scrap finds the first blood.
Yeah, Kenny just gets caught, kind of going back and forth.
Oh, man.
Scrap turns that into a second. Smoke down. Shotzzy in a little bit of trouble trying to play around the B flank. And now it's just down to Pred. Decent damage, decent shots. But all things told, the only one to lose their life is Envoy on the retake. And I mean, I'm sure Scrap can't believe his fortune to find 2 on that angle when Kenny was hard scoped on it.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like, if you're OpTic Texas, you're playing for the info. You have players pushing out the opposing side. You just want to put yourself in a position to spot the flank and play your life. But the fact that Kenny's in this kind of angle, Scrap reads it, and then the snap onto Dashy, which neither player really does miss shots. Just Scrap is on point right now. Take down both of those guys. You take full control of security, and you trap the rest over towards Statue. It's a perfect retake right there from Ultra.
Really good first 2 rounds from Toronto on both sides. OpTic looking to try something a little bit different this time. Not going to have any defenders on the A site. No trophy system here either. Nade is up and over, and Toronto are going to say, wait, there's no trophy here. There's no one tagged off that. Let's just go for the quick plant. I love this call from Ultra.
I love this call from Ultra, but I love the play from OpTic Texas reacting as fast as they did. They're not going to be able to stop the bomb plant, but they are potentially going to be here to contest early on. Here comes the smoke.
It's a little bit short-sighted, though, so this double stack for Toronto members on the backside can read the play through it. Envoy's going to get 2. I mean, that is just a post-plant setup that ultimately uses OpTic smoke against them. Dashy in trouble, has nowhere to go, and it's 3 very quick rounds for Toronto.
And I thought OpTic Texas was going to play that round a lot faster. They're gaining the info. They dominate that mid-map pressure early on. They also shut down that early deep push as well. But when they put themselves in a connector, that bomb is getting planted. You have to try to instantly go because you had 3 players sitting in that position. Dashy was just playing his life towards the backside of Skybridge, waiting for the play to come in. But when eventually it does, it's just too many players from Ultra waiting for those pushes out of the smoke grenade. Envoy finds a double, and Ultra so far flawless in his search to destroy.
Wow. What do you say? Again, the retake percentages have been abysmal for OpTic, to put it plainly. And that continues to be the case here. Envoy, lots of opening nades kind of exchanged between both sides, but Envoy really can't do too much here from this bottom Skybridge position. He has been stunned. Can't really get on towards this site, and that's going to force Toronto to kind of reposition their defense. OpTic will get the offensive smoke, but they're trying to bait out Toronto's defense with it, and it's really not working out. So they miss a window here for a plant, and you've got CleanXO. I was going to say maybe he catches the timing onto Kenny, but now everything starts to move. OpTic in a good numbers position.
Yeah, OpTic also take care of Envoy as well. So they instantly put themselves in the 4v2 advantage. Just try to work that bomb plant. Kenny also finds another one through the middle of the map. This is an OpTic round.
Yeah, definitely should be. You can definitely see a window in there, though, where it looked like if Toronto would have caught Kenny on that little timing, that whole round kind of goes awry because every single piece of utility was thrown for OpTic early, trying to pull that Toronto defense for a contested bomb. That doesn't really work, but Kenny, fortunately, able to catch one over towards the pool side, and then from there, Toronto just spread. Legitimately, they were spread too thin.
Yeah, and it was the stun that connects onto Envoy that allows OpTic Texas to now be a little bit slower on that push. Because they were expecting someone to be playing aggressive around that site, but when Kenny finds that first one and then they eventually sniff out Envoy, that is a GG. So OpTic Texas get one on the board. Now they go back on the defensive side where, again, they have a 0% chance at retaking. Let's try to not allow the bomb to go down.
Yeah. And it looks like they will try to play a little bit further forward. Delayed utility, though, from Toronto is landing. Nades, stuns, all connecting over the top of the A site. Not a full commitment here, though, for Ultra. They get the intel, maybe trying to think they've pulled OpTic's defense a touch, and look at the little 2-man stack over towards B. They're going to try to flush out this backside Tiki bar.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of ground away from OpTic, and they're also forcing them to think that an adjustment is going to come in. As the players over at A start to get aggressive up through Statue, they have gotten to read that the player is going to be over towards B. Dashy spots that trophy system go down, but he can't do anything about it. Just going to play his life.
And looks like they're going to try to play for a contest or a retake through mid here. Just trying to avoid that position that Insight is currently holding on that palm tree. Bomb planted. You've got a late lurk from Scrap here as soon as they start to read where this retake is coming from. There's the OpTic defensive smoke on this retake. CleanX, Semtex giving himself some separation up and around. Not able to quite find Fred. So the trade is decent, but Insight holds the position nicely, and now here comes Scrap on the flank. Absolutely nothing that OpTic can do trying to reflood that through mid.
This is some of the worst, like, SnD I've seen in quite some time, Alan. Like, Dashy gains that info early on. And once you gain that info, you have to now make that play. You can't just wait for the bomb to go down and then, all right, we're going to pop a smoke grenade, run through it, hopefully it goes our way. Like, no, you gain the info. You have players who are very, very confident. Let's just hit it out before they can even work that objective, because once that bomb gets planted, they are perfect on their post-plant setup so far. OpTic Texas need to play a little bit more faster, a little bit more confident, a little bit more in sync.
Think your frustration started to be
Hell yeah!
Jay.
Hell yeah! Like, damn, what we doing?
Well, first blood here is OpTic are just full running it down middle, and the SMGs come out with the first two. One trade from Insight before he gets taken care of. And okay, just a little tempo change. OpTic say, let's just play TDM, not worry about the objective, and that works out.
That's good plays. All right, there we go. Switch up the pace. Send the SMGs aggressively up through mid. Pred is actually able to strike for that first blood. And that leads to an early round success right there from OpTic Texas. 15-second rounds. Those are the ones that you sort of need, especially on the attack. But now you have to figure it out on defense. We got to stop the bomb from being planted.
Can they find that same sort of aggression on the defensive side? Do you just play it through mid? I mean, is that the option? Because this whole feel out on the outsides hasn't worked out decently at all. So maybe you try to just stay aggressive through mid-map, and that may be the case as Shotzzy automatically checks in. Well, he's got to hold the line at some point. You can't just keep diving forward, but still, with a little bit of support here from Pred, there's a feel out over towards where P2 would be, and wouldn't you know it, there's no one checking info towards A. Ultra get the read, they get the post plant. Here we go again.
Yeah, Kenny was able to spot him, but every single player on his team was over towards that B site, so they're going to be a little bit late off this rotation. And it's already been 10 seconds wiped off the game clock, but here goes that smoke again.
And it's almost the exact same setup this time. The trades are decent. Scrap able to find one, but has to hit the deck. Insight trying to come over to help, and whoa, Scrap down low. He's able to find one, keep his life a little while longer for Insight to get apart.
Oh my God!
How is he allowed to stay alive that long? He's in plain sight.
Like, what is the communication like, Alan? Because Scrap finishes a kill right in front of Shotzzy. He knows that he couldn't have gotten that far away. But the fact that Scrap, with the confidence that that young man has, just played that position to find the second kill. He knows that Insight is watching over him, one of the most clutch SnD players that we have in the game. And that is technically like a 2v4? Because that's exactly what they do. The ARs get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it legitimately is. I mean, you see off the kill feed right there. It is legitimately a 2v4. It's the exact same retake attempt as well from OpTic, where the smoke comes through and they just cannot find the kills. And all of a sudden, we've got an 8-man hit over towards A. Klinex is already forward. First time we've seen him in this position, but an unfortunate bounce off Insight's nade will give a free first blood to OpTic. Scrap on the pinch, though. Opportunity starts to brew. And how about the help from Insight again? Now down to the 2v2. And OpTic are stuck on the site. Shotzzy, the last one left. He's got absolutely no idea where Insight's gone off to, but has an idea that he's still down low on the sky bridge. Problem is, Insight is out of there, and I think Shotzzy may have just seen him. Yeah,
Shotzzy spots him, but Insight with the shots. Ultra could do no wrong. Even with the team kill right in the beginning of the round, they still clutch up in the man disadvantage. They are just playing some next level COD. This is the form that you want to be in going into the end of the year. On the opposing side for OpTic Texas, still awful in search and destroy. That's now 0-10. 10 SnDLs in a row for the green wall. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to figure it out, Alan, because what? They had their best hard point to start off the series. They fall short. Yep. They continue their deficit in search and destroy. That's now 10 losses in a row. Like, what are they going to need to potentially have an insane bounce back story? Because I can't seem to find anything.
I'm going to leave that question as a rhetorical because I don't have any answers. I mean, legitimately, you could not have set up the series better to start on a sub-base hardpoint. You get blown out of the water there. You return over to a 6-star search and destroy, where, again, it hasn't necessarily been terrible in terms of how OpTic have played. Again, a round 9, round 10 loss, but that came to the Boston Breach. But it's the same thing we saw yesterday. Smoke retakes. It's just, I hate to say it, but that's what we're seeing in challengers, Jay.
Yeah,
it just doesn't feel dynamic enough for a team like OpTic, your Major 3 champs, and Toronto absolutely punish. And the better news for Ultra fans is you're going to a Highrise Control for map number 3, a map that they're currently 7-5 on, but 5 of their wins have come in their last 5 matches. So doesn't really feel good for OpTic fans in terms of trying to use this series as a chance to reestablish some sort of a competitive identity, because at the moment it is out the window. I know Patrick Price is probably loving it right now.
Yeah, nah, OpTic Texas, I don't really know where they're going to be able to find, man. They were needing at least a series yesterday versus Boston. You fall short, but now you're coming in and potentially getting 3-0 by Ultra. Their minds are all over the place going into Major 4.
And for Ultra, there's a chance to possibly top the overall qualifiers and set yourself up for #1 on the Major 4 stage. We'll come to find out what happens. Highrise Control right after this. Don't go far.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
back, our final online day of Modern Warfare 3, and what would have been, just based on the standings, if you looked at it from the overall perspective, seemed to be possibly a banger, has been anything but. Toronto Ultra, all smiles, all vibes, as they're up majorly 2-0 against OpTic Texas, and now you're sitting here looking at a Highrise Control where Toronto has played nothing but this qualifying stage. And also on top of that, we've been kind of studying it, we've seen it. No team has won a major and then finished last in the next qualifier. We've had teams start in the lower bracket, but never have they finished last. So quite literally, Jay, this is the steepest fall from grace we've had in the CDL history.
And I was thinking, you know, back to when LAG won that tournament with Spark, you know, they won it, and I know they started in a loser bracket then, but OpTic Texas even on a worse trend than that. So they had to try to turn it around, and unfortunately for them, it's not going to be easier going in on this Highrise Control, because Toronto on a 5-game winning streak on this map alone. They have only played this map all throughout this stage, and where they have shown drastic improvements have been on their attacking side. They used to get outslayed by 4 to 5 kills. Now it's barely 1. They have figured out the map.
And this is the thing, is Toronto, they're so good at isolating this B zone. Envoy just threw underground, waits for his teammates to pick up on the information, and now he's guarding you from getting out of spawn. Kenny trying to do the same thing on the other side, unsuccessful. Only a single kill to this point. Envoy still hunting out eliminations, and OpTic look lost. Second tick gone, third on the way, double stack still in play.
And they're still finding all the exit kills there. Everyone from OpTic Texas who have yet to leave their spawn, so they make a little bit of a contest here at the B point, slowly working on that progression on the third segment. But 26 to 21 in lives remaining. OpTic Texas need a turnaround and need it quick.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You've got Fred trying to play from elevator side. He's in for the contest, and whoa! The shots, I'm sure, were great from CleanX to start, but better from Envoy to secure the kill. And now he predicts the jump up on the pipes. Not fully. Do they get the extra 60 seconds yet? But a follow-up hit from Insight will confirm it. 21 plays 18, minute 55 in the clock.
And it's the same thing for OpTic Texas. This used to be one of their good maps, especially because they used to be able to outslay both teams on every single side, but defenses recently for them have been a struggle. 9th overall on the map. And at least to start off was showing that a little bit, but trades are effective. 2-2 on the split. OpTic maintaining the map control. Just need to hold on for a minute 35.
Yeah, no need to rush or panic really on either side at this moment. Dashy trying to play just over the top of the A zone. We'll get a little bit further depletion on that first tick of progress as Shotzi cleans up some action through mid-map, but Toronto, very patient. Find the trades they need to at least keep the effort forward on towards this A zone. Fred, up and over, really well done. And once more, OpTic right back in control here defensively, and they've reduced the life lead just down to 1.
Yeah, so far what OpTic's game plan has been trade. Try to bend the lives remaining back into our favor, but the route from CleanX might get enough. He finds that first one onto Dashy. Scrap already finds a second. They know the last 2 players are pushed out towards Heli, but CleanX said, nope, I'm still going to commit on the spawners. He finds another one out. Toronto should be able to work the objective.
Whoa, plus the pistol at long range, able to find Shotzi, who was about half HP. Insight on the zone with Scrap. Trophy system down for now. CleanX off the respawn, still keeping OpTic away from the defense being able to come back through. And at one point, it was a 13 plays 12. Now it's a 3 plays 12. Straight eliminations from Toronto. Third tick gonna get locked as OpTic try to fall off the map. Oh my goodness, how quick it transitions as Toronto dominate their opening attack.
Yeah, no, this is looking over. Like, it's as simple as that. Ultra coming out ready to swing. And OpTic Texas still sitting in the bullpen. Just don't understand what they're doing. Like, they're just losing a bunch of these one-on-one gunfights. You're leaving openings for Toronto, and they're taking full advantage of it. But when you allow players like CleanX to, you know, roam around your base, this is what the ending of the round is going to look like. Let's just jump off and not give that guy any more kills.
Yeah, and all 6 ticks of progress did get confirmed there before that last suicide fall comes through. So CleanX on 5, Toronto with 6 ticks on their opening attack. Set the bar about as steep as you could be. Kenny has 1 kill, it looks like. I think that's an accurate tally. I know the scoreboard sometimes comes up broken, but he gets his 2nd here. So again, the opening defense for OpTic not good, but offensively, a chance to do some work here over towards this B zone. 3 members on, 2nd tick looking good.
Yeah, this is perfect start from OpTic Texas. They dominate the gunfights over towards B Street. They already had that 2nd segment earned in at the B point. And they are still trying to trade effective around this objective. As now it falls into the hands of Shotzi to just fill the gap. Is a contest going to come in? I don't think so. And if it does, it's a one-on-one gunfight. You just have to win it. Unfortunately, he falls short.
Yeah, Brett able to follow up, find the kill. Still, the contest is alive, though. It still hasn't been confirmed yet, but surely it will here. It will. So now, all of a sudden, Kenny, better start here on this offense. Gets into a good position, backside over towards this awning area, and there may be a chance to actually catch a couple of Toronto members off guard. Here we go. OpTic starting to wake up a bit with progress being made over towards A.
Yeah, this is perfect right here from OpTic, Texas. First segment about to come in. You have the ARs, even the SMGs picking up the MCWs, still shooting. As Predator trying to make it 3 in a row, commits on the gunfight versus Scrap. If you strike, you better be ready to take him down. But that second segment is already in.
Yeah, Dashy also still finessing, keeping his life, working on the third tick. Pistol's good, and the nice double here from Dashy. Follow-up help on for Pred as they're trying to get this third tick completed, and okay. How about that? Haven't seen that in quite some time, but both teams very fluent through their offense, both able to get all 6 ticks of progress, and I think 19 lives remained here for OpTic on this offensive round.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from OpTic, Texas. With everything that's been, you know, thrown at them so far throughout this series, you're able to find yourself a dominant attacking ground on Highrise. So you tie it all up in the segments. Just got to keep in mind that I think Ultra were able to outslay by a little bit more in that round number 1. But now if you are OpTic going back on the defensive side, let's not allow Ultra to have the start that they did.
Yeah. Absolutely the case. So now it's just down to what does Ultra want to try to pull out here. As CleanX tried to get over through underground. Good aggression from OpTic, gets their defense going early. Envoy also going to be stunned up and dealt with by Pred. So yeah, here we go. Defensively for OpTic, a really solid start for them. They're winning every single elimination, and they're controlling some key ground right around this Base point.
Yeah, it's the perfect start. You win the initial couple of gunfights, you're dominating over towards the B Street, and Dashy's still able to find himself on 5, make it 6 in a row. The Batman needs the bat signal, and that might have been able to present itself after that map number 2, as that cruise missile's earned.
Yeah, it legitimately feels like a no more nonsense mode right now for Dashy. 13-9, 7 in a row. The heroics over towards the A zone on the offense, and now starting off the defense near flawlessly. A couple of trades though for Toronto, get them out of spawn. Dashy still cooking it up though. 14-9, 8 in a row, and still looking to get aggressive. The pistol's working, and Big Bruce is here, but Toronto have found entrance over towards A to stop the clock.
Yeah, regardless of what everything that Bruce is getting done over towards B Street, he's just hoping that the teammates can find a little bit of success over towards Blue, but they at least find the exit kills onto the point. First segment already going to be earned, but OpTic Texas reinforce around the map, take full map control away, and Dashy unfortunately is going to fall short, but 10 in a row is a job well done.
Absolutely, Pred through the middle of the map, also able to track down CleanX. So yeah, Toronto's offense, after the hot fire restart in round number 1, has found absolutely nothing here in their second. Maybe one more chance to get onto either of these 2 zones, and OpTic are not allowing that to happen. I don't know where this was in the first 2 maps, but OpTic are finally starting to come to life in the slaying department.
Yeah, the commercial break must have did wonders. You know, a little 5-minute pet talk, especially with the 3-time world champion and Damon Barlow. Coach has got to let him know, like, you guys are so much better than this. You guys know it. Everybody in the world knows it. Just got to go out there and work together to show it. And at least they're so far in this control. They are punching Ultra right in the face as they're up 2-1, but now they go on the attack.
And this is, again, just Bruce taking it and saying, nah, no more of this. This is all me. So good stuff for Dashy. 17-10. Cruise missile at the ready. Trophy systems down as OpTic are blitzing over towards the B zone. Inside holding them at bay. First shots are good towards Shotzzy, and you've also got a member in CleanX on the pinch, and yep, there it is. Toronto once again suffocating you close towards your windows. Good trade though from Pred.
Yeah, it's a big kill from Pred, because if you allow CleanX to be a nuisance in your spawn, we know that what he is capable of doing. But now if you are OpTic Texas, you have to work out of your base. Thankfully, Pred is still the farthest player pushed out, and he's somehow, some way able to find a double. So now OpTic Texas can work their way up through that B street and work at B.
Looking good for it. Clock will stop at 53 seconds. Shotzzy took just a quick gauge over towards the A zone. Doesn't like what he sees, backs away. Damage still coming through. Kenny able to find CleanX, and first tick going to be pretty much a guarantee. Shotzzy also just kind of waits, wins a 1v1. Now we've got progress happening on both zones at the same time, with Pred starting to heat up. 6 in a row for him. A second cruise missile gets earned. Second tick of progress looking pretty good. CleanX from behind though, able to keep it safe, and now a little bit of depletion comes through for the Ultra defense.
Yeah, and that all falls into the hands of Pred to find success for that one segment. He was the only player pushed out, and he found himself on 6 in a row. Now cruise missile earned in the back pocket. But you don't want this potentially to come down to the slang. I know OpTic had a very dominant round previously, but you want to get this second segment done so you guarantee that defense just in case we go to round 5.
And that has just happened. Contestant from Scrap cannot find Shotzzy. And now all of a sudden OpTic are going to do essentially the exact same thing again. 2 players on either zone at the same time. Fred keeping it safe over through A. Shotzzy trying to find something over towards the Toronto spawn. Not going to happen, but the extra 60 seconds is tallied. Now a 4-life lead starts to grow for OpTic as Pred is working for a potential cruise missile. He's on 4, slips into the Toronto spawn, and this is good news here for OpTic.
Yeah, and this is when OpTic are at their best, when the Predator is playing like this. 29 and 13, about to re-wrap on the cruise missile. The teammates are on the point. I would love to see them stack with Pred in this position, but he unfortunately is going to fall. The second segment is in. 15 and 9 still in lives remaining.
You can just TDM it right now if you're OpTic. Toronto trying to battle back. Clean. They find 3. So now 12v9. Getting called in. Does this catch anybody? That's the real question here, and it does. So an extra elimination over towards CleanX. Insight also isolated over towards Blue, but he slips away, and the Toronto defense can at least stabilize with the spawn coming close over towards the A zone.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if OpTic Texas are going to invest a second cruise missile on this round and try to close out the map here. Because you're already called in 1. You're just hoping that you can sniff out a couple players from the Ultra. They just haven't been able to do so. Brett, you have to back down and play your life. Unfortunately, he is going to fall, and Ultra, they are holding.
Straight eliminations here for Toronto. Insight,
oh my God,
forward saves Envoy's life. So now we get to a 7v7. 50 seconds on the clock, still no worries in terms of having to play super quick. Pred, a route through mid. May have opened the route for OpTic to get on towards the A zone, but Toronto have the coverage of it. 6v5, 40 seconds, and OpTic have to pause.
They have to pause, and you have to really slow this one down. Unfortunately, Shotzzy not able to win that gunfight versus Scrap, so no more response for OpTic Texas. It has to be perfect.
Scrap is looking for a cruise missile as well. Insight, just watching from the backside of elevators. No worries there. Contest on the A zone. Envoy is holding his life. Pops out, finds the kill, and whoa, right when it starts to hit point break, Toronto able to at least pause out that OpTic onslaught, and we're gonna get to a round 5, but OpTic do have the defense.
Yeah, OpTic have the defense secured, and they also have a cruise missile in the back pocket as well. If you are OpTic, a lot of your focus early on into this round has to be taking down Scrap, who's on 5 in a row. Don't want to allow him to earn a cruise missile, and then eventually a play to be made off of that. Just got to come out and just have a good start off again, because when they had the good start off, when they allowed Dashy to go on that streak over towards B Street, just single-handedly shutting down that lane, everything looked a lot easier for OpTic.
Yep, absolutely the case. So now it's just down to the cruise missile tally. 1 has been spent, but there's still more to come here as Toronto will get back over towards their offensive side. CleanX looking to go underground immediately. Double trophy systems for Texas trying to win B Alley, and CleanX is going to hit the dead silence and sit here and be right behind this OpTic setup. There's one up top. Shotzzy will drop, plus the follow-up from Insight, and Kenny, the last one tallied, will be all the way over towards A. He even falls. Almost a turn and burn from CleanX, but still, everything stays pretty neutral. Dashy calling in the cruise missile to try to get this defense back in line.
Yeah, he doesn't want to allow Ultra to keep them in the trap in the back of their spawn. So you're going to call that in just so your teammates can work out. And they also able to find the kills as well. That leads to 3 dead in the feed. Farthest player pushed up is going to be CleanX. He's able to find 1, but you got to play your life a little bit longer.
And Shotzzy up and forward on the windows. Good double, but the trades are also just as evenly dealt by Toronto. Down low, CleanX nice shots towards Pred, as he now has a chance to climb the ladder and possibly get over towards the B zone, but instead pushes out, knows he's got Shotzzy at low HP. No worries there with the pistol.
Oh my God!
The takedown Kenny, who would have been a bullet. Pred does take down 2, make it 3, cleans the floor again, and we reset 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh my God, CleanX is just looking for some help. Like, guys, I'm doing it all. I'm finding every single kill through bottom pit. If you can find a little bit of success through the top mid, we can stop the game clock. But with only 20 seconds left, OpTic just have to be prepared for one more good push. 1-4 dead is all I need to force map 4.
They do know Kenny's top helipad. Isolation is in. Clock will stop around 15 seconds. OpTic taking their full defensive focus over towards the B zone. Toronto in a little bit of a panic right now. Kills are decent. Shotzzy around the back trying to stave off this Ultra hit, but it's not going to work out. The trades are good, and now Ultra can at least get on with a couple of members. 2 players to stack. First hit going to get locked. Pred, though, this route may surprise Toronto completely. He catches the first. Now it's down to who else can follow up.
Oh, you're just hoping that the rest of the teammates now can reinforce with their numbers. Shotzzy's able to find 1, but not able to find that kill onto Envoy. Now it falls into the hands of Dashy in a 2v1 scenario. He finds the first one with the Renetti, but still with 7 seconds left, Toronto are going to be able to extend the game clock.
Unreal. Kleenex again comes up major. A couple eliminations, puts him on 37 total. Dashy over the top. Doesn't like the look of the gunfight. You don't.
Oh my God!
Anyway, the pistol gets the win. 9v4. Pred stuck. Doesn't know where Kleenex went, who almost turns it into the game-winning moment. And still, it may have been enough damage dealt. 8v1. OpTic down to just Dashy, which may have been the story of this entire map at one moment in time. The stack is on. It's going to force Bruce's hands, and OpTic will fall 0-3 from first to worst. The Major 3 champs are going to come in as the 12th seed in LA.
Oh my God, and they just got Kleenex, Alan. It's as simple as that. Everyone in Toronto were not having a good time but Kleenex. Every single time Toronto needed a play to happen, Kleenex got it done. Miracle 2 pieces over towards B Street. Miracle 3 pieces working the bottom pitch. He might be one of the best players in the world. Definitely probably the best player in control with what he is able to get done, because he single-handedly just won that for Ultra to close us out in 3.
Wow. I mean, big step-ups from a couple of players, but no more important than Kleenex.
God damn,
Near
man.
6K damage. 27 of his 40 were offensive, and 31 of them non-traded. Somebody get a bullet into this guy. Holy cow. And on the other side of things, you know, yeah, you do have a better map here from Pred overall. Dashy had a couple of great moments, but I think the general reaction is, ew, brother. Like, what is that, brother? An 0-3 after losing to a really soft schedule has, I think, everyone in an absolute tizzy.
And I don't even know how OpTic are going to be able to bounce back quick enough for Major 4 and even at champs at this point, because now you have no more matches online. You're only going to have practice. You have practice for one more day before you have to travel for the event, and then you have one more day of practice on that Wednesday before the whole tournament starts to try to get yourself out of this slump. And they're struggling everywhere. They're struggling in their hard points, which used to be their bread and butters. They're falling short. SnD, we all know, 10 in a row, that's not the greatest. And that's 4 out of the 5 modes that we have in a best of 5 series that they are currently struggling in. OpTic Texas just need to go back, have a conversation with the team, and just be like, what are we doing wrong? Everyone has to listen, and they all just have to be on the same page, try to end out the year strong.
On the other front, that puts Toronto in the prime driving seat in terms of what could happen for Major 4 as they try to pursue a championship in LA as we head down to the desk, and I'm curious to see what Nameless has to say.
Yeah, let's start with you, Hunk. How do you feel about this series?
I mean, I think that this series just shows how bad OpTic have truly been. I mean, honestly, that last map was within striking distance. I mean, I think about the situation that they're in. Like, just concede the point. Like, take your time, try to get a couple of kills, regain control, and even with Pred having a monster performance going absolutely nuts, they can't close it out. And the most egregious map of them all is a Search and Destroy, which I'm sure we'll revisit.
Allie, I said Scrap was going to be the player to watch, but it's Kleenex dropping a 40 bomb in game 3. The tissue has been an issue for everybody. He took down Atlanta, now you take down OpTic, and Toronto is officially the #1 seed entering Major 4.
I mean, we talked about Kleenex in control has just been completely unreal throughout the entirety of the split. He's dropping a 1.24 in control right now during the split, and we saw it now. It's just going to get better from this series, dropping 40 kills. And it wasn't just him. Everybody in Toronto Ultra had their maps today. Scrap map #1, Inside map #2, Kleenex at map #3. Envoy still doing Envoy things, but he didn't have to do a whole lot with his teammates shooting like that.
I mean, Kleenex is just downright ridiculous, right? Like, we always talk about it. Like, if Kleenex is taking over, they're gonna win events. Like, looking towards this next tournament, with OpTic having such regression, New York sort of being stagnant with minor improvement, and Toronto having that edge over Atlanta, especially on land, you feel like Toronto are the heavy favorites going into this next major, right? Kleenex's ball and Scrap's been super consistent. The Search and Destroy, they're running around smiling after rounds. The last 2 rounds at SnD, Chris, were a 2v4 and then a 3v4 where a team kill came in the first 5 seconds. They are not afraid of anything right now. They're unreal.
Congratulations, Toronto Ultra, making our first match of the day, your Monster Energy matchup of the day. A quick one as they send OpTic packing to Major 4 with the lowest seed possible after winning Major 3. The real question is, once OpTic gets to land, Can you do anything with that 12 seed? You're waiting for some tough opponents to drop down.
I mean, this is just insane to look at. Seeing OpTic go from the best in the world now to 12-3 in these qualifiers. I don't expect the same outcome, but like this is one and done for them now heading into Burbank. But on the flip side, Toronto Ultra locks in that first seed. Atlanta FaZe will be at second, but again, all these teams tied at 40 and 30 points.
Ali, you mentioned that Scrap had a pretty good game. It was good enough to earn our Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at his performance. What does this aggressive AR bring to the team?
It's just a highlight reel every time. And what's so crazy about Scrap is just how consistent he is constantly. It doesn't matter the caliber of team they're playing. It doesn't matter the qualifier. He will put up these numbers time and time again across all 3 game modes. And this map number 1 was just kind of a statement out of Toronto Ultra. OpTic Texas was undefeated on subbase for the longest time. This was one of their strongest hard points, and Toronto Ultra made it look like a pub.
Now, Nameless, we're kind of highlighting some of the players, saying everyone is trying to perform their best at the end of the year, leading into 2025 in Black Ops 6. Do you build around Scrap? Do you keep this lineup? I don't see many failures in the teamwork.
Yeah, you keep this lineup for 100%, unequivocally. Like, these guys have been ridiculous. And even when, like, individual players have slumped, they've bounced back 10 times harder. Like, think about Envoy slump. You come back, you make it to a final. Like, still, even when these guys underperform, they are a shoe-in for top 4. They have a great roster.
Final question for you. Is Toronto the favorite to win Burbank now?
Yes, I think so. I think they should definitely be the favorite. Given how they performed against Atlanta FaZe, especially on LAN, and now beating them online, Toronto's favorite.
Kleenex, did you hear that one? How does it feel to hear that the analyst desk think you are the team to beat going into Burbank?
Feels good. I don't think we've had that since probably Major 1, so it feels good to be back on top, especially considering how online's been pretty hard for us, like Major 2, Major 3, but we're back, so feels
when
good.
You were at the top, you were expected to win, and you did. We hope to see that repeat performance.
Please, congratulations on another win. I want to ask you kind of where you think this game stands for you individually, because I feel like this is the most consistent that we have seen you in quite some time.
I mean, this game definitely, like, obviously I've had different teammates, but getting Dylan next to me definitely helped a lot. I think just having like a faster sub, obviously I've had like Ben, I've had Charlie, who's been like more type the slower sub to take the routes. I feel like this Dylan in particular definitely just open up like more consistency, and I can just do whatever I want on the map at all times, so it just feels good to be more consistent for sure.
Absolutely.
Toby, you've been unbelievable. I think you're the best control player in the world, and at times just the best SMG in the world, so congratulations on the win. I want to ask you, some of these teams like New York stayed a little bit stagnant, OpTic regressing a bit. It's very difficult to stay consistent. How have you guys maintained this level of consistency over the year?
I mean, we've definitely had our issues as well. Like Major 2, I think SnD was a big struggle. We dropped down in Hardpoint doing like Major 3, so it's just like getting back after an event and just like recounting what happened, just fixing up in the mistakes, fixing up in the game modes, and I feel like we've definitely done the best job of doing so.
Absolutely. And then also, I noticed you guys in all these series, you played Highrise Control. Really trying to add that to your guys' repertoire. How do you feel like your control stands, given you haven't played any of the other maps in quite some time?
I feel like we're still a very strong team at the other maps. Obviously, Highrise was more like a test for us, and ever since we tested it the first time, it's just stuck with us. I think we've gotten a really good flow on the map. There's a really good pace on it, and I think we're just slamming teams at times. So it just feels good to play that map. Obviously, Invasion's a bit of a dodgy map at times, so it feels good to be able to play Highrise.
With this win, you guys officially lock in the #1 seed heading into Major 4. Final question. What are you doing between now and when you arrive in LA?
Packing my suitcase. We got the earliest flight on Tuesday, little 5:45 a.m. in the airport, so it's gonna be a long one all the way to LA. But just relaxing, resetting, and getting ready for some LAN COD.
Well, if you guys are flying through JFK, I'll meet you at the airport, my guy. Thank you for joining us. That's our first of 3 Monster Winter Spotlights.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome stuff from Tobias. We love Kleenex and we love Toronto, don't we, Ali? It feels good to get a good pick. We'll find out. Can Nameless tie things up
I'm already tied.
No, we're tied.
We're tied? Oh, okay. We'll find out if he can retake the lead. When we come back, Priesta looks to continue the chaos. Can the young man pull off another upset over Clayster and crew? We're tied.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator Skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Oh, bomb, one shot.
Heard you.
Bomb dead.
Nice, good job.
Bomb dead.
Bomb, one shot. One bang. Nice.
More square. Drop on bomb.
Give me a sec. One shot dead.
Nice. Last guy's broken.
Branding. I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Broken weak on you guys.
Nice.
Is everyone
They're mindful. They're fucking mindful. Go A. Yo, next time go A, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get whopping dead. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
No, he's mid-desk, laying down mid-desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice, Clay. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vast for sure.
All good.
That's true. Well, why, bro? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
Why are you
gonna
like
get fined? All right.
What the f is that?
Hello. And then actually about it. Looking in the thing. You're an idiot, bro. He's not in here. Join the game.
They're gonna set that. They're gonna set deep.
I'm one shot.
I'm
Sunny cross.
I'm looking gold.
Pinching, Snoopy got him.
Nice.
Yo, in the water. I don't know where he is.
In the water.
Oh, go, boys.
Go, boys.
Nice. Good DK 16.
I got it, boys.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, playing the round out, and I hear, cat, he's pushing at him, thinking, oh, he's dead, okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running, so I was doing the roll the tape, I want to see this. And luckily, it came up, and he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
They win the majority of these. Clay's through it too. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home. Felonies rallying up the side. It's got even win. Whoa, down to 64. Pistol hits. What?
welcome back, everybody. Carolina Royal Ravens going up against Boston. And before yesterday, we thought this would be an easy win for Carolina. But now they're coming into the day with all kinds of pressure on their shoulder. Not only do they need to win today, they're hoping for an LA Thieves loss a little bit later against the Subliners. And this all goes back to May 31st, Allie, where they dropped that Game 5 to LAG, who would have a tiebreaker over them if they finished with the same record.
Yeah, unfortunately, you look at this line, you think of all these Game 5s, and you think of the teams that you should have lost to and should have beat, LAG being one of them. You are thinking back to that Vista HP map number 4, 30-point game that you weren't able to close out the series, and now months later, it has decided to bite you in the butt, because regardless if they win or lose, they need an LA Thieves loss for any chance for winners.
And that has been the story of Carolina's season. Online, you're playing a team that you should beat, you come in and you lose. And then you beat a team you shouldn't beat, and you stay somewhat in the mix, right? So Carolina just been up and down, playing up and down to their competition, and namely in this matchup in general. They played Boston back at the major qualifier during stage 2. They lost 3-1, and Priesta went crazy with like a 1.2 in the series, right? So Carolina, you cannot look at this series and think that you should come in and just dominate Boston, especially given how Boston beat OpTic yesterday.
Allie, despite having a rookie and Gwyn on the lineup, this is the oldest team when you're looking at average age across the board. A ton of experience across Felony, TJ Halley, and Clayster. Where do you find strengths in the lineup? I know we have all kinds of stats, but what do you need to see from them if they're going to have a clean victory over Boston?
We need to see Fellow and Clay popping off. They find their most success when Fellow is having a good series, and also their search and destroy has been strong, but not strong enough to win a lot of these Game 5s that would have put them in a better situation. Again, we go back all the way to the beginning, Game 5 versus Atlanta, LAG. So there's some weakness not only there, but also in the respawns and the control. 8-5 record on defense. It hasn't been great. Their best chance is to try and get Highrise in this series.
After Toronto just took care of business against OpTic Texas, we know Texas is guaranteed 12th. You can't go too far up here if you're Boston Breach, so not a lot to play for, Nameless, other than pride and showcasing your skills. Out of these 4 players, who have you been most impressed by throughout the season?
Throughout the season, it's tough. I'll say Priesta, man. I'll just keep going with them. You know, they haven't given us a lot to say we're impressed by, but Priesta's just been that guy. Like, he came from a championship roster, won the world championship, and he's on the worst team in the league and still has stayed mentally strong, try to be a leader for these guys, talking about the role change and, you know, never counting their team out, like coming in and still beating a team like OpTic Texas. And, you know, for them, they're in a situation where, like, we get to play spoiler. You know, misery loves company, and that's exactly what Boston is going to try to do today, coming off that high.
I can't do it. I was going to go first and just say Boston to go rogue. I got to go Carolina. Sorry, graphics. We got to go with the Royal Ravens. I want to see this fight all the way to the end.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have to go with Carolina Royal Ravens. It was a crazy match versus OpTic yesterday. Good job to Boston, but I don't think they take it.
You going to take the lead?
I'm going with Carolina. I think Carolina win this.
And the fans agree. We have a 4-way Carolina choice here on the desk. Miles and Chance, let's get this party started.
Well, this party's well and truly started. I like where everyone's thinking back. The last time everybody bet against Boston, they did the unthinkable. Chance, it could happen. And with the stakes higher than ever for Carolina, they really don't want it to.
Yeah, and just to touch on the stakes a little bit more, like, there are so many teams right now fighting for these, like, final champ spots, and it is a neck-and-neck race. If Carolina win this series, well, not only is winner's bracket potentially on the horizon, but the 10 points just ties them up in the 8th spot, and that means come major time, it's going to be a foot race to try to get ahead of the game. That is far behind, though. Starting off with the team kill, not ideal.
I wonder if we managed to catch that. That is unbelievably unlucky. Clayster at top AC just ate that stinky. Went right where the sun doesn't shine. Into the hard point we go. Boston Breach riding the high of yesterday's win. So far, so good. Major Maniacs there. Gwyn, lightning pace, right into it. Nearly with a 2. Beans back at it again with them big kills.
Oh, everybody's shouting too. Yeah, Snoopy from the top rope looking to catch TJ off guard, but at least does enough damage to back him down. That is a very difficult start. You start off with a team kill. Things don't go easy, and Boston Breach fully capitalized. Nice little lead. They're going to build themselves on this rotation, and Boston in prime position. I mean, you got a flanker rolling through, players setting up around red, and no mistakes being made for the moment. First gunfight, though, I think Snoopy might end up falling, or maybe it's going to go on a race.
Well, they get things going. P2 ready to rock. Gwyn looking to cut this play out. Massive work. 3 dead, 4 dead, all down and out. Look at those blue arrows on the minimap now. Advance forward and keep that hard point as safe as possible for as long as possible. Bad news though, Chance. Split spawns.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting moment. I think, well, it's being red though, right? Felony's got the dumpster hop up, nothing cooking there, and Carolina ended up getting the back spawn as well. So that was a moment where Boston could have fully capitalized, and instead they couldn't even get a single kill. So Carolina holding things down strong, and now these are the worst spawns for the Boston players to be getting. Carolina maybe having to exit on the cross. TJ able to spot out one, but it's the whole squad, and he's doing it all. Picks up two. His teammates win the rotation gunfights as well. Now Boston might get daggered. You are spawning so far away. Carolina set up around P3.
Lovely work so far. The Ravens have come to play today here on Karachi. PJ on a 5. Can he make it a 6? Snoopy gets himself on the board. Finally ends the spree as well. So that's a big turning point here. Numbers now in the favor of Boston Breach. Ravens, at least one of them spawning out. Teach. He's got to get a bit of a fight towards the hard point, but it's not going to matter whatsoever. Fellow from the back line. Clay from the inside of the hard point. 3 down once again for Boston.
And good reaction and good comms. Felony calling out, hey man, guys jumping over, and Clay's are there for a little bit of pre-fire kind of through the door, but now Clay feeling the heat, feeling the pressure, and eventually the overwhelming force and presence of Boston able to break it down. So fool me once, shame on you. Twice, well, they're going to get into P3, and final 20 seconds left. Maybe going to be able to tie this game up going into new.
Win loads the chopper. That's it, the rain on a Major Maniac. Whoa, Teach with another massive 2-piece. That is outrageous. Snoopy the point. 3 spree comes to a close. Rotation on. Major Maniac, the only member here for Boston, too close to the hard point. The rest of his teammates going to be fighting through olds, going the long way around. And it looks like, yeah, big wins again for the Ravens on that mini-map. Most recent update, the streets are a dangerous place, and it's all Carolina.
They're picking up every single kill as well. Snoopy gonna fall and get traded out. Beans might have found a route just to get past Gwyn though, so an interesting moment for Carolina where they're about to get shot in the back, or maybe Clayster actually heads up about it on the mini-map. So Carolina doing a little bit extra awareness on point, but the spawns are still chaos, but at least the fight towards this time, Carolina doing a very nice job to keep Boston pinned back.
Yeah, lovely work. Teach, a major proponent of that at the 11 and 5.
Damn.
Beans gets gunned by old Jim. Clayster finds a big one. Bello doing what he can to keep these players away from any sort of position of any kind of value right now. Boston have been suffocated for the last 4 hard points in a row. Ravens are starting to take flight here in Karachi.
Yeah, these spawn traps are elite, by the way. Boston quite literally cannot breathe. You make it out of your spawn, you're getting shot in the back. You make it out of spawn, you're getting killed P2. TJ from the top rope again. He choked his first cruise missile, but look at him now. Second attempt and gets it done. I mean, he is quite literally, what, about to be 16 in 5, make it 16 in 6. TJ, his final form, he is hitting his stride at the perfect time of the year.
A fantastic time of the year. Days before the start of the next major, but can they make it there with a very, a bag full of good vibes? That's the question. 8th seed, if they can get the win here, and lots of math to do in the back end as well. New hard points up, Clay's to the man in there. It's a war of 2 fronts though for a moment. If you can take care of Priest on one end, there we go. Priest and Beans finds theirs respectively, and that is going to be it. Boston Breach finally break the dry spell. They're into the point for a moment, but Gwyn from behind finds the kill, and Carolina keep control. Let's go for a listen in.
I have ult streak.
2 at ult. Major and Snoopy.
They're both
just sitting P5.
I'm playing.
Yo, back castle, climb that castle ladder right now.
Heard you. I have ult streak. You can come left. You can come
I hear you. I'm going 3rd. I stunned your left. I was mid.
Snoopy dead top.
One is... I'm needing soda. I pinch.
Look in your top right. Priest are dead.
Nice. Keep putting Major.
Top church.
Major one shot on
dumpster. Down on that kid.
Listen, our medallion dumpster, okay?
You have to pick medallion.
Tyler has it.
He's weak. It's Major. You're missing one. You guys
Major,
are missing
melee.
You guys are missing Snoopy. Nice, you're missing Snoopy.
Soda hit you.
I'm with you, Peach. I'm with you, Peach. Nice, stun, dead. Nice. I have a trophy in the
I have all of your left still.
I have a trophy too.
I'm getting in red. Yep.
Be hard kills here.
Nothing's left. Nobody's left. Two left. Made 3 left.
I have your top plat. Okay,
I'm gonna stay now for 3rd.
Decon being weak. I have top plat. I got stun.
I'm nading over your
Decon. Jump over trips, guys.
One time.
Stunning over hill.
Decon 2 of them. Major and Beans and 1 top red. Top red and 2 decon.
Sounds good.
On me hill. One shot. Missing last 2. Major Snoopy.
One shot of
time.
Major.
Go right. Negative time. Watch out.
Major one shot all boys.
I missed a minute.
Do we get ult?
They could push out low P5.
Yeah, heard.
Hold.
We're gonna go bottom together?
I'm going top, bro.
Okay.
Look for these kills.
You guys go top. I'm stunning arches. I'm challenging it.
I have the red search here. Red. 1 shot dead.
Major. Yeah, Major.
Somebody help me P5.
Major mid dead.
Nice.
He's in. Small. Came out.
Small it.
From us. Alright, last hit. Please just scoop. Play them together. Over the secret. Inside or weak. I want your top flat. I have your top flat, guys. Done.
Could be in now. Top secret.
Could be dead. Top right. I have your help. I have over. Secret. Dead. Nice. I have a trophy on you, teach. I'm going top flat. He's over, teach. Over.
One shot.
Okay. He's over on me. Windows dead. They're over secret. I need help, guys. I need help.
Secret major. One shot. Secret. Dumpster. Absolute. That's the fucking loop. There's two there.
I got one. Major dead.
Nice. Let's fucking go. You're
staying alive.
Whoa, language, but unbelievable gameplay from the Carolina Royal Ravens. TJ Haley, ladies and gentlemen, is on an absolute tear.
Yeah, this man must be loving himself, Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know if the cookie order is just hitting right, but he has been a monster in this stage. And again, this is also a Carolina. This is some of the best Call of Duty they have played. I mean, in fairness, Boston are the 11th seed now in the league, so it's sort of what you expect, but this has been a clinical Karachi performance ahead of every single rotation, able to get the breaks when you need them, and individual performances on point. Carolina can do no wrong. It is 4 players positive. It is not even close.
I think this is the best stat line we've seen Clays to have maybe all year. That's a gut check. We'll have to check the actual stats on that as the match comes to a close. Boston with a last-ditch attempt to get involved. Beans has struggled, and TJ, this has got someone's name written all over it, and it's Snoopy. We'll see you later, boys. That will be the map.
Yeah, a 100-point club on the horizon, unless someone can make a hero play and get the last step in, but can't get it done. And Carolina, again, exacted dominance on that map. Exactly how you need them to, because for this squad, everything is on the line. You need to get these 10 CDL points to be just tied for the 8th seed. And of course, that difference is then you just have to match the other teams in league performance come major time. And Carolina have been on point in land, so they're going to feel comfortable if they can get the tie. Still, though, if they somehow lose, I mean, Boston beat our Stage 3 champions, so they are going to be a threat in this series. That means Carolina are going to have to overperform at the next major to qualify for champs. You want to avoid that at all costs. And again, the team, well, they simply want to. Plus 10 for Clay, plus 7 for Fellow, plus 9 for TJ, and plus 9 for Gwyn. If you're outslammed by 34, 35 kills, there is nothing to complain about.
No, whatsoever. 8 minutes on the dot, folks. We're rolling through this series quick. Boston, a swift defeat at the hands of the Ravens there to start the map off. I do think that might be Clay's best performance at 19-9 in a respawn. I'm not saying that in any disrespect. I remember talking to him about, you know, how the season's going so far, and as he put it, statistically, I'm not having a lot of fun, whether the wins are there or not. But as we saw in the highlights here, plenty of 3 downs. Very decisive teamwork from the Ravens. The comms are on point. They're playing together fantastically, Chance. And you said it best about TJ, and I think for the team, you've peaked at the right time. It's the last chance here to get in towards the major and to fight towards champs, and the Ravens are starting to get it going.
Yeah, it is one thing to talk about their peak, and another thing, again, they're going to have to get it done and continue to prove this, because, I mean, how many teams are right now in the race? Like Seattle and Miami have put themselves in great spots at 170 points, but that means Thieves, Vegas, Carolina, LAG, and Minnesota Rocker all within like 15 points of each other. It is going to be tooth and nail come major time, so got to make sure you execute, but of course, this is all a ways away. Still, though, got to get rid of this series too. Carolina, again, on form. Got to make sure that their SnD stays on point as well. But one of the shorter game flows we are going to see all year long. Boston, what an opening break they had when Gwyn team killed Clayster on accident. Outside of that, Carolina were perfect.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. A smooth ascent to the 250 points we saw the Ravens fly. Great stuff there to start things off. Rio coming up next. Karachi to follow that one. If we have to go the distance, we'll see if 6-star and that Karachi to close out the series even play a difference. 250 to 98 chance. What happened there? Boston sort of come out a little flat. Obviously, the match against OpTic yesterday was historic, magical, possibly pre-written, scripted, whatever you want to call it. I know the fans are upset. It was a historic performance. They've come out flat today. What's going on?
Well, a lot of their hard points, they have been struggling, right? It was surprising that they were able to win the Rio yesterday and make the comeback that they did, because generally speaking, they've just been getting slammed in the game mode. So that is effectively how the Karachi should have gone in theory. The SnD, though, on Rio might be a very different story. I know it has been one of Carolina's best maps. They were running the map for a long time and still very strong on it. But Boston did get a dominant win on it yesterday, and I know they've been building up their comfortability on that map as well. And they're showing off some good SnD gameplay as well, specifically on this map. So I think this will be Boston's best chance to get back in the series.
We'll see if they can. There's a lot of teams riding on the back of this one, hoping for a colossal failure on the part of the Ravens. No one outside of the bubble wants to see the Ravens find any success here. So we'll see how that goes. Boston, the hopes of many teams are riding on you here now. You have the chance to spoil it for at least the boys in blue on the top side of the screen. For them, though, a chance to make it to champs. Clayster, one of the most storied players in Call of Duty history. For him not to make champs, it would be a tough one. He was there technically last year. He was just on the desk. You know what I mean? Chance was different. The same, but definitely different.
Yeah, and well, TJ, not on the desk, but the same situation for the old Vegas squad. They were in the same situation that Carolina is now, where last year they had to overperform at the major. And I think the situation was they had to get like a top 3. They ended up getting like 4th. Like, they got so close to qualifying, but they just dug themselves in too big of a hole, which again, in this situation, if you don't get this win against Boston, that would be putting yourself in a hole, because right now 150 is sort of that benchmark spot, just the cutoff line for the 8th seed. And if you're having to be in a situation in the major where you have to outplace your opponents, I mean, Vegas are looking strong, Thieves are looking strong, and if OpTic, again, are towards the bottom of the league, like, that just opens up a spot for everyone to jump up a little bit higher and place a little bit better. So the point game could be out of control. Carolina, it is a necessity to get this win.
Yeah, real, absolute lives on the line here. To start the season off, I mean, it wasn't fantastic for the Ravens, but this is a strong finish for them if they can get it there. Opposite to be said for Boston. Things started off shaky, a little bit iffy, have ended terribly, aside from yesterday's performance. We'll see how it goes. But with rain comes rainbows. Shout out to, I think, Easy Mac on that one. Can they get their first back-to-back series win this season? Unbelievably difficult thing to do when you think about, you know, the way form has been. But anything can happen here, folks. Ravens versus Boston, map 2. Here we go in a Rio.
And again, strong map for Carolina, but there's been a bit of a fall off. Like, they're always still going to be competitive, but they were originally dominant on this map, and the record not kind for Boston. But an opportunity to make some plays, and I know a lot of triple flanks were coming through for Boston yesterday to play for the B site retake, and maybe that's the idea Carolina are rocking with. Yeah, Gwen and TJ just showing off their, I don't know, fancy footwork, but no one's biting on the flank. Boston is staying patient.
There's something to chew on. Gwyn throws the frag down range. To no one, though, but the explosion does draw some attention. So you managed to pull some aggro, but this is the aggro you're looking for. It's your boy, Tej. And he's going to find not a whole lot here. Clay might be able to get in there in time. Oh, the snap and the teamwork. Is it perfect? It is nearly. Tej can't save Clayster in time. So it's a 3v2, Boston down a man, and now Bean's in trouble. Major Maniac trying to reinforce, and the round is nearly over. Can Ross get it done in a single breath? All down to Beans. 30 seconds on the clock. 2v1.
And you're going to run out of breath as well. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time because Carolina just able to stabilize. And now Bean's going to have to gun 2 players, MCW close range. And I don't know if I can trust it, but 15 bullets in the clip. Not going to be enough. TJ closing that door in a fantastic round out of Carolina. The second TJ got stunned by Major Maniac, sorted down like the A Street. Instant call by Carolina. Hey, Boston are going to take this bait. Think the intel over-rotate. That is exactly what happened. They get the bomb down, take the map space. Perfectly played out of the Ravens.
Yeah, lovely work. And it's the sort of teamwork and the coverage they've got over each other in this moment. Everyone's very, very happy to take place on the map, knowing that you've got someone looking out for you. 1 round up now for the Ravens. 2 there for Tej. Snoopy's banging doors, making noise, and the Ravens are coming for this kill. Priester, he's in trouble. Desperately calling for help. Snoopy answers. What an opener here. Both teams going absolutely head-to-head.
Yeah, you are just running it down as well. Snoopy got good timing, though, to actually spot out TJ. But, yeah, Carolina, like a ghost in the night, just get out of dodge and sort of hit the reset button. And now Snoopy, yep, Shaolin, 3 players at the same time. Major, how icy can you be? It does not matter. Carolina, like a flock, flying at you. No holds bar, all gunny, and I mean, that's the way you play Rio against one of the lower seeded teams in the game.
Or you just send it like a flock of seagulls onto an open packet of thick cut chips. Fries for the Americans.
Thank you.
Devoured the Breach Boys there. Oh, the Breach Boys is kind of cool. I'm picking up bad vibes. 4 in a row for Fellow. Chance 3 for Teach.
I don't know nearly enough about the Beach Boys to make any more references, unfortunately. But another split. It's the exact same setup again. Boston been playing the idea with flanking through the A site. And this is exactly what Gwyn and TJ are going for. How ready are Boston going to be? Not nearly enough. That is the 4th time I've seen Carolina do that. And Boston, maybe not watching VOD, completely unprepared.
Major Maniac, last man up in the 1v4. Teach. Oh, can't read it. 1v3 now. Once again, they're moving together.
I mean, we're just waiting for it at the end. Clayster on the flank as well, going to be able to catch him. Freebie kill, shoot in the back, and Clayster didn't actually get it. Kill got robbed from him at the last second. Couldn't quite see who took it, but I think someone might have been on an old 5 spree there. And yeah, Felony with the final bullet, I think, or maybe the final 2. Now he gets to think about a cruise.
Thinking about it. And there's a lot of fun and games taking place here at the Ravens camp. They're really enjoying this matchup, and again, playing with a tremendous amount of confidence. It's trust in their own game, it's trust in each other. That is certainly what's getting them through this. It's a sort of a well-deserved arrogance. The gameplay absolutely backing it up. 6-1 for TJ, 5-0 for Fellow.
No action over towards B as well, but now it's the same setup. You got like Snoopy breaking open doors by the looks of it, waiting for Carolina to fly you. I guess when you have a round like that where you just swarm your opponent, Boston just going to spread the map, play for picks, and maybe pray for a mistake from Carolina. But even with this setup, when Carolina flew into it, I mean, they still broke it down. And now Carolina just get time to sort of pick it apart. They can feel out the pressure coming towards B. TJ going to wrap back potentially. As this bomb gets planted, I'm going to test their retakes, and retake that name is Cruz.
Now, here it comes. Gwyn sent in for the kill, finds at least one. And they're posted up. It's going to be a nice angle, but it's not going to land. Not too much movement. Oh no, wait, it's Gwyn with another. He's on for something special here. Major Maniac brought down by TJ. The fights have been isolated. The bomb will be defused, and Fellow gets the last one. The round done. Once again, the Ravens come to play. It's going to be 4-0.
And Felony will get a cruise missile as well. So a perfect utilization there out of TJ. At least you force them all over towards bridge. You know, they're trapped in the small slivers and sections of indoors that are available on this map. Well, Felony can do the exact same thing. So Carolina, plenty of options, and I'm still just a little dumbfounded that I watched Boston tear it up on this map yesterday and get a 6-1 win. Because right now they're just getting played.
I mean, yeah, they are getting played. They're being read in every situation, and the Ravens, whatever advantage they get, they press it immediately. They do not relinquish any sort of initiative. Boston are playing very reactionary, and there's not a whole lot they can do. They're taking one-on-one fights, and if you win it, great. If you lose it, you're in serious trouble, and that's where the Ravens press you. Once again, 2-2. Here on the split, it's the Ravens. Priest and Major Maniac playing together, but still isolated. If Major Maniac gets taken care of here. Whoa, there we go. Boston, first and second blood. We might be seeing them around here.
Yeah, Clayster bit off more than he could chew, and now Snoopy's on the hunt. Gwyn has to run for the hills.
Uh-oh.
Felony, you expect to get traded out, and yeah, Priest from the top rope. Maybe just going to help win his team this round. Gwyn, last man standing, and Snoopy knows that he pinned him back in spawn.
He pins him back in spawn. You give Gwyn a fighting chance in a 1v3 if he can absolutely mutilate a couple of players, but it's not going to be easy. Snoopy could get spotted out there. I do believe he's on the inside of the corridor.
Other side.
Oh, he's on the other side. Good. Thank God you can see. These glasses are fake. Gwyn, though.
I'm a young man, Miles. Young man.
Ain't got nothing in the world these days. Less than 30.
Who are you singing about?
All right, 20 seconds. You got me thinking about the Who now. And whereabouts is Gwyn going to get caught? And it's mid-map. Boston on the board.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gwyn, not exactly at his peak best there in that round, but nothing that he was left with in a 1 versus 3. Boston doing a great job, again, getting the kills. We've seen Boston, when they get the advantages in these rounds, do the right things. Get grouped up together, pump the brakes, don't make mistakes, and at least wait until you have intel at some section of the map before you make too aggressive of a play. But Priesta, beautiful job towards the middle of the map. Clay gets over aggressive by the steps. He picks up that kill and hunts someone down afterwards. So Boston get a little bit of a bounce back. Bad news, still have to deal with the cruise missile felony, which obviously the round before was perfectly used for a B retake, but now Carolina are just stacking it.
The boys are doing it again. They're actually sending it, but this time Priester, he's on the aggression. Priester, push it, finds one. Immediate trade out, but that's enough to send the boys in. Oh no, Snoopy gets eaten alive. TJ feasts on Snoopy and Beans. Major Maniac now, an opportunity to go wild. Can he find the 1v3? It's all down to TJ and Clay.
He's playing a little scared too. TJ has an SMG, so you got to be worried about the instant chow, but now you've just given Carolina time to reset. 50 seconds though is plenty of time, but Major Maniac hoping they make a mistake, and I think Carolina might be keeping this setup for the foreseeable future, but as you say that, TJ maybe making some moves.
Here comes the next set of moves. Bomb planted. Major Maniac takes on the two of them. Clay's going to hold that bridge. Oh, the timing's awkward. Nobody's seeing nothing. Here comes Siege. Ready for the fight and willing. And a very sort of soft smile across Fellow and Gwyn there as they know the round was theirs. Map point, Carolina Royal Ravens.
And just unfortunate for Major Maniac. I think maybe Clayster was able to catch like a cheek, maybe poking out from Major, so they knew he was in the spot. Maybe too big of a Keith Moon moment. Either way, taking advantage of the intel, perfectly timed on the trades there for Clayster and TJ, or at least the double jow, coming through. But another perfectly played round. Stacks on point. Prieste had a freebie kill on the flank, but credit to Gwyn. Just insane reaction time and shots to make sure you get the instant trade. And I mean, these guys right now, all smiles here against Boston.
Yeah, it's looking great. For the Ravens right now, it just feels like nothing can go wrong. Everything has worked out for them. 10-2 for Tej. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean game of COD. Dun, 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 dun. People think I'm just being rude, but it's actually a song.
You can't confirm that. Not in my repertoire. I think you might be making things up out there.
Pinball Wizard, how dare you? How very dare you, say Boston, as the bomb is now planted on A.
Yeah, Priest going for a flank again, so he has shown a little bit of success for the team, and you're setting up a 2-2 sort of retake on the site in Carolina. Let me tell you, turtle up and felony, he's gonna tell you everything. Motor mouth in the comms. Finds you at least one and tells you about everybody else.
He went Mach 3 to the ground. Beans down, Snoopy, last man left alive. Gunned, hopeless. As the Carolina Royal Ravens rip the heart from Boston Breach there on Rio. 2-0 in the series and an incredibly strong showing.
Yeah, this is exactly how you play against the Boston Breach, just with nothing but confidence behind you. I mean, perfect play calls on the cruise missile, and I think Felony might be the perfect guy to actually be the one delivering the comms. Every single player, he gets it out in 2 seconds flat. Everybody able to get the kills off the back of it. So super well played by Felony, and another spectacular game by TJ as well. He is 2 for 2 on the maps that we have had of getting cruise missiles and being the MVP in the game. Double-digit kills, but obviously a team effort. It was what, like 6 first bloods, or 5, excuse me, for the 7 rounds that we had. Carolina just about to do no wrong.
Perfect stuff. A quality quartet from the Carolina Royal Ravens. The 6-1 final score in Rio. 250.98, 6-1. If you're a betting man, it looks like a 3-0 in Karachi Control, though. We'll find out if that is the case. This was a nail-biter yesterday against OpTic for Boston Breach. It was a round 5 loss for them. Can they turn it around here? We know they can do it. We know they're capable. The Ravens just feel like a little bit too much right now. We'll find out how the rest of the series goes after this quick break. But for now, an absolute blinder. Chance tonight, our final match of the online season. And what a treat it has been so far. The Ravens put on a great show. We'll see how things go after this break as we play one more game of Control here. Will Boston turn it around? Will the Ravens have their way and march into the major happily? We'll find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's get it. It's time for map number 3 here in this very, very spicy series. As far as you're concerned, Chance, I mean, we were talking about it somewhat in the break. Obviously, Boston looked great yesterday, or, I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. We're going to find out if they can bounce back here and keep this run alive and kicking. Boston Breach. Desperation times now as Karachi Control is on as Carolina Royal Ravens marching happily, gleefully towards the 3-0. Very happily into that major. We'll find out. The attacking rounds chance here on a Monster Energy pregame for Boston Breach. Not ideal. 1-12.
It's not good when like you're the worst at everything in any given category. Like you want to see like maybe a 10th slip through for like something, but no, Boston have been experiencing a good deal of misery in this game mode, but maybe an opportunity to turn things around. They looked good yesterday on this map, so they are capable, but they're gonna have to play at their absolute best, and that is a good start. TJ picking up 2 in the feed, but 2 players for Boston do get out towards B. Problem is, gonna have a lot of Ravens to deal with.
I want to give the chat a lot of love. I can see all of you skirting. We appreciate you. We always do. You absolute maniacs. Some of you, though, questionable human beings. Into the zone we go. Major Maniac, I'm not lying, grabbing time. Gets himself a kill on the way in as well. Stops that clock at 109. Single stay out the way, and Beans is shooting, baby. He's got 4 kills. He's 2 away from tying his performance in map 1.
I was gonna say, I was surprised he did his poorly on Karachi originally, because this man is the dealer of death, especially in control. The man lives for it. 2 players over the back wall. Where are you gonna go? Straight into Beans' arms. You know he's getting the kills.
Absolutely disgusted turnaround from Beans. Just like that, he is alive and tooting. The more he eats, the more he's shooting. Over towards the A zone, though, Carolina go on defense here. You are able to secure only 2 segments, Boston. Good job. You get 1 at B as well. Priest is here, doing what he can, or leaves the door wide open. His silhouette against that brick wall, an easy kill. Gwyn somehow picks up 2. Snoopy caught sneaping.
Yeah, nice plays right there as well. Unfortunate for Priest, you're staring at the dumpster. The one thing you're worried about is the flank, and not enough coverage there from Snoopy to really keep him protected. So Carolina doing a nice job to stabilize, but that might have to continue, but they win the important gunfights. Gwyn and TJ keeping everything under lock and key, and I mean, frankly, an opportunity to try to jump over Priest. He wins a big one from down low and good nades just to make sure you stop the push, but it was Priesta versus the world. He did not get nearly enough help to capture this zone.
He fell. Nearly cooking. Major Maniac alive there. 5, nearly 6. Beautiful shots from Gwyn. A lovely change of pace. 30 seconds to go. And Boston have done a lovely bit of work towards A. Can they close it out here? Tej knows he has to be patient, but he can't be too patient. The zone's nearly done.
Dodge the nade, but yeah, straight into death. Major Maniac from top third, able to cover his boy. So finally, the coordination comes together. And now for 11 lives on either side in 1:20 to play with. Boston are going to have to stop the clock for at least a little bit over towards B, but they can win this 1 of 2 ways. And right now, TDM looking very likely.
Tej. Snoopy finally gets one back. He's had a bit of a tough run so far. Fast cap. 3 of them. Get in there, boys. The Ravens falling apart here. Blaze trying to play it sensibly. Gets at least 1 out of it. Slides in. Snoopy again. Major Maniac with 2. Priest are on the back line. Safe and sound. Boston take the first round.
Yeah, well, I'll be too, because they actually made pretty light work of that towards the end. It was 11-11 on the life count after they captured the A zone. It's not like they had a ton of map pressure, but then they just win every single important gunfight. So Carolina was out planning for maybe 80% of that round, but they fell apart when it was most important, and Boston happy for it.
All them smiles. I love calling this out. It's quite, you know, evil, I suppose, in the long run. But the Ravens, them smiles and them little laughs are all gone. Strictly business now. You go down a round. It can be a knock to the confidence, nothing too crazy. But speaking of confidence, it's Beans. It's 10-8 after what's been a very tough series for him. He gets brought down to the first spot there by Clayster, and here comes that Cruz with Major himself.
It's going to be a weird time to use it, though, because Snoopy already falls, and, I mean, how many players are inside? Well, only TJ, so you get a guy out of the hill, and Clayster dies by the hands of Beans, so Beans continues his path to destruction with 10 kills, and Priesta just a nuisance. The thorn in their side just going to slow him down, because right now, I mean, 30 seconds has been shaved off the clock, and Carolina don't even have a single tick.
Minute to go. Finish the tick finally at A, so that's 1 segment done. Lovely aggression there from the boys of Boston, but Snoopy unable to really help out in the fight, so Priesta goes down, and now a one-man mission in enemy lines. Clayster has been around the block far too many times. He's going to read that and take care of business. Second segment done at A as well.
Yeah, maybe an example of sort of the lack of coordination Boston can have at times. Priesta thought he had Snoopy next to him to go for the chow on Clayster. Snoopy pumps the brakes until Clayster heals up, and then he sprints into death. So not ideal coordination, and Clayster continues to enjoy gunfights against Snoopy, taking him down top red, 2 minutes to work with. And I mean, they got 3 players here. It's only the crosses that Boston are going to be shooting from.
Well, they've got someone to shoot at the very least. I've seen a lot of players at the back line. Oh, here comes the flank. Priesta gets 1 out of it. Gwyn still capping the point. Damn, son. Snoopy. Massive win. Boston stay alive.
And Felony just trying to keep the pressure away from the junkyard so they get the close side spawn. So as long as Boston don't get presence in this area, plenty of time for Carolina to play with, but aggressive setup right now for Boston. Finally in position to get some trades.
Right for it. You can slow down in a big way. Gwyn's got to hit the regen. And there's no way you make it through this hotel side without taking a hit or two or losing a player. And Snoopy's going to help out Teach. Nice work, Boston. Again, another fantastic hold. Gwyn fighting for his life at this point in time. His teammates are there to back him up, so now he knows where these guys are. He can actually get involved here. Clay brought down. And Gwyn sends it, and there you go, an opening for the Ravens.
But again, it's still like sort of that multi-step process. They're just making sure they keep the close spawns, but so much pressure up towards red, and there's the coordination from Snoopy and Priesta that you're looking for when the first gunfight, and Carolina just not really able to breathe with any opening. Felony playing with the timing. Gets up top with the pistol, and that's 2 big kills, and finally you might be able to open the floodgates. Priesta trying to slow things down, so it was Major Maniac, but gotta worry about Felony. He is in your spawn.
Major Maniac knows it, and now he's having to play the guessing game. Here come the rest of the Ravens. Makes the B zone a very dangerous place. 30 seconds to go. On board with Fellow. No, he's not lagged out. He's just waiting for it. Gwyn and Fellow take care of business. Major Maniac catches a Clayster. Whoa, a 2-piece there from the Major. That is outstanding work. That might be the round. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, what a big moment for Major, too, because you saw Felony just putting on the pressure, making things a little bit uncomfortable, but thriving under the pressure, and a strong right now control for Major as well. His respawn's definitely kicked up a bit, and with 7 seconds to go, Clayster might have to flood out and touch the point, and he's going to be able to stop it, but just barely. He's by himself. 2 kills in the feed, can't stay alive, and now Gwyn doesn't make it in time. His little legs a little bit too slow.
He's very, very strong over smaller distances. Explosive power with those little legs. It's the long range runs. That's where he falls a little short. Tough one for Gwyn there. But wonderful looks there from Boston. 2-0 here in the control.
Yeah, never forget about your cardio, right? Everybody likes the weightlifting. It feels like it's better, but heart health goes such a long way over time.
It really does. Well, time will be the problem now you face for the Ravens. You have got to turn this around. You had such confidence and such just explosive energy in the first 2 maps. You put Boston to the sword. Now in this 2-2 split for Boston Breach, can they attack and close out a 3-0 here on the Game of Control?
It's going to be a little bit tougher to get the back-to-back attacking rounds, but decent enough opening break. I mean, they're keeping track of TJ as well. So yeah, Beans picking up the flanks. So no funny business rolling through, and now Major prime position to play for some spawners, but horrible timing. It's the ladder that you have to watch, and well, unfortunately Carolina just climbed straight up and now pick up so many of the kills. You get Snoopy off the point. I mean, they were trying to solo capture Ray, and Boston so often it feels like they just leave that objective guy out to dry.
Beans back at it. Lovely shots at range there. He's looking for his 5th in a row here. Streaks would be incredibly handy. And Snoopy getting to play a little slower here. Gwyn, though, the trap was set. Lovely work. Ravens, again, an opportunity here to continue to the defensive hold. One segment done, less than a minute to play.
And Priest will now be the lone man trying to capture the A zone. Clayster knows he's going to be in the front somewhere. The angle difficult, but Clayster finds it as Beans trying to find that cruise missile. Desperate for number 6 to roll through.
Oh, Clay catches him. 21-15. Beans is very much alive and kicking here on Karachi.
I think that's the second time Clayster has gotten shot through the wall while trying to slide across like that. Priesta able to get the first one, but deja vu all over again, and the ladder continues to pay off for Carolina, winning some important gunfights to avoid getting spawn trapped.
Oh, Priesta on the fadeaway takes care of Clay. 135 to go. Over towards B. Last zone here in play. And Snoopy. Whoa! Felony! Absolutely eviscerated, but it's 3 down. Major Maniac, last man left alive, but in a good spot.
I'll tell you, that's just Snoopy special, by the way. Sometimes, like, I think he can make the occasional questionable play, and then he wins gunfights like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, he is just gross.
Yeah, that's why he got picked up. His absolute lethal skill. A young player, a lot of promise. He's definitely got a long career ahead of him. A couple of moments to tune up on here, but with shots like that, he'll do just fine. Over to Tej, whose shots have been fine in this series as well.
Yeah, and Gwyn's position has also been fine. He's been using the exact same corner. Continues to catch him off guard, and there's some teamwork as well. Major Maniac just being the bait for Priesta, gives you 2. Opens up that front door, and Priesta Trying to be cracked out on the cross against TJ, though. TJ there to win that first gunfight and ends up sliding into death. Snoopy, Major, Maniac, and Beans keeping the pressure on.
This is lovely work. Beans is still here up top, and the boys have held the front side of Hotel for so long. That position has not gone into the hands of the Ravens in a long time, and now the zone. Trouble brewing for the boys of Carolina. You've got one good break at this, lads. There's a few members now on it. Fellow cut down into the point. Oh, Clay traded out immediately. Snoopy staying alive.
Still, though, guy behind you is going to be Gwyn, and you are looking every single direction, including the right one. The dance, though, around. Maybe players spinning heads just enough for Carolina to stay alive. 20 seconds to go. Boston getting the worst spawn imaginable as well.
Here comes Beans. Doesn't get anyone out of it. They're indoors. He was hoping for a player to be exposing themselves through the window. Not going to happen. Over to Major Maniac trying to make his way forward. 6.7 the contest. Oh, it might not last for too long. Snoopy's in. Snoopy's in. Can he be brought down? Oh, the dance all over.
Oh my God.
And wipe them out. I don't believe it. This could be the map.
Yeah, that's going to be a hot 3-0. Look at those spawns. Beans caught in the cruise missile from the opposite corner of the map, and his team bought him enough time to get back in the mix. Look at that little bit of domination on Karachi Control. 2 in a row. They're on the win spree for Boston Breach.
Well, if you were a betting person, you're in trouble now. The series moves onwards. And stone faces of the Ravens after getting absolutely they're on control. 3-0 doesn't happen often, but we might have a series on our hands now, brother.
And that's like electric work as well. I mean, they were doing a really good job of just keeping up the pressure, right? Players in position to at least force Carolina to just be uncomfortable. Never able to get that space, never able to push over towards, red, let alone the junkyard to force the back spawn. And I thought for Boston, when they got that spawn, I don't know why that happens and why the switch up ever gets made, but that is worst case scenario when you're on an attacking round of Karachi. And for Boston, they just deliver. Shout out to Beans, 5,200 damage, 26 kills, and a cruise missile that only forced him indoors, but that was all that you needed.
That was outrageous. The last few moments of that game, that was something. Well, the Ravens, not good at control. Or Boston just diffy. We'll find out at the Major, of course. But speaking of the Major, some sensational plays from him. Beans as well, statistical masterclass. He ran the show from start to finish, but this was a decisive 3-0. Just over 10 minutes it took the Boston Breach to beat the Ravens into pulp.
And it was just, they really had to work for it too. Nice catches all over the place. Yeah, again, the map one that Beans had, completely uncharacteristic. Like, he has truly been a shooter. Every single map, he has been a lethal presence and definitely showed off the good stuff here. But these are the moments you can actually see some of these players on Boston spawning up in Chicken Coop. I do not know why the spawn never got unlocked for them over towards the junkyard, but even when the game was not on their side, I suppose fate was written for the 3-0 dub there on Karachi. And now officially for Carolina fans, you do have to be a little bit concerned. I know typically in game 5s you're confident against Boston, but maybe not now that they've gotten that large dopamine injection for beating OpTic yesterday. You definitely want to make sure you put them down in the hard point where you should still have a distinct edge.
Yeah, that's the scary part. I mean, we saw the performance against OpTic yesterday. Obviously, they did what they could to win the hard points. But I don't know, man. Ravens right now, 68 was a bad scoreline. 6-star has not been terribly kind to Boston whatsoever. I don't know. We'll find out how things goes. But with Beans back in form, and this has been a wonderful warm-up. You know, that last map was sensational from him. We could be seeing a bit more signs of life here from Boston. It's been tough to be a Boston fan. I'm seeing tweets from the org themselves and fans, all sorts of places. How difficult and how fantastic yesterday was to come into today and have such a tough 2 first maps. But this series could absolutely go the distance. That man on the lower right-hand side of the screen, Beans, an absolute warrior in that last one. Can he keep it going?
And the 6-star output going to be incredibly important as well, because obviously with the new changes rolling through, only 4 hills on the map, and you are active on this map as well. Gunfights are going to be constant. Need to make sure you're on point, and while Beans is going to be shooting on one side, definitely looking for the bounce back from Fellow on the other. Of course, map 1 versus map 4. Incredibly slow start there for Boston in the map ones, and that's where Carolina thrive. However, Carolina slowed down as the series goes on. And I know part of this can be a team A, team B sort of situation of do you get your map pick and where do you get it in the series, but not for 1 and 5, not for a record like that. Carolina, very important. They do not let the same sort of tails slip because game 5s have been their biggest issue.
Well, don't forget, folks, again, the drama continues today. Not only do Carolina need to win this series to get a chance to the winner's bracket, but the New York Subliners have got to put the LA Thieves in a body bag for that to happen as well. So lots on the line here for the Ravens. They're going to play their part, and then they leave the rest up to fate. We'll find out what fate has in store for them in the final series of today. The final series of the online MW3 qualifiers. My gosh, it's grown up so fast. We say goodbye to the pool hill, all sorts of fun stuff. Crazy. I mean, the 4 hard points of the map chance. It breezes by, doesn't it?
Yeah, you really do feel this is kind of like an endurance map in my mind. Not nearly as extreme as some that we've had in the past, but you're definitely going to have to be ready constantly on this map for every gunfight. As Boston playing things distant, and Gwyn, my word, do they love the team kills at the start of hardpoints.
He does love it. I mean, that's 2 in a row. That's not easy to do. The nice thing is when he gets it, if you watch his player cam, he doesn't react. He just keeps going. It's not even like maybe he's hitting a my bad G or something, but who knows. Over to Fellow into the point. Trades are there. Again, this bar hard point is a very, very spicy one indeed. Lots of angles to cover. Clayster goes in. Clayster might be able to get a kill. Or he won't. Beans back at it.
Might or might not, and now you're worried about getting cut off as well. Gwyn gives you one. Actually, never mind. Felony gives you 2 from the background, and now it's the last man standing. It was Priesta. Could have made a dent. Instead, you get the clearance, but of course, all 4 players for Boston spawn up at the new time, and their holds on this map. Boston has been their biggest theme of success. Need one right now.
Wins, big wins over there by P1, straight to P2 we go, and Beans on it. Another 2-piece from him, 5 and 1 to start the hard point off. That's what you want. Oh, another one. Wow. And Clay manages to play it a little slow, a little safe, gets his, and lovely angle there on a Major Maniac on the edge of the pool. The Fellow there to pick up his. Nice work. Ravens are in.
Yeah, and they just completely ran over him. Shades of the Rio, where Carolina effectively just sprinting at you, and Boston holds on this map have been good. Not right there. Just instantaneous on the break, and you're going to have to flood through this front door and just pray that you win the gunfights, but you're not going to be able to. Gwyn, perfectly timed flank, picks up 2, shuts the push down, and maybe the only good news for Boston in this situation, they spawn up at the new time, or at least most of them do.
Well, Gwyn might be a man of faith, but absolutely a man of action with those kind of kills. 5 and 4. Clay once again finding the better of Major Maniac in the AR fights, be it long range or up close. Now 2v2 on the new hard point. Clay gets in. Whoa, Fellow finds it as well. So now aggression from the Ravens. Can they press forward? And can Tej on the flank go grande? The answer is close enough. You'll take it. 4 down.
And that, I mean, Boston, they're just taking bad chows to die before the hill pops, and then players spawning in the back and just opening up the floodgates through the front. Boston, again, not a good hardpoint team. They have very much been struggling, and Carolina right now just capitalizing. If not for the bad opening breaks where they team-nade, Carolina effectively had not made a stake in either hardpoint so far.
Fantastic. 20 seconds to go here on P3. Over to the statue. Our last hardpoint in the set. Gwyn, he is playing like a absolute rabid animal. As soon as he gets given the call that somebody's weak, he's on top of it. Rotation done. Felony's in position. Ooh, the battle over by security done. Major Maniac walks away with that. So a little bit of a discourse here, chance in the lines of the Royal Ravens. See if they can hold it all together.
Oh, yeah, Priestley trying to flank. You had every single Carolina player ready for that in that moment. So that's going to be the start of the break. Completely shut down there for Boston. And the next section might get broken down as well. Good extra damage done by Clay. It's going to slow Beans down inside of you, and Felony ready for the pressure in the front, but TJ not. Gets caught reloading, and Beans on the heel. Able to get the kill on the cross. Boston finally with the break. Able to breach through and get some time.
3 clean in the feed. Boston breach. Hard point in their hands. Trying to mount the comeback, and they've done it before. Over to Clay, trying to find something through the middle. Fellow there to back him up. Snoopy up close. Perfect spot for him to be in. Sends it. Gets his kill. Clay now down by that long elbow. Able to get 1 out of it, but that is going to be all you get. First hard point is a bit of a break. Set as we go around. As the break comes through, Ravens still with a solid lead going back to bar.
And love a little play towards the old time as well. Clayster getting active to drag attention one direction. Gwyn goes for the flank and picks up 2. So again, awareness on point for the Ravens, and on the rotation, the awareness continues to be on point. TJ wins a key gunfight towards you, and now Major Maniac going to be spinning in circles, just gets caught as the contest time begins to roll through. But Boston trying to hold this off with a man down. Gotta win the extra gunfights for the moment. It is trades back and forth, but looks like Carolina, at least briefly, gonna be coming out on top.
They fell over the Renettis. They managed to win theirs respectively, but you don't manage to get the player off of time. The benefits of the bar hard point. Now the Ravens reinforce, looking to plow Boston on the way towards P2's. Clay hitting a big old wrap, and Snoopy with a lovely 2 to break it with 20 to go.
Yeah, bad news, you lose the time. Good news, you get the spawn. So maybe Carolina using that investment to attempt to play the long game. But this is still fantastic scrap time for Boston to be getting. I mean, final 20 seconds, and maybe you get some of these entry kills as the hill pops. But I think Beans going to be back down just enough. And you see the kill feed. Beans is going to have absolutely no help, and easy cleanups there for Carolina. Looking to hold this at a 60-point lead as the hill pops.
Yeah, it's maintaining the lead as well that Ravens have done such a lovely job up here. Breach not necessarily out of the fight, but they don't seem to have the legs to catch up. P2 should be a good one. Can they hold on to it? It's Gwyn. He's the one causing problems right now. From the pool side, again, Priest a little too ambitious. Snoopy mostly sends it. Gwyn with another. That's going to be a 5 spree, 1 off the cruise.
Yeah, these guys just not able to buy each other anytime. They do such a good job to actually win the gunfights to make the break, and then they throw their lives away and get broken right back. Maybe good news off spawn. Just going to run it down straight back into the point, but it is only Snoopy by himself on the hill, and Glaciers already got him tagged up. A nade there to help with the damage, but again, scrap time can go such a long way, and make no mistake, the final 15 seconds, not too bad for Carolina to get. But Snoopy's just piecing them up along the way. This is Snoopy at his finest.
This is lovely work. Snoopy putting on a show for the Boston fans. One more. Gets some cruise. No, Clay reads it. Takes care of business. That's going to be the kiddie pool closed now. Clay puts up the tape. You're not coming in, son. But Gwyn, he's going to send that cruise right on in towards this new hard point. Major Maniac. Gone. Beans doing what he can to keep the hard point safe. Snoopy backs him up there as well. So, cruise used. No good.
Well, you at least get the back spawns, and you got number 4, Gwyn, cutting off 2 spawners. So Boston gonna have to hold down this hill in a 2 versus 4, and not an easy thing to do. Carolina, the initial trades on point. You're looking for the final man, though, and it's Snoopy again. Spinning heads, doing just enough. They do shut the push down, and I mean, after Carolina, you might get spawn trapped. Boston might have a route back in this game.
Oh, this is not bad whatsoever. We are doing it. Snoopy dragging the boys through. Spinning heads, splitting wigs, and trying to get the rotation to new as well. The problem, TJ's there, as his fellow. They've got that lockdown for now. An interesting moment here, though. Chance again, the pinch is on. Both angles covered. Beans, beautiful shots onto the second. Hard points up. Only 2 members of the Ravens in position. The Boston Breach boys fighting desperately to get back into this. Let's go for a listen in.
Nice, I got one shot. Sit down. No, I can. There's guy. That's the last guy. I'm coming to you guys. I'm lobby. You're gonna be off floating. I'm trying to take Charles, Ben. I'm trying to. Lobby on me. Push me. Water. Lobby. 2 lobby. Have you. You weak. I'm getting down. I'll get our side. Face me. I have you. No, you're not secret. Oh, you. Are you then? Stay set. Nice. Last guy's old. I heard you. Last guy's you. I'll get you. Zombie. Watch him in long round. I'm out the mid stairs. I think you. Zombie stairs. I'm on shot. I'll come. Get done. 4. Nice. Get on water on spawn. Get in the setup. I'm gonna get you. I'll get water. Come on, you. I've got you now. Holding lobby, I think, guys. Yeah, lobby on me. I got help right. One more lobby. There's 2 right, I think. 2 right. Go in the follow. Last 2 right. They're gonna be I got a shoot. Left side mid, go in. I saw one lobby. Come on, guys. One more lobby. We have over you. Stay stage. I'm playing. Yeah, watch her on you. Hop over you. We're together right. We're together right.
They can be front.
I'm about to name hold you front. I'll see you. I'll see you. Lay down. They're gonna me front. I gave you up my best.
The Ravens simply cannot handle Boston Breach chance. They've managed to walk away with the lead, and they're 50 from the win.
And this is why it's dangerous to get ahead of yourselves. The first two maps were a thing of beauty from Carolina, but here they are. If you go into a game 5 against Boston, you're going to be shook, you're going to be terrified, and right now, they just do not have an answer.
Oh.
Well, you're big enough, Tej, but he's been getting handled. An important moment for Carolina to break this hill, but Snoopy on the flank continues to fry. As long as his teammates get the trades, I think Boston maybe have done just enough to be a nuisance. Still 25 seconds left. You want to get this time.
You definitely want the time, and that's a big lineup. Tej finds 2.
Okay.
Snoopy on the break, or nearly a lineup of his own, but Clayster walking on sunshine, and whoa, Beans another one. Unbelievable. No win here, though, to be found. To the bar we go. Boston, can you do it?
Gwen getting an aggressive kill as well, so that's going to be Major Maniac. Welcome back to his spawn and a hike across the map. Snoopy, though, here's the cruise missile. Does he wait for his teammates to get into position? Absolutely not. We're calling it in immediately.
Send it. The boys are on the run now. Clayster stays alive, so under the smoke, though, that's what you're going to have on the hard point. A very difficult guessing game now begins. Nades up. Gwyn, Tej find their kills. Oh my god, TJ over the top. It's Snoopy, though, on the pinch, late to the fight, but not necessarily over yet. Chance. Another hit. Here we go.
Oh, no, this is just painful, though. Everybody's going to have to flood in one by one. This is bad news for Boston, but maybe an unfortunate angle. Gwyn gives you one and a stun to slow the next player down, but the 1v1 gunfights, it looks like Carolina coming out on top. Snoopy, last man standing, can't get it done. We were big enough teams that we mocked him for this game. Look at him now, 5 spree. Carolina are going to take the lead.
Oh, they've taken the lead. The rotation, though, finally won by Boston Breach over towards Statue. This is it. It's going to be a photo finish. Ravens need the break here. Streaks in the back pocket, and it's Clayster. He finds his way in. The contest. Major Maniac 1. Can't get any more. Clay can't find his. Tej 7. Tej. Oh! Snoopy wins it. Hard point Boston.
Yeah, here comes the cruise missile, though. TJ off spawn, instant investment. How quickly can your teammates get in position? Gwyn going to be full flanking. Priest is going to be ready for it, so how good are your comms? Should be able to get one. Snoopy's going to fall. 2 players underground, but you got Gwyn losing the flank battle. Now it's all guns forward.
I know where Beans is as well. He's been red. There's the contest. The battle continuing here, a 2-second game. Priest on the top. Beans taken care of now, all eyes forward. Oh no, Snoopy on the sneaky flank. He's causing problems. Snoopy finds a few more. Clayster with 2. Clayster with 3. Hard point, Ravens.
And this is enough for the win. It's enough for the win. Beans doesn't know. He does get him off their time. He picks up 2. Opportunity, Boston. You got to flood in and contest just for 2. The cutoff bend, though, with Carolina. Get it done. 10 CDL points collected. Job ain't finished, but for online it is. Carolina ending on a strong note.
What a strong finish from the Ravens. And it is a head scratcher from Boston. Moments of brilliance. Another sensational comeback, but not quite enough to close out this one. And it was that man, Clayster, with an unbelievable 3 to secure it. All bases covered. If you got the guy in you as well, the final player there, that would have been an absolutely historic moment for Clay this late in the career. Beautiful work there from the Ravens. 3-1, the final score, an extra 10 points and 1/2 of their miracle move towards the winner's bracket complete. They just need the Thieves to lose now.
Yeah, and it's never fun when you're having to prey on other people's downfall or just like hoping things fall into place. But as far as controlling your own fate at the tail end, Carolina did everything they could do. And at least now we know come major time, it is going to be an absolute foot race for this final few spots to roll in for champs. So Carolina getting active and a solid game there from a few different players. Gwyn was carrying them at the start, but you see the damage output, and obviously Clayster popping off towards the end, making sure that he keeps his chances of getting back to champs alive.
Brilliant work. The game flow there, we will not be seeing him at 5, which I'm sure Boston would have absolutely loved. But Karachi will be put into the could have been pile now. Great stuff there. 250, 239, the final score of the the final match of the online season for both of these teams, and the Ravens very, very happy with that result. The series started off absolutely wonderfully for them, unable to do anything on that Karachi control. That's certainly something they should be worried about, I think, going into the major chance. A 3-0 like that, very, very ugly indeed. But that 6-star, kudos to them. They clutched up when they sorely needed it. Well, my friend, MW3 season online's finished for us. I'll see you in Burbank, mate.
It's going to be a good time. Very much looking forward to it, Miles.
Can't wait, folks. That's it for myself and Chance. We'll see you on land. Well, we will be biased, and we will have a great time. It's back to the desk.
Thank you, Miles, and please don't cut your hair between now and Burbank. We got to jump right into the analysis from this one. Alley Cat, did you see it coming?
Yeah,
you did.
absolutely.
Did you see it being a 3-1, though, for Carolina today?
Definitely, just because Carolina has shown a lot of glaring weaknesses. I feel like throughout this qualifier, they haven't gotten any clean series, and this one was also kind of anything, but it was a horrid control. But Carolina hasn't shown a lot of strength there. Boston, if they did have any strength, it was in that game mode. But that map number 4, man, when you get a lead like that for the Carolina Royal Ravens, this is something they've been struggling with, is just kind of choking these huge leads they build for themselves and kind of pushing things down to the wire. But shout out to Clay and the huge 3 kills at the final P1 here to make sure to solidify that win. It was a lot of clutch play.
Yeah, I was looking here at the overall scoreboard name. It looked like P2, P3, Royal Ravens were pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean,
that time Boston took over control.
Yeah, I mean, on that first rotation, like the P3 was just excellent out of Carolina. You saw like the pinch come in, they get a majority of their time there. And then later on, like Carolina, I could see what the vision was. Gwyn picks up the streak, right? And he's the guy sort of playing the cutoff mid map, and they call the streak in while the rest of the Carolina members go around back on that last rotation P3. He gets the kill with the streak, but from there, just not enough trades come in on the side of the Royal Ravens, which then kind of just turns into Boston 3-hill spread where they just got so much time. Majority because of Beans on the statue, and then they transition that into Snoopy finding kills left, right, and center on P1. They came back into that game, but Carolina, man, they had to dig deep. They had to be patient here at the very end, and Clayster, the vet, gets it done with the big 3 kills on that final O.
Congratulations to Carolina. Their champs' hopes still alive. Their spot in the winner's bracket will be decided as we have our final match coming up. LA Thieves taking on the Subliners. But as we recap Boston here, who had the big day? It looked like a very slow start for Beans. He dropped 6,300 damage that final game. Snoopy had a big game 4.
Yeah.
Who did you like from Boston today?
Honestly, I kind of like Snoopy. I knew that he knew that this was one of his last opportunities to sort of turn up and leave a statement, and he played really good in that game 4. Some big moments in the control as well. And honestly, even in their win yesterday versus OpTic Texas, Snoopy he disappointed, like in his individual play. So he needed a bounce back today. I thought he did.
Good bounce back for Snoopy, and an even better bounce back for the Royal Ravens. They stop the losses. They pick up a much-needed dub, and big thanks to this man's performance. TJ dropping some bombs across the series alley. How impressive were his numbers?
Very impressive. TJ, I think, has just been impressive during Stage 4 qualifiers in general. I feel like we haven't seen him this consistent on any basis. So this game has certainly been extremely kind to him. This team has been extremely kind to him. I just can't wait to see what Carolina Royal Ravens are able to do come major time.
A 3.3 in search and destroy. Is that where he's most crucial to his team, or do you think it's the respawns?
I mean, yeah, definitely in search, but I feel like honestly everywhere. I mean, Gwyn has sort of been up and down throughout this stage, you know, like averaging the least damage in terms of hardpoint up until this point, but he had a big one in the game 4. But TJ's just been Mr. Consistent for these guys this entire stage. And, you know, in that search and destroy, you could tell the first bloods were a focus for them. They've dropped all the way down to, I think, 10 throughout this stage. Well, they found 5 of them to Boston's 2, so improvement for Carolina.
Joining us now on our Monster Winner Spotlight, we welcome back to the show Clayster. Clay, you look great in the chain. You guys looked great on the stage, at least at the start here for map number 1. Talk me through this series because you guys came out hot out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Boston Breach series. I'm glad we were able to get some of our Breach bucks this year because a lot of these other teams have gotten like 30% of their CDL points from them. So it's nice to get a little 10 on the board there. Beans has been chirping in lobbies and scrims all year long. This guy just really can't shoot against me. I think he had like 7 kills through 2 maps or something. I mean, it's pretty insane. It was a pretty easy match. I'm glad we won it. We needed the 10 points and on to the major.
Haymakers only. I love it today.
Clay, you made the clutchest play of the entire series in that map number 4 by the end, able to connect on to 3. I want to ask you, you know, as a veteran, you've been in these situations before where teams kind of just out of nowhere in the middle of the map start a run. Boston Breach did that to you guys in map 4, but you had a very, what looked like slow, everybody on the same page, final push there on that P1. Who was kind of the first voice of reason to be like, hey guys, like we got to chill out, slow down, be on the same page and make this happen?
Usually it's me or Tyler, but I want to say it was actually TJ in this series. He kind of midway through that 6-star was like, yo, let's focus up. Let's start rotating. Let's hold a hill. And thankfully they got 2 streaks, and I'm really happy that we had the streaks because it ended up mattering quite a lot. Yeah. Spawns started getting crazy. We were layering on each other over and over, and it was just mixy. It felt like a war that last map.
It was.
Clay, congratulations on the win. That much closer to getting that top 8. You guys are going to have to do it at the major. But I want to ask you about control. You know, obviously last stage, Highrise was giving you guys so much trouble, and then we see you come in and play Karachi here. Not much success. Where do you feel like your control's at? What do you have to do to get over the hump?
You know, it's just we need a little more Hawk 2 in our gameplay, I think. And I think our control just really lacks a little bit of Hawk 2. So really just focus on that going into the major, and I think our control will be fine.
Hey, Clay, what do those tattoos on your fingers mean?
I think I got 3 world championships, Bucket.
Is there a chance we see you competing for a 4th?
I pray to God, please. I need to make it.
If not, I always got a spot for you on the desk, but we hope to see you on the stage. Congrats on the win today. You keep the hopes alive.
I know you're about to be watching Thieves.
We'll see you guys.
You're about to be locked in. Are you guys going to group watch it?
Thieves, no, we're huge Thieves haters right now.
Haters, yeah. Subliner fans.
Yeah,
bring out the old yellow jersey.
We're watching that, so let's go Subliners, baby. Come on, Paco.
Come on, Paco. That is Clayster. That's our Monster Winner Spotlight, and that is a big dub and a little bit of relief for the Royal Ravens.
Oh, yeah.
But now the pressure is on everybody else, Allie.
Yeah, the pressure now is, you know, on LA Thieves, seeing if they can beat the New York Subliners, who, again, have been surging. And as far as points come, the LA Thieves aren't going to move. They're going to stay at 7th. The only place they could go up, but for the Carolina Royal Ravens, this loss is huge for them, as they're only 5 points behind.
That is your overall standings right now as they break the 140-point bubble. They're now up at $150 with Las Vegas Legion. Legion, though, already with 4 wins. Carolina done at 3-4. And you can see the teams that are highlighted, they are locked. Everyone else can still move up and down based on what happens here with the Subliners and LA Thieves.
It's going to be interesting, man. LA Thieves, they just need to come out. They need to get this W right now. Leave anything to chance, and I can't wait to get this series going.
Thank you for joining us up to this point. We have the last match of our Major IV Qualifiers, the final battle from the Columbus studio coming up next when we return. LA Thieves, New York Subliners, lock in.
Tape out. No, deberíamos. Ahora en la izquierda, tío. Me dio una en la izquierda, no ahora, están por medio. Pícalo.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SnD just so.
Long, I have the door push.
Okay,
wait. Stay long. I have the door. Use your 2 front door. Let's get front door. Let's get front door. Nice job. Let's get late. Long. Get down. Oh my god. Man, let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you. God. Oh my god. Holy fuck. You just to the staircase. You're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I have to push up. Yeah, you just push. Dead. Umbrellas. And just don't line up with me. I had no ammo, bro. Dude, that's so tough, bro. I had no ammo, bro.
In cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Nice, man. Stay on. Just lay it. Live.
I can help. I can hold the front. I can hold the front. You're good. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front.
Let's get in time. Bust up that.
Absolute front.
London. Nice.
Boys, holy
That P5 was so me neither. That P5 was
No.
I'm too weak. One more. Weak. Get killed. Back on it. There's two. You can refill your secret in a second. She's one more back door. I know your secret. Back door.
One shot.
Holy
Eric.
Last one. Nice, Eric.
Good story, man.
You can't kill me. What the frick?
What the
I have a streak.
Trying to make ends, I don't wanna make amends, and I came to the lens.
I mean, seriously.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm turning up to the sky. Yeah, I go up till I get right. I ain't feeling trip till I get by. Yeah, I'm going up to the top, Dubai. If you think I'm playing, just know it's on side. What you on? Hit you with the more tight. You don't kick till your dome, bitches on sight. Try to walk in with the limelight. I come up with the kush right. You know better than a shot right. Man, what is it?
Yeah, I'm
looking. Yeah, I'm coming in, feeling super saiyan. Oh my God, you think you was it? Use a little. Yeah, I'm coming in. Stop playing. What the you talk about? What you saying?
Welcome to the final qualifier match. Huge shout out to our entire production team here in Columbus, Ohio. It has been a blast, and it is a hot one here during the summer. We're closing it out with a potentially super hot series. Is it going to be a swift 3-0, or are we going the distance as LA Thieves take on New York Subliners? If you're just joining us, this matchup has huge implications, and not just for LA Thieves. Carolina is waiting to find out if Subliners can help them get into the winner's bracket come Burbank.
Yeah, the biggest focus right now is going to be on LA Thieves. They do not want them to win this series and move up in the rankings for the sake of moving towards champs. On the flip side of things, though, for LA Thieves, they've been on the up during this qualifier. Their search and destroy has been really strong, but they struggled against the top teams like Atlanta, Toronto, and like against Carolina. But they're coming off a win versus the Vegas Legion, where the most impressive was definitely their hard point and their respawns looked flawless.
Now, Nameless, I think Kremp has definitely stepped up his game recently from what I've seen. What have you liked from this LA Thieves camp?
Yeah, I've liked Kremp. You know, that's kind of one of my points to piggybacking off of the search and destroy. I feel like he lost that 1v1 to Real, and he took that personally. I mean, the man's got a 1.41, number one in the league in search and destroy throughout stage 4, and that's been their backbone, man. 6-2 in the game mode. The hard point's been a little bit up and down, but they're back in control as well. They're playing Invasion once again, which I'm happy to see. We saw them get the 3-0 win with the huge attacking round that they got versus Las Vegas. So for LA Thieves, they're feeling pretty good. Good enough to beat New York? I'm not sure. They're 2-6 map count against them on the season.
On the other side of this matchup, we do have the Subliners. You mentioned the Subliners have had the edge previously, but this squad came out of the gates quite slow. It was a 2-2 start before improving to 4-2, and now they have a chance to get their 5th win of the stage and lock up the number 3 seed. That's what's on the line if you're a Subliner fan, and let's take a look at the maps that they chose to play LA.
Again, we see Evasion in the series. LA Thieves feeling much more comfortable on it as of recency bias, but you can't knock out New York Subliners in that map mode either because they prefer Invasion, and it hurt them when that hard point got vetoed out. So now we're going to be spawning in Vista, that map number 1. I'm looking towards the fact that New York Subliners are going to love that map number 1.
Nameless, do we go to a game 5?
No, I think New York closed this out 3-1. Personally, I feel like their Vista has been getting a lot better, playing it throughout the stage. Invasion's good, so I think a lot of opportunity for them to get early maps.
All right, let's make it official as the Scuff pick'ems come in. Nameless already voiced his opinion. He is going with New York as he tries to make it a $146 before we get to Burbank. Alley Cat, are you going with Dan Ghosty today?
I'm not, unfortunately. Me and Anna are going to have to settle this at Burbank. I'm going to go with New York Subliners.
The Carolina fan club is going crazy here on the desk. We're all cheering for a New York Subliner
I think that
win,
scares
and the
them.
fans are as well. Let's send it to the caster. Shift study, please give me one more Game 5.
No.
We're going to try our best. That definitely feels like both these two teams coming into this matchup have very similar opportunities, not only in the map set, but I think there's also been a lot of moments throughout this qualifiers where we've seen greatness from LA Thieves. Maybe a couple of, you know, obstacles for New York, even though they do find themselves in that third place position right now in the overall Stage 4 qualifier standings.
Yeah, you're feeling good, though, if you are New York, because when they needed to show improvements was in the hard points, in the fundamentals. They were always great when you talk about the rotation, but so far throughout this stage, in every single map, their whole percentage went from 8th to 2nd overall. The only thing, though, that's going to cause them problems is that on Vista specifically, they are still 10th. So they are struggling in whole percentage. You need to fix that here.
Absolutely the case. But again, the moments we've seen from New York definitely give us the insinuation that these guys could be a major threat come the major. So here we go. Right on in towards Vista. P1. Nice route opening things up for Hydra. Actually keeps Thieves completely away from the opening time. Follow-up, though, for Kremp and Ghosty is good. And the Thieves find a way to re-break almost immediately.
Yeah, that's a good break to work your way back in with still 30 seconds to fight for here at P1. You have a route being hit from Kismet to potentially find an opening for his teammates. He wins the one-on-one gunfight, cannot find the second, but your teammates now should have the man advantage to break their way back on in.
And that's exactly the case. Again, when these SMGs start to circle and swarm like this New York team looks absolutely deadly. And now the quick rotation back down over towards P2. Unfortunate little team stun takes Hydra out of the picture, so it does stretch out this New York setup just a touch. Kismet down low, though. Good pickup, and that will be enough to open up the early time here for New York.
Yeah, it's going to be Kismet, but it's Kismet by himself, so he's going to be stuck between every single player from the LA Thieves, able to execute onto him. And now, hold on to this P2 hard point. New York, though, they're doing a great job of just keeping it scrappy. They didn't have the numbers advantage, but Sib, who's been playing out of his mind all throughout this stage, he finds a double for New York to work their way back in.
Yeah, really slow start for Nasty and Kremp here. Just a 3 and 10 combined for them. So it really has just been on Joe and Ghosty to get things going here for the Thieves. And like you mentioned, kind of the chaos that the subliners are able to provide over the top of P2. They are finding a way to dominate in the kill feed. And this is really, really big time for New York. Not just over P2, but they're already making moves over towards the left side of the map for 3 as well.
Yeah, LAT, they're going to swallow all the way across the map. You do not want this situation to be upon you. So you need to find this break for the final 10. You're not able to get the kills to do so, and still Hydra contesting around the middle of the map. A 12-4 start, but Subliners coming out swinging as they're going to be late off this rotation to new, but they have the spawns to break early.
I mean, it's maps like this where you look at Hydra and you say, I mean, come on, how do you guard this guy? He is everywhere doing everything, even chasing down kills at low HP, but Joe Deceives gets a little bit of team help, and that is enough for his double. And with that, the Thieves can threaten from the front. New York still spawning close, still looking to set up their break.
Yeah, they're just waiting too. I love the patience right now out of the Subliners to execute as a complete unit. They find every single kill in the feed. Sky finds a double. And now you're going to allow players like Kismet and Hydra to get a little bit more farther pushed up on the map. Just creating those layers, making it more difficult for LA Thieves to even think about a break.
I mean, this has been blinding speed for New York. I know at times, especially when you look to the middle of the season, the criticisms around New York have always been around, can they actually put together an SMG line that not only plays quickly, but plays together? And then on the same front, how much criticism was there about Sid possibly playing a little bit too slow in the mix of what the SMGs are doing? But when they play like this, they look like one of the best teams, if not the best respawn team of the game.
Yeah, this is the perfect way to make sure you're in that form going into the end of the year, where everyone is firing on all cylinders. We know that the Subliners, obviously being world champions of last year, that they have the chemistry. It just took a little bit of the time for Sim to get more comfortable, but I feel like now, with Major IV, with Champs coming around the corner, he's been playing lights out already at 11-5.
Yeah, I mean, this has been absolutely absolutely incredible for New
Hello.
York, and it's not slowing down. The quick cleanup on the Thieves, trying to set up around the back. You've even got Hydra reading spawns along the backside of the old time at 3.
Damn!
Is absolutely destroying LA Thieves. 100-point game. Scrap time going to be contested, but only for a small moment. And New York is absolutely doing what Carolina want them to do. Need to see something here from the Thieves.
So you need a hold, and you need it now.
Well, the setup looks good to start. Nasty's double gives a little bit of separation, just a moment to breathe here for LA. Trophy systems also getting placed up top towards P1. Nasty, Kremp working on that location together. Really good start here for the Thieves. New York largely trying to hit this kind of through mid and around the back, but LA have gotten a really solid read on this. Can't quite capitalize on the kills in front of them, but so far so good in terms of the opening 30 seconds. Now it's just holding off the final approach. New York with numbers will find a bit of a break, and LA want to try to keep pressuring.
And that's another break where the subliners just were super patient on that team push. They hold down the middle of the map. They wait for 2 kills to go in their favor before they strike. So they're able to break in with about 25 seconds left. They're going to walk away with the final time, and still going to be in the lead by 100 points. But now on the second half of this game, LAT, they need to flip the switch and flip it quick. They need this P1 to P2 chain.
And it's a good start, Jay. This is exactly what you need. Even the cleanup kills, kind of staggering out New York, just not allowing them to get the full concentrated approaches. This is how you can start to really dig into this deficit. You can even see also Nasty kind of holding down this mid staircase. So New York are going to be really bottled up trying to hit. But so far, the kills are just as good as you would have expected if they were able to find multiple points of ingress. Kremp not able to find an angle. He's outside the play now, and all of a sudden New York have found a way to get in.
Yeah, they found a way to get in, and they are also finding kills in the feeds to still hold on to it. Now Kremp, who's been alive for quite some time around this P1 hill, finds himself on 3 in a row, wins the gunfight on the pinch versus the Civ. And now you just have to find this kill on the Kismet, but he's not even peeking.
Ghosty just doing what he can, but like you said, Kismet's just staying down, soaking up hardpoint time. Ghosty eventually has to try to make the play. Staying alive, slips past Civ, and that's enough for Jodecius to come out and save the day. Okay, still a 100-point game. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but a good moment here for Thieves, going from 5 to 1, and maybe a chance with kills to possibly open up the P2 as well.
Oh, this is perfect because they were able to flip those spawns right before that new hill pops, but Civ, the guy who just has an unbelievable series every time he plays against the Thieves, he averages a 1.5 KD. He finds a triple for New York to work their way back in.
I mean, that is just a momentum killer for the Thieves.
100%.
All of a sudden puts himself on 4. You've got a zone in front of the hard point, and New York, once again, not just winning on the hill, they're trying to win on rotation as well.
And now with 30 seconds left, this is all the time that you want to fight for if you are the subliners with the lead that you have. Civ, unfortunately, is going to fall again on 5 in a row, so no cruise missile going to be earned. But when you have such a lead the way that you do, you're going to hit that early rotation with a lot of time still remaining on that old hill. I don't know if LAT are going to be prepared for the plays coming in from the subliners.
Yeah, things looking really positive here for New York. Hydra continuing to still shred, and late into the game, we'll see how the subliners are coming with the late New York subliners. Listen it.
Got this Kremp. Dark Pillar's absolutely new. Where'd you? What's behind me, Burger? Nice. I'm looking P1. Flip. Behind me, Burger. I forgot behind me, Burger. I don't have anything. You can be patching. I'm watching my back steps. No one short. Weak. 2 more short. One shot got steps and one guy needed me from Cat. He's Dark Pillar's behind the bar.
Yeah, he's front time. He's front time.
P1. Dark Pillar's nasty.
Dark Pillar's?
Yeah. I'm only P1.
Dark Pillar's
P1 dead, Kremp. I'm easy. I have P1. Yeah, hold P1. I got your mid. I got a grill. That's one. P1. Man, one shot. That's one.
The last guy. I'm blocking him.
I'm shotting him. Dead. Nice. Block. Yeah, this one. Yo, behind you. Help me P1.
Yeah, I blocked that. We're good.
2 on you. Yeah, this is 3 P1. They're going tower. Whatever. Fine. Close right. Close right behind it. 2 got step one time. I need the back. I need the back. Just wait. Deep Joe, one shot. Absolute Joe in the back. Yeah. No one tower steps. He's on time. Tower, one shot. No one's there. No in the back. All P2 spawns. All the back, one shot dead. I have time. One shot goes right. I have time. Help me. One shot goes right. Top and bottom. I have top. I have my chow here.
Every shot.
I have the bench. Nothing. They're all front. All front.
Weak with time front.
Stay alive.
Well, Thieves are fighting, man, but I don't know if there's anyone tall enough to fight up against Hydra when he is gunning like this. 3 in a row, right over the top of the final moments. Nasty's nade does keep things a little bit more interesting, but it's a mild consequence at this point. New York all over the Vista here, Jay.
Yeah, this is unbelievable plays right here from the subliners. Not a map that has treated them fairly well as of recent, but just to come out and dominate the way that they have, now only needing 2 points. You're going to hit that early rotation over towards P5. Your team is fully set up. You're finding kills around the middle of the map. Yeah, that's map 1.
Yeah, that's absolutely an unbelievable way to start if you're a New York fan. I mean, it's just, it feels like every time we have, and maybe not even just this map, but any quick quarters map, Hydra's doing that. I mean, we're through 2 hills and he's already got 15 kills. I mean, he is just everywhere. But to see Sib, like you mentioned, he has had a great stage to this point. For him to be that active and play more like a flex than just a second AR alongside Skies, it feels like that dichotomy between Hydra playing aggressive, Skies in the back line, Kismet and Sib are almost right next to each other, it feels like almost all the time, and that flexibility has made this New York respawn look really deadly at times.
Yeah, nah, whenever they play like that, they're really hard to beat. Obviously, Sib leads the way in the AR department when you're talking about just finding his kills around the map, clutching up in his one-on-one gunfights, but then when you're also seeing the way that Hydra is able to move around the map, he's just flowing with confidence. 5,400 damage, 32 and 23, 29 traded to kills. Those are the slayers for the subliners, and when they slay, the game looks pretty damn easy.
Unreal stuff, man. It just... I hate to say that it ceases to impress, because legitimately every single time you watch Hydra from his POV and he's having maps like this, it's just, is there anyone better? You have to ask the question. You have to ask the question.
Yeah.
Wow. But okay. I think the thing here for Thieves fans, though, now all of a sudden, after, I mean, let's be honest, the Vista has not been a bad map for them over the course of this qualifier. I mean, they've had a couple of really good wins, but rotationally, they didn't have it here. So do you worry about them trying to jump into a search and destroy where we get back-to-back invasions, not just for the search, but also the control?
No, I like them in search and destroy. That's the bread and butter game mode for this LAT roster, for them to walk away with the majority of these series is through the SnDs, and thankfully for them that they haven't invaded the search and destroy. They only have a couple reps on it on this stage, but they stand a pretty good chance at squaring up against a Titan in the subliners who love some invasion search and destroy. It's going to be a battle of the first blood. Defenses, both teams are stellar at it. The attacks are what both teams need to work on. So LAT are going to give themselves an opportunity here, but what the subliners playing the way that they did, I expect them to play with that same exact pace in SnD.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's one of those moments where you kind of throw out the playbook a little bit and see, can we just chow and get the hot hand going, maybe a little bit of a heat check early to see how much these subs could get away with? Because, I mean, again, when it starts like this, where you're up 143 to 24 through essentially the first rotation of hills, you got to be feeling like you're untouchable at certain rates, especially jumping into an invasion search where, let's be honest, everything is pretty much right in front of you, at least for the most part.
And the crazy thing about that map number 1 game flow is that, believe it or not, LAT, they won a couple of the rotations at P2, at the P3s.
True, yeah.
It's just the hold percentage that is still a big issue for this team in Hardpoint. They get all the kills. Just that first wave that comes in, that's where they tend to struggle with it. And then they're forcing themselves to break into Hardpoints, which are very difficult to do so, especially with the way that subliners were able to execute on their setups once they broke in. Basically untouchable. So now, going into the search and destroy, this needs to be a response from LAT. We know what Ghostie's gonna bring, but I feel like the playmaker in my eyes has to be Kremp, because he can set the tone early on to match the pacing of Hydra and also find a lot of those gunfights early on for those first bloods.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest part about it, because the opening to a win percentage for LA has been great this stage. That's how they've gotten a lot of their success across the search and destroy through this qualification period. But let's be candid, a lot of those come off of the back end of their Rio search and destroy. They've been great in terms of controlling the map, finding opening eliminations, and then holding 4v3s. The invasion is not bad for them. They still hold the #1 overall opening to a win percentage on this map. It just comes in a very different way, which I think is what you're trying to touch on.
Yeah, and like that's what they need to focus on here, because battles versus Hydra and Kismet, you know how aggressive they like to be on the map, and based off of that map #1, they're probably gonna be running in sync together, shutting down solo plays, especially when you try to go over towards A on your offensive rounds. They're already gonna be in cafe ready to contest you with the momentum they were able to gain off of that map #1. So if you are LAT, I think the way that you need to start off the search and destroy is slow and steady wins the race. See what the subliners are gonna throw at you and then counter it.
Other side of things to keep in mind here outside of the opening setups, as we get later into these rounds, both of these two teams are really good on this map in particular, but overall this stage, about playing around the bomb, whether that is trying to find a way to get a successful retake, or more importantly, finding a way to convert on their post-plant setups. This map in particular, both teams have been nearly flawless at being able to hold their plants. So there's a lot to be looking at in terms of not just what happens in the first 30 seconds, but maybe more so, Jay, what happens in the last 30 seconds of each of these rounds.
Oh, yeah. Both of these guys have the objective focus in the back of their mind on the attacks and on the defense. So this is basically a square up here in map number 2, as it's going to be the subliners early on the attack. No trophy systems to work with, but LAT still going to show presence. A couple players crossing over towards B.
New York looking to get aggressive here, though. Hydra already getting to work clearing up topside broken, so the offense will not have to be worried about any forward defenders here early. And now it's just how to try to figure out where are the ARs actually positioned here, because we often see this kind of setup where Kremp will play this backside tractor, bulldozer area, but where is everybody else? Is there a second member here? That's got to be the question for New York.
Just trying to at least sniff out what the setup is looking like. Now they're able to gain that info onto Kremp. The smoke is going to get invested, and this is where the subliners hit the audible. You're probably thinking that the play is going to go in towards B, but the Thieves did not bite that bullet. It's now a 3v1, all left up to SnD.
That's really impressive from Ghosty. MCW stuck behind the tank. Good help from Nasty on top of that. And then Joe Deceives just getting into DVD to make sure that there is no re-rat back. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That smoke comes out and maybe you're thinking they're going to try to gut check play through dark or maybe onto the B site. Not the case. It's a full rat back and Thieves are fully prepared for it.
And that's such a heads up play because Kremp in his positioning that he had over towards B, he was able to spot anyone trying to get aggressive through mid dark. So he gives the comm that the smoke grenade gets invested, but they are not pushing. So Ghosty, you turn around and he's prepared for that gunfight versus Hydra. Usually do not see people win gunfights with an MCW with the in their hands versus Hydra with that rival. But Ghosty just doing Ghosty things, man. Secures the first round.
2-2 split setup here for New York. Looking to get aggressive in towards mid cafe early. Nades also being thrown towards B alley. So New York showing some presence early, but Thieves holding back, just kind of playing more of a default setup. They aren't giving away a lot of space here at mid. So the early focus for Thieves is trying to find an isolated pick maybe towards the B side.
Yeah, and I love the route right there out of Kremp, because usually when people play over towards B or playing for that information, you work your way through tree, but instead he takes DVD side, so then he is also able to watch that cross so no one crosses into broken. That sets up Joe Deceives to find a double. Now it's a 4v2.
Yeah, that's just a really good breakdown in terms of how Thieves kind of isolate that setup, especially over the middle of the map. Kismet, ooh, SMG not able to win the battle versus Kremp. And this round is pretty much gone already to the wayside as Sid finds himself 1v4. First shots are good. Stays alive, delays it a little while longer, but the stun keeps him weak, and Ghosty will find the easy follow-up. Yeah, I mean, it did feel like Thieves were giving away a lot of space at mid, but as soon as that little duality play between Skies and Hydra breaks down at middle, Joe's right there to say, wait a second, if there's two in cafe, I've got middle of the map, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's everything. Every ounce of information they were able to use to secure the round with only one player dropping. So far, it's been phenomenal plays from LAT. They found the initial 2 first bloods on the rounds. So far, up 2-0. And now with a couple players working a little bit on the streak, I'm pretty sure Joe ends that round on 4 in a row. You probably want to play that same exact defensive setup because subliners cannot pick it apart.
Yeah. Oh, how about this, though? Thieves aggression through Water Street. There is a player deep in the form of Skies. He's been seen. Stun will come through. New York will be very aware of this play. And that's actually enough for Thieves to give some respect back and say, no, let's just hold on a second and make sure we can still defend this B site, which is wide open.
Yeah, that's good plays, though, from the subliners to spread map on this round to shut down that overextension play coming in, because Nasty gains all the info of the subliners crossing over towards the B site. He's trying to hopefully line it up with the nade, but the trophy system gets down right in time for the bomb to get planted.
Yeah, and Kismet also helps to get the team shots over towards Ghosty, so first blood gets taken care of. New York now in a 4v3 post plant. Again, their ability to hold these post plants has been superb, especially on this map. Up close and personal, Skies shakes hands with Nasty. No worries there. Hydra following up, and yeah, we're gonna get a convincing round here, likely for New York. Kremp trying to do what he can, but stuck over towards Treehouse. No worries there. So yeah, it's a gut check call. LA tries something different off the rip here, Jay, but this time it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and it simply doesn't work out because of Skies' positioning. Like, that's all it came down to. Thankfully, he was in that spot, because if you allowed LAT early on to already be in your spawn, that round could have got a lot more difficult for the subliners to try to walk away with. But they use that information, they apply the pressure over towards B, they get the bomb down, they find the first blood, and they finally put one on the board.
Clean. Okay, so both teams have tried some cheekiness to kind of get us started. The double setup for New York in their previous defense. That time it's a 3-man hit for LA. And how about it? We're not going to stop here. Nade Stun's already out, but Hydra has gotten deep over towards Treehouse already with help. Subliners fully investing on this B defense. But the thing about it is bombs are already being planted at A, and I don't think Skies has even seen this yet.
No, Skies has not seen it. And the rest of the teammates haven't gotten to read it. The play was going to be over towards A, so it's going to be a 4v4 retake. Skies, being the island player, is able to find the first blood.
And now you got the full rewrap from New York around the backhand side. Someone for Thieves needs to stop this, and it may be Nasty. He's behind the play right now. Knows he's got Kismet stuck somewhere, but doesn't know exactly where. So now it's just up to Ghosty. He's in a decent spot to try to watch over the top of this bomb and maybe go uncovered, but New York are hunting him and Hydra will find him. I think a lot of that is simply off the fact that Skies gets to look towards Joe, over towards that little dark cafe corner.
Yeah, that's just great plays, great positioning again out of Skies. The fact that he's allowing the rest of his teammates to work in sync on the deep pinch, and him being the island player, gaining that info, also holding his ground over towards Water Street. Secures that first kill, and then when LAT are in the man disadvantage, we obviously have a spot now that we have to watch or deciding to pick up. So the repositioning just too much to handle, with more players from the subliners trying to locate where they were. Successful on the 4v4 retakes. That's one thing that they are great at on this map. As they show it there.
Yeah, both teams, again, those last 30 seconds, massive towards focusing around the objective. Both teams finding equal amounts of success, largely speaking. Hydra quickly, again, on this offense, right already in towards Broken. Does give at least some vacancy for subliners to consider a B hit, but again, the same issue still occurs from what we had in round number 1. They need to figure out what this LA defense actually looks like before they can hit.
Yeah, because it's still the same exact setup. Nasty's just watching over Kremp, but that smoke grenade getting invested is going to force a little bit of repositioning from Kremp, but not too much, because you have Ghosty watching that cross. Lisa Jodeci's finding that first blood with the bomb down.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, again, New York are just trying to get cute to try to move around this defense at mid-map, but Thieves are comfortable in this setup. So this time it's a hit kind of around through Water Street that gets red. Sky's going to be seen. Does get the bomb and slip back. That gives at least some sort of an opportunity for the subliners to do something with this round, but still, this Thieves defense is such a good spot.
Yeah, because no one is giving up their life for free. You see the shoulders from Ghosty, just playing for the info. Only 23 seconds remaining on the game clock for the subliners, but it's going to fall into the hands of Hydra. He can't win that one-on-one versus Kremp. They were thinking we're going to rotate this bomb over towards B. But once he loses that one-on-one gunfight, LAT choose the right time to strike. Perfect on that round to take the advantage again.
So really now, I mean, that's 2 offensive rounds for New York that they try to force some, hey, look at us, we're putting effort towards B. We'll see if we can move those defenders in the middle of the map, and Thieves say, no, we're good. I think that kind of goes down, not that he's been a part of the play necessarily fully, but that's Kremp saying, guys, I don't need the help, I'm good. Like, he's the sole defender on that B side, it feels like almost every single time. So that's good commitment, I think, from the Thieves to trust their setup.
Yeah, even if Kremp is saying, I'm good, Ghosty has his cover through that mid alley, watching that cross. So if you are the subliners, you might have to switch it up, because that slow over towards B is not working. You have to try to dominate that mid map, because that's where LAT have been able to find a lot of success so far. But now they go back on the attacking side. Subliners take full control of Broken, and now this is going to slow down LAT's push.
Oh, but look at this. New York going to get aggressive through laundry side. Ghosty reads it, finds the kill and gets away. And once again, this is the middle of the map, wide open. Kremp going to step in towards Tank. Nade will land, and Skies will be able to trade things back. So, okay, some of the threat has been neutralized, but still, advantages in certain regards to Thieves here, dealing with that first blood and now having a little bit more map to work with.
And now, since I'm pretty sure Nasty was in a position to still watch these players cross back out of Broken, able to retake this positioning. Now with only 40 seconds left, they're looking like they're going to commit on B, so Kismet's going to be here. He's going to be ready to go.
Yeah, he's in trouble. It doesn't have a trophy system. He's just tossed his Semtex, and he only has a ride on that. But look at the play from New York around the back. Sim gets 2. Sky's right there for some extra damage. Last one left is Nasty. Trying to get the regen back. Not gonna happen. In New York, the quick transition through mid, catch Thieves, and maybe a little bit more credit to Kismet for staying as live as he was, because I'll tell you, he was dead to rights.
Yeah, he was getting bombarded by 3 players on the side of LAT, but thankfully that's why you got a Sib, who simply does not miss bullets with that MCW. Him and Hydra find the team shots through that mid-cut to find the initial 2 kills, and then Nasty only sitting at 48 HP. Sib commits on that fight and is able to secure 3 on the round. Just I thought LAT, they gave themselves an opportunity. You found that early first blood over towards Mannequin. It's just when you were making that decision to go over towards B, you just took too long, and then your player drops.
Oh, how about this? You want to talk about changing it up? Hydra, aggressive. Smoke will get placed early. He drops the bomb at mid, and he's already got tank control. But for the first time, Thieves, they elect to not actually play the middle of the map. They're heavy invested in towards this B setup, so it's a little bit of a blind counter, but Hydra does get the read, and with that first blood through DVD on Kremp.
And usually when you find yourself with this much mid-tank control, you're instantly trying to work that objective, but the bomb being down might cause them a problem because Sib eventually does get isolated. So with all that map control around that A site, you're going to have to start to work this bomb plant in a 3v3 scenario. You just got to hope that Joe DeCease doesn't find the timing.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Joe really has to help over mid-map here. He can't really keep this A site defended, so the bomb will be planted. Kismet does get naded, pops the dead silence, 1 HP, trying to stay alive, but he does pull players back to allow Hydra to confirm his trade. Also, mid-map, Skies finds Ghosty, so now it's just down to Joe, and he's got a good look at both players. Damages in, finds the first there, can't quite find the shots to the second, and you can see in his player cam, he knew he had a shot at clutching that one up.
And that was the perfect blind counter right there from the subliner, because every single defensive round, LATF came out with the same setup. We're stacking over towards that mid-tank area. But this time they sent 3 players over towards B, and Hydra read it to perfection. Even though he's able to put himself in a great position, still got very, very scary towards the end because he drops that bounce on his middle, but they still secure it.
Absolutely. And Hydra goes huge in the round for 3. And I think importantly, again, the teamwork to pull players towards Hydra's position to make sure trades are even. And New York take a small advantage here. Again, an aggressive B setup for the defense for New York. This time, though, Thieves looking to get aggressive right immediately onto the A site. They've already popped the door. They're not even throwing tacks or nades. They're just coming straight on in. And New York are not going to have a chance to really contest against this plant unless Skies maybe finds some sort of an opening, but he's just going to hold. Hydra deep. He finds one, and now all of a sudden, LA struggling to hold on to this post plant. It's just down to 1.
Yeah, Ghosty left in a 1v4. He's not even close to the bomb site, and Sib is able to locate him, take care of him. And that's a 4 up, 4 down. Clean round right there from the subliners. And I think the biggest difference right there was the fact that LAT, they invested a stun grenade at that mid-tank, but it's not able to connect onto Kismet. Kismet realizes that the play is coming in over at that A site. He said, all right, you can work that bomb plant, but I'm 100% going to get that kill off the exit. When he finds that one Hydra across the map, being the island player working that deep pinch, he wins his one-on-one. The rest of LAT trapped in towards Cafe. There's an easy retake right there from the subline, so now be at game point.
I mean, I'll tell you, this has been a creative invasion, search, and destroy. We have not seen either team play much of a default, whether that be the offensive lens nor the defensive. Maybe a little bit more on the defensive side for Thieves with this heavy mid stack, but they've only ran that about twice. And here in round number 10, or 9, pardon me, they were going to set up for some, again, aggression over towards B. First blood going to get tallied immediately, and now Thieves can just set up a normal 1-2-1 split and force New York to have to make a play.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from Ghosty. He realizes that the subliners haven't really been showing a lot of presence over towards A, so I'm not going to hold down this mid-tank. I'm going to assist my teammate Incremp at B. And he finds that initial kill. So now in the 4v3, if you are the subliners, you're just going to try to sniff out what this defensive setup is looking like, but LAT have all their bases covered.
Absolutely they do. Nasty even watching on the cross will make sure that these defenders on the B site get alerted. Joe also watching at mid. So again, the information game has been very strong for this Thieves defense. Although Hydra gets a prediction and follow up from Sib. I mean, just as much as we're starting to credit that the Thieves defense should feel good, maybe they overpeaked just a touch and New York get the punishment for it, and now you've all of a sudden got a 3v2 the other way. Ghosty's shots are decent, but can't find the win, and with that, Kismet's gonna go for the plant.
And now if you are LAT, this is where you gotta catch the timing to go in your favor. Get aggressive up through courtyard. If you can catch the player off of the bomb, that's even better. But here comes the pinch from Hydra.
Yeah, and that's gonna do it. Wow. I mean, legitimately, that's a round right there where, again, we talked about it. The Thieves defense in the first 2 rounds were perfect through the middle of the map. Reading great information, counting numbers, counting crosses, everything looks so calm and collected. And maybe New York get a feel for that and say, hey, if they're gonna keep peeking us, let's just hold these hard scoped angles. They find the kills down a man, and then the immediate transition works out perfectly. That is a brilliant adjustment, and now New York find themselves 2-0 up.
Yeah, that's perfect plays out of the subliners, but a mishap right there out of the Thieves, because you found that first blood in that final round. It's just the only difference on your setup now was that Joe Thieves wasn't watching over towards Water Street. He was playing around that mid-tank area. When we saw Ghosty in that position, he was throwing shoulders, playing his life really, really well, and just simply did not get picked off in that position because that's such a crucial position on a map like Invasion. You lose that side of the map, you lose all map control. And then once that first kill comes in onto Joe Thieves, you see that Nasty try to commit on the gunfight versus Hydra, thinking, all right, Hydra's gonna be a little bit weak. I could potentially put down a couple shots to find this kill to keep the numbers in our favor. But that's where you got players like Sib keeping his teammates alive, always using that buddy system to the best of their ability, and even in the man disadvantages. They find that second kill, they work the bomb plant, and they walk away with the search and destroy in a clean 6-3 fashion. Now they're up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, Sib for 2K damage. He is cooking right now. Invasion Control coming up next. And again, there are major implications on the line, really, for both of these two teams. Again, the big focus is about who is going to be the last team to make it into the upper bracket at Major 4. Carolina need an LA Thieves loss to allow them to get on in with a three-way tiebreaker situation. Lots of circumstances as well for New York, but we head to a break and we come back with the Invasion Control right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got maybe just one more map. Oh my God, I can't believe I just had to say that out loud. My whole ship with me, I've got Jeremy Studdy. And so far, New York all over this series, but a very creative search, destroy, and invasion at least has us working towards potentially some more favor towards Thieves. Just comes down to they have to do it in reverse sweep fashion now.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy because they're playing Invasion Control up next, but you saw it yesterday, Alan. They were able to walk away with an Invasion Control. It's been quite some time since they were victorious at the end of that map, and it was due to them finally getting a little bit of success on the attacking side. They've always been one of the teams that can stand their ground on the defensive end. Same thing can be said for the New York Subliners, but now you need to make sure that attacking round success is going to be there because Subliners are the best team on the attacking side on this map. They average 4.2 ticks every time they spawn in on that side. So the LA team, their defense has to be on point, but you got to get some success on attack again.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's been a weird stage kind of trying to evaluate the New York Control because, like the kind of stats just showed us, Invasion has been by far their most played overall control map. They have been stepping away from it, trying to get more reps on Highrise and Karachi this stage, but you get back to this and you definitely remember tons of offensive success for New York, which getting things started, they will be on the offense, but the first 3 kills go the way of LA. Hydra looking for a bit of a route, and he at least is able to find something for the Subliners to talk about, as there will be at least an opportunity to move over towards B again.
Yeah, not the ideal start that you want if you are the Subliners, but you got a Hydra who's able to make stuff happen. Somehow, some way finds that snap onto Dota's Thieves, and now it opens up that beat point for his teammates to put the game clock at a pause. Hydra is gonna fall, and when LAT finding a couple kills, they can still apply pressure to get him off.
Ghosty was actually trying to zone off the spawners for Subliners over towards Ice Cream side, but a couple of shots deep through the middle of the map push him back away. Sky's in trouble. The forced battle from Kremp comes through. The pistol for Skies shuts down not just Kremp, but also Nasty. And with that, now you've got Hydra zoning out the B zone. Sky's able to reinforce with the trophy and a chance for the second tick in progress to possibly be locked.
But every time they push out, LAT are locating those players, so that's already 3 dead in the feed. Kismet, the soul man, over at this B point, and that now leads to an all 4 dead. All of LAT now can put all their focus over towards this B street because this is where the Subliners are coming.
Yeah, this is a great start for the side of LA. Ghosty in particular, we got to remember that he had a absolutely unreal control against Vegas. 3-0, he only had a 1 offensive kill, remember that. So his defensive presence continues to be a problem here for New York as Kremp will take down Hydra. The clock continues to tick, and now all of a sudden Kremp is zoning you out through Ice Cream.
And this is their last push. If you are the Subliners, you might not even have an opportunity to even get close to the point because Kremp is able to get aggressive up through Ice Cream, catch a double. And now with only 12 seconds left, Subliners are looking like they're going to commit over towards A.
Yeah, and yeah, Ghosty just doing his normal nonsense this time through mid. 7-1 start, and New York will only find 9 kills and a single tick of progress. That Thieves defense is looking mighty fine here on Invasion.
Yeah, that was perfect, man, and it starts with the perfect start off that they had. They found every single kill around that middle map. Don't allow any of the players from the Subliners to be nuisances or playmakers to work their way over towards A. So an ideal start if you are the Thieves to give yourself the heavy advantage going forward in the rest of this Invasion Control. You only have 1 segment to make up for. Let's just do the easy one and get B out of the way.
Yeah. This is kind of the exact same situation that we saw with Vegas. It was almost a copy-paste to how that first round had gone. Opening shots for New York. We'll tag up a couple of the offensive players on transition over towards B, but the trophy system is down. Ghosty has found himself in. And some shots over towards Sib will keep the New York defense a bit split here. Up and over. Ghosty still doing it here on Control. 8-1 off the start. First tick already gone.
First tick already in, and you see LAT there just trying to get that second segment guaranteed. As the Subliners are going to be a little bit late to the party. Finally, the pressure is going to be here, but effective trades coming in from the Thieves. Kremp on 5 in a row.
Yeah, could possibly get himself an early cruise missile, but no. Shut down by Sib. Sky's also finding kills over towards the backside of the Palace walls, but the second tick locked, the third on the way. New York may just chalk this and try to just play out the lives a little bit more because there's really not much of an opportunity for the defense to come back through and contest this third tick, and that will indeed be the case with extra kills actually happening here for LA. Sib up top trying to hold off the OE, but not successful, and with that now Thieves can work around the back.
Yeah, this is perfect for LAT. Can they find a couple kills to take care of this second wave of the Subliners players? Ghosty is able to find one, but Jodashev is going to drop. So now if you are Ghosty, you want to try to play your life, but Sky's able to sniff him on out. So Subliners able to withstand that first push coming in. And now all the map control in their favor.
Yeah. But Thieves coming off spawn. Whoa, shots getting through the walls here. Sky's dealing a significant amount of damage over towards Joe. That is enough for Sim to push out, and yeah, that little duality play works out perfectly. Joe still keeps the play though alive for LA with a double of his own, and now all of a sudden Kismet's in trouble. He just has to try to hold his ground as best as humanly possible because there are no other defenders nearby towards A. The only real help would be from Sky's deep towards the spawn, and as Sim comes off, he's able to get right back through to make sure the defense can hold off the A play.
He's just shooting. That's all Sim is doing with that MCW. Not able to find that kill onto Grant, but it's already job well done. Second wave has been shut down, and now Subliners take control of the map again, but this time the difference is that Skies is showing presence over towards Bridge. Great plays from LAT to isolate onto him, so now you just got to find a next wave a couple of kills so you can work your way out of spawn.
Only 13 lives remaining here for the LA Thieves, so they will have to, again, be very efficient on this next approach, and this may help. Joe tagged up from behind by Kismet. Easy finish for Skies. Hydra trying to rotate over towards the A zone as Kismet's done well to not just keep his life, but hold this middle of the map position, forcing LA to hit the OE once again.
Now with only 30 seconds left, this is basically going to be their last attempt. Trying to find some success at this A point. They find the initial 2 kills. You have to make this play count, though. Ghosty and Nasty trying to work behind enemy lines.
Yeah, Kismet still just kind of floating, depending on what his ARs behind him see. Threat, though, for the Thieves in Laundry. This guy's playing deep towards Water Bridge. Is going to have to watch this cross, and the kills from play are really solid. Sib trying to play his life deep over towards the take. You see him get stunned. Nasty able to follow up on the elimination, but the spawns are close for New York. They don't really get fully bottled out, and Skies from deep on Water Street will find the last 2. So the 3 ticks do get locked. LA hold an advantage through our first set of offenses, but New York, more importantly, they do hold off that A play.
Yeah, that was perfect out of New York Subliners. The majority of that round, even with 2 minutes on the game clock, they were dominating over towards Water Street and also around that middle of the map. So LAT only had like 2 to 3 attempts at actually getting over towards that A point. But every single time the Subliners are able to put themselves in a position to shut it down. So all tied up at 1. New York going back on the attack with trophy systems this time around. And they also got to make up 2 segments.
Need the case. This Thieves defense, man, I'll tell you, since that match versus Vegas on Friday, just looks like it's a little bit more rejuvenated with the offensive success they're starting to build as well. Start to feel the confidence for LA. Beaming just a touch. Opening exchange leads to the focus for New York just staying on the B zone. First take off. Nice shots from Joe. A little turn and burn over through DVD. Sib trying to secure the trade. Not going to happen as Kismet was the last one standing, and LA are quick to recover after just 1 tick has been earned.
Yeah, the world can't believe that, and neither could Hydra, because if that player came, he said, what? He finds that kill. It's still Subliners holding on to the map control, but when he falls, all of LAT reinforce their numbers over through B Street, and now the Subliners forced to fight their way out of spawn again.
Yeah, this B defense for LA has been so damn good. Sib able to shut down Kremp, but Nasty's right in position over towards Pillars. That will work out for now 3 in a row for him. Kismet, Hydra secure a couple of exchanges, but still, look at the life lead. I mean, LA off to the races once again. 6 life advantage. Clock will stop for a moment here with New York getting over towards B, but LA coming off the close spawn are looking like they want to contest again.
Yeah, they're still going to try to contest it. They also find that kill through the map, so you have the numbers. Put yourself in a position to not allow this second segment to get complete, but the Subliners might have made that decision for them as they find 3 in the feed. Prep trying to make a miracle play happen. Sky's dancing with him, not able to find the kill, and that should lead to time being extended.
Yeah, extra 60 looks like a guarantee, but still a 3 life edge here for Thieves on this defense. Plus, should be a read on how New York is trying to come back around through this OE. Joe, good shots in towards Sib, but damaged up to allow Hydra to find the easy bounce back. Prep also gets a read that Kismet's playing around the back here. So again, Thieves will spawn close to A. They've got a player deep towards Water Street, and they know the threat's coming around the back. Sky doesn't quite finish his food versus Joe deceives, and both players will just kind of exist a little while longer until Hydra can come through.
Yeah, and Hydra already earns himself a cruise missile. So now you have players from the Subliners contesting in the back of your spawn, but off the respawn, Krep is able to take care of both of them. So now you have accounted for every player on the Subliners. With only 50 seconds left, you just want to fight for that mid-map control. Locating Kismet was all you really needed to do. Now Subliners are forced to overextend.
Oh, good quick isolation, though, towards Ghosty, trying to hold off the New York subliners from the water bridge, plus a kill through mid-map. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
Here we go. That's 3 dead. You could possibly call the cruise missile in here if you want to. Sib's still finding kills through mid-map.
Oh,
and
no.
It looked like a perfect setup for the Thieves. And now all of a sudden, New York are starting to rip them apart. The spawns are still relatively close towards garage for LA, but the first tick is in. The second is getting stacked. It just comes down to can they confirm it, because the kills for LA are starting to come through, Jay.
Yeah, they found the first one in towards Mannequin, and Karamp again is able to find that kill onto Hydra before that second segment gets complete. I thought the subliners gave themselves an opportunity, but the 304 stack just simply was not there. You without LAT to reinforce with their numbers off of a couple kills that went in their favor. And now with only 20 seconds left, last push.
New York stacked up for Water Street. You have Skies on a pinch around the back. He's been seen.
No.
For Kismet on the interior. Sib also wins one. Plus, he gets a second. Skies is just trying to hold off LA. They're spawning so far away. 3 members are stacked. Second tick is in. Third on the way. Trophy systems are here for New York. Can anyone get the kills if you're LA? And Nate from Ghosty allows him to slide in and get the contest plus the finish. Oh, Ghosty was so big for Vegas. Then he came through here once again to at least save the defensive round for LA.
Oh my God, I don't know how LAT worked their way back on in. Thankfully there was no trophy systems. And also that update comes in for the trophy. So even if they had to, 4 people coming off the respawn, a Sun and a Nate is guaranteed to connect. But that was in a split second, man. You see everything getting bombarded in towards the bathroom area. Just the nades too strong from LA right at the right moment before that segment gets complete. And now they give themselves an opportunity here on the attack to just get a couple segments and they get round 5 defense.
Absolutely the case. Wow, the heroics for Ghosty on evasion control, though, continue. How did that trophy system not delete that Semtex? The world may never know. But Ghosty gets taken down. LA on the zone. Nasty following up. Good kills coming through. New York still trying to force the issue here. Pistol out for Nasty and almost gets the beatdown, but not quite to happen, and things will stay pretty neutral here through the middle of the map.
Yeah, and the sublines know what they need to do. We can't allow the LAT squad to get 3 segments completed, so they came out swinging with the aggression over towards B. Eventually with Sib falling is now going to give up all the map control on this side of the map to LA. So the first segment is going to be in, and I don't know if the sublines are going to attempt it. Oh, they're waiting for the cruise missile. Now they go.
Second tick of progress, not going to get confirmed, though. As everyone backs off. Trophy system not in place as LA get back on towards the zone. New York taking shots over the top. Not able to fully connect onto the kills, but there's damage to at least keep Thieves from stacking for now, but the kills are still just so darn good. That's going to be the extra 60.
That's beautiful plays right there from LAT. They knew that the cruise missile was going to get invested, but when it falls into the hands of Kremp, who's watching that overextension, just winning that one-on-one gunfight versus Kismet, got the job done. So now extend the time. So all the segments are made up for. If you are LAT, you just want to make sure you simply just don't get outslayed in the rest of this round.
And no one has any idea that Kremp has gotten through the back here. This is how Thieves can set up this offense. What can Kremp see from this position back towards gas? Can his teammates find kills from the front? This will force the New York spawns to be deep around the backside of that blue building, and Kremp's just going to sneak on in, find Skies through mid, and here we go. There's a chance for Joe to help stack this.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-man stack onto the point. You wanted to guarantee your defense in round number 5. Just this one segment gets it done. Now, if you are the subliners, you got to work your way in. You got to work it quickly. Thankfully, Hydra finds the first. Skies effective on the trade. Retake it. Now they take the map again.
Yeah, so much time to play with here, though, if you're LA. New York trying to work back the middle of the map. Sib, good shots over the top. Should be traded out around the backside of the tank here, and will be. Nasty with the pistol will get it done. Back and forth we go, though. Where does New York spawn off of this? They'll still spawn backside gas, but the OE is under threat, and they have to really bounce back and make sure that blue position and that inside rugs position gets contested.
Yeah, players are coming off the respawn. Got to slow down a little bit. Just be prepared for the pressure going to be right in front of you. Unfortunately, Sib was not. Kremp finds that initial kill. So a lot of map control currently in favor of the Thieves. They're just looking for this next couple of kills so they can work into the point.
Yeah, Kismet, good read on a Nasty. It's been a slow map for him, but he's picking it up here. MCW back in hand, but Ghosty holds down the trigger. Trade by Sib is decent. We stay 12v12. Skies once again back over towards the Water Street. Sib trying to hold off the OE. Everyone else focused on mid-map, but Skies is starting to get in trouble.
Skies is starting to get overwhelmed, but at least your teammate is taking the map away from LA. Hydra pushes right up through that mid-courtyard, finds that first kill, puts down shots onto the second, and is now keeping Crep in that position to either play for that kill or make it a very difficult situation to be in. But they get into the point. Unfortunately, Thieves is going to fall, but this is the last chance.
Yeah, Skies from the interior also follows up on the Crep, and yeah, I think that may have been just about it. Nasty will drop 7v6, but not enough time for LA coming from the ice cream spawns to even have a threat towards the lives nor the zone. So, like you mentioned, the damage dealt by the Thieves offense will work out. Just comes down to, can that defense continue to be impressive, especially around the B zone, because New York, we're this close to finishing off a 3-1 map here.
And this is a stat that I'm going to hate to bring up, but it's a stat that stands true. LAT in round 5 is a control. They have a current record of 1-11. Doesn't matter if they're on the attacking side or the defensive side. Whenever they get down all the way to the end, they tend to struggle a little bit. So you just got to make sure that your defense is able to stand strong. I think if you are LA, it has to be off the start off. Can't allow Hydra to slip his way behind enemy lines up through treehouse for that first kill, but also dominate those gunfights around the middle of the map, just forcing subliners to walk right into your preems at B Street.
Yeah. The round 5 has not been kind, but at the same rate, how much of that has been them spawning on offense because their offense has not particularly been great? That may not matter.
Oh my God.
Immediately, Sib, Skies, Hydra, all combined for kills. Now you've got 2 members already onto the A zone, and they're just going to play for kills here through the middle of the map. Sib's got a good look over towards Nasty. The follow-up over towards Laundry's looking pretty decent. Skies trying to spam things out as well. Hydra trying to follow up, not going to work. Second tick is in. Third on the way. Here come Thieves for the challenge. Can they even get here to touch this in time? Skies are on the back, not able to find the kills, and it's Joe to clear. Thieves will hold on to the A zone.
Oh, that's good plays right there from LAT. I thought with the spalls all the way at treehouse, they weren't going to have an opportunity to work that 8 point, but the subliner decided to go for a 2-man stack instead of a 3. That leads to them only getting 2 segments done, but already showing presence over at this B Street. You got Nasty trying to contest to mid-cut. He's able to find the first, slip behind enemy lines, and find the second. So now the subliners have to work under their spawn.
Yeah, Hydra, last one left. Whoa, how has he been able to finagle 2? Cramp still dancing. Tries to get away, but Hydra keeps the play alive. So New York off spawn. 42 seconds on the clock. They've got some forward presence, but Hydra shut down towards top treehouse, and now all of a sudden the numbers for Thieves can start to swarm back over towards B.
Yeah, they have the numbers. It's just are they prepared for all the trophy systems getting invested from the subliners, because they are playing to extend this game clock. First segment already going to be in, but LAT just always here to play annoying. Like, they're just so annoying at this B point.
Hydra trying to find something over towards A. Very desperate in nature. Shut down. And the Thieves defense looking good. 2 life advantage, but the biggest enemy right now for New York is the clock. 15 seconds. Has to be some sort of a break here towards B. Nasty trying to cross back over towards pillars. Gets shut down. Kremp right behind him. Damage is out, but the kills coming the way of Joe Thieves. New York able to possibly find a way to jump back over, but Joe is fully healthy, holding his ground. Pistols out, not quite able to hang. Kremp last one left. Pistol, Sib trying to keep himself alive on the zone. Shut down. Last attempt for New York has been pushed off, and Thieves will send us to a map 4 with a round 5 defensive win.
Oh, that's perfect plays right there from the LAT, man. But the start off wasn't the best. You gave up the early 2 segments at A, but every single time where they were able to control the map, control that middle side, and force the subliners to just completely just bombard their way up through B Street, that's exactly what the LA Thieves were preparing for, and they shut it down every single time. We're talking about the #1 attacking team on invasion control. They could not find success on any of the attacking rounds. And that's LAT just standing strong on defense. Well played indeed.
Another great map from Ghosty on the defensive side in particular. 16 of his kills coming that direction, but the 6,100 damage from Kremp topped by the 7K by Joe Thieves. 32 and 28, 23 non-traded, also 15 assists. The guy was everywhere. So Thieves, they stave off, and I mean, again, Joe was the hero to even give themselves a chance in the first place at stopping this round 5 defense. You could also go back to Ghosty, like I was saying, versus Vegas. He did a lot of this as well. Held on to that round 3 offensive run that New York almost put to the finish line. And this Thieves control on invasion is really starting to spark some inspiration, I would say. as they get at least to another map. And I think the thing about it for Thieves is it's not just coming by individual. Sure, at times it is, but collectively their defense is looking really, really good through the middle of the map.
Oh yeah, and yesterday was all on Ghosty. Today you get the players, everybody else but Ghosty, because Jodeci's and Kremp, the way that they were able to shut down that mid-map and beat pressure every single time was just phenomenal plays. The subliners though, you got to think about in that final round when you get a clean for dead, you spawn them all the way across the map. All you realistically need is a snack at that point. But 2 players still playing for kills didn't allow you to extend that game clock, so you got more time to find 1 set of kills to work that B point. And that is a mishap for them now. Going forward, they definitely have to clean that one up. But LAT stay alive in this series. Now they're forcing a map 4 in sub base, where it's going to be very difficult because LAT haven't played it at this stage with this squad.
Well, and it's also been one of their worst hard points on the year, even when they were playing it quite a bit kind of throughout the end of Major 2 into Major 3. Couple of close results here and there, so, you know, again, it doesn't necessarily look as bad as I think the overall record will, but it is one of those situations when they're playing up against other teams that are good sub-base squads, they are often getting beat up pretty badly. So there is kind of this call right now for LA that you better have something sparked right immediately. Having not played this map yet through this qualifier, with a chance to possibly get to a map number 5, where again, the seedings and everything going on for what happens at the Major 4, it will be, I think, up in the air. I mean, Carolina obviously rooting for a certain particular set of results, but New York are also looking to kind of cement themselves as being a top 3 team with a win here.
Yeah, Sublines are going to be feeling good, though, going into the sub base, because the last time they played it, they beat the hell out of the Minnesota Rocker. 250-38. They were winning every single rotation. Flawless on the holds, 100% on that category. But then the break opportunities, they didn't even have a chance to, because Minnesota were never set up at one of these new hills early on. And for the other side, if you are LAT, based off of what we saw in map number 1, you can win rotations, but your setups need to be a lot better. And that is the struggle for them on sub-base. They're second overall in rotation win percentage, but that hold percentage sitting at 7th. You know that on a map like sub-base, if you're not finding successful holds, which a bunch of these hills are full 60s, you're not going to have a good time because they're 11th and breaking. They barely get any opportunities to do that.
The other side of things, I think you look toward the individuals. Sib has had a great series to this point, and you wonder how much impact he may have individually, you know, kind of stepping into the limelight in this qualifier for New York. He has played his best COD, I would say, this year in this particular stage. So if he can continue to shoot like he is, he may be a problem here that LA need to find some sort of a resolve for, because flat out, he had a couple of takeover moments on a map like Vista, let alone what he could possibly do with an AR in sub-base.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's like a player of his caliber, you throw him on a bunch of these power spots where they're all heck glitches and MCW preferred. Sib should be prepared to have a field day here on this sub-base. But the vibes are still there. You see the smiles out of the subliners. They're still feeling confident to close out this series. But just based off of that one series they had versus Minnesota, all their stats got boosted.
Yeah. This is for the overall season, though. So again, the trends and the patterns, the New York hardpoint may not have been as convincing as we would have maybe figured, with especially players like Hydra and Sib having the stage that they are. But across the season, New York has been pretty darn successful in being able to at least find points per 60. Just comes down to, can they continue to have that same success here versus a Thieves team that is, again, kind of not just trialing this map, but trying to add it possibly into the pool. And we're going to get, again, the Thieves starting off on the favorite side, looking for the first set of kills. New York also very wisely just kind of playing their lives out, looking for the same, and the first 2 kills will allow the subliners to start making their move.
Oh, that is perfect. That is utter perfection right down to the subliners. The show presence over 2 top comms will find every single kill in the feed before they even start thinking about that objective. You spawn a couple players from LAT all the way across the map, but they're able to find those kills on the players from the subliners trying to flip those spawns.
Kremp trying to hit a router on the backside of Top Snow. Does get shut down, but Thieves will get back into the hard point. They've also saved themselves from being flipped on the left side of the map, at least for now. Skies up top at Glass. Good double from him. Ghosty has to deal with multiple threats, and it will be the combination of Skies and Sib that best Sib. So the scrap time kind of mildly goes the way of New York, but the focus over towards rotation. Thieves have to bunker up around the hill.
Oh, and Nasty is going to get isolated, so he's going to spawn all the way across the map. Or is he not? He's actually going to spawn in towards the back, because at the same time, Kismet is going to spawn. So he blocks that back spawn and allows Nasty to reinforce his way back into the play. They're able to hold on to the first push, but Subline is still trying to be here to contest.
Hydra just pushes right through that stun that got tossed. It looked like Nasty had covered all of his bases, but I was going to say, kind of Hydra makes something out of nothing here. with the surprise spawn out, Thieves have to eliminate this play from the top side because New York, they've kept the hard point neutral. Ghosty in and around the hill does well to catch himself a couple, but Sib up top is too much to deal with, and now all of a sudden New York have P3 spawning to their backside and Thieves trapped up over towards the left side of the map.
Yeah, this is not the situation you want to be in if you are LA. Hopefully you can find a couple kills that makes your rotation gunfights a little bit easier, but still the feed gonna be lit up in white. As the subliners walk away with the final couple of seconds there at P2, you have Sim still contesting on this overextension, trying to control majority of this middle of the map. He knows that the spawns are going to be right on him. How many more can he get? Only able to find 2, but subliners take the lead, and now they're running up the score.
Yeah, Sib will just spawn up and be a part of this defense immediately. Hydra, though, dropping around the backside. Skies also loses up top, so here comes the threat immediately for Thieves, and they actually get the spawn out already. So Kismet has to get off the hard point, just trying to find kills, and wow, that is absolutely perfect for Thieves, and they're still finding the kills, getting the read that New York have already spawned out. A great moment here for LA.
Already showing improvements in that break percentage, 11 for overall on the map, but since they haven't played it in quite some time, you best believe they're getting reps in practice, and it showed right there. But only for a little bit of time, because the subliners able to reinforce their way back on in for the final 20. You now have Skies contesting off this rotation, and all he wants to do is find a couple kills, but guarantee that he's staying alive.
Yeah, that almost felt maybe a little bit too free right there for New York. Hydra goes uncovered. He gets around the back, and after what was a flawless break for LA, they don't really stay to take advantage of the opportunity that they created for themselves. So now you have to get done over towards 4, and Skies is still teeing off in your back line. Kismet now from the front trying to split the focus. Pistol out does well, but the Thieves will still spawn a couple of members nearby as the hard point stays neutral.
Yeah, but Sam is still here to contest it. He's now allowing his teammates to get into the play. A spawn out for one player in Joe Deceives. Has yet to be read. He's just hoping that his teammates can find a little bit of success on the backside, but not a single player from LA find any kills. So it's a subliner successful on the break, looking like they're going to walk away with this final 30.
Yeah, definitely is, especially with Hydra watching over the middle of the map. He sees the challenge out from top glass as well and says, that's all I need. It's just to transmit that info and make my way over to try to influence P5. Not going to happen, though. LA, decent bounce back. Again, it just feels a little bit odd. This is the way the map is playing out right now. Looks like New York have a huge advantage. They miss out on about 15 of the 25 seconds of scrap time. So LA giving themselves a lifeline here with their setup around P5.
Yeah, they're going to be fully set up at this P5, but they want to find these kills around this P2 area so they can flip the subliners over towards warehouse. As Jodeci is at least able to find one. Not at least the Kismet spawning at warehouse. You're just hoping that the rest of the teammates can find a couple more kills so you can control this hill fully.
Stagger kills coming out for LA. New York battling back though. Once again, hardpoint goes open. Joe, a slow start, was at 1 in 10. Really starting to find a groove now though. Caster cursed it as Kismet takes him down from behind, and Kismet inside the hard point can just try to stay concealed as long as possible. Nasty cooking up a frag. That will deal damage but not get the kill. Nasty also receiving some damage of his own, and then Hydra saves Kismet. He has been back here for forever. Nasty's probably still trying to calm him out. Eventually gets dealt with, but New York with the numbers could at least still keep some of the scrap time going their way.
And this is where the game can start to get out of hand. If you allow the subliners to slay around that middle map area without you finding any success at the end of this P5, but the one-on-one gunfight secured out of Nasty. Able to walk away with the final 10, but still those spawns going to play a big factor here. You got to try to flip them, and it's going to fall into the hands of Nasty, who's hitting a route.
Shut down, though. Good isolation from New York. Game still relatively tight, but LA losing out on numbers. Not going to have much of a chance to soak up time here on the first hill, so the game clock is currently winning this first hard point. Kremp staying alive, backside staircase. This could be well, at least for LA, to get back through and try to chow off the rest of this New York play, but Kismet, again, beats Ghost into the punch with the pistol. Hydra shut down, and now it's just up to Kismet to see how much he can find. He does take down 2, but LA get into the hard point.
Yeah, LAT get into the hard point. Still a lot of time to fight for at this P1. Potential lead changes. They can walk away with the final 20. They're trying to at least force the game 5, so let's step aside and hear how the team sounds from the West Coast.
Hold that. Nice. One stop tower though, guys. Alright, listen. Slow the game down here. You're push out right. Help on the right. Help on the right. Yo, push out there. Yo, listen. They might not ammo spawn. Stop right there. Shit on. Yo, listen. Push up in ammo. Almost got right. Yeah. In window. Push it right here. Yeah. Don't do. Looking for one in the back probably. Yeah, one top P2. I set him at front ammo. It's front ammo. Top P2 window. I didn't green box in here. Green box. Top P2 no, window. I'm looking for one. Dead. That's fine. We have to get I'm playing for the guy out of ammo. Push up plat. Push up plat. Taking it. We get fan. Go to your fan. Go to your god steps. Listen, I'm one shot mid. I turn alive. They push loading. No. I'm on your god steps. Yeah, I'm on your god steps. Window dead. And Sib is mid. One shot kid. One shot kid. No worries. He's gonna be close. I'm stunning it. Sit down. You don't know. Time top window. Hard I'm reading him. Don't track to it. Nice. I'm one shot. Last year, kids and Pog. Let's break this fucking hill here. Listen, big hill right. I'm going to pick the one. Missing both ARs. I'm going back tower. I'm pushing on server. One shot. Yo, back tower. Tower steps. I'm watching it. I don't see him, bro. Use an ammo. Could have been ammo? One shot. One's back right time and then out time. Listen, I'm blocking now. I can hit your wall. I'm blocking you guys. One out with you guys. Yeah, go down, Paco. One shot. No, There's one out with you. There's two on time. Only one. Two on time, one ammo. Stunning bunker. Yep. I got one go. I'm on top with you. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna start it. Back right ammo. One more dead. One more left. I can't chat. One shot. I'm going to bunker. He's out time. Oh, I'm on the door. What the fuck? I'm starting to block. Okay. I'll block. Actually, never mind. You got it. Time. One shot. One's back right. One back right. I'm dead. One back right. Nading your back right. Listen, Paco's going out. I have a trip. I'm playing the right. Two ammos. One shot kiss. I'm playing two ammo. I've gone third. Anyone plan on me? Talk on, I'm nading it. You have a nade? Nade, go to me. I can play here. Talk on, dead. Remember, every kill's big. He's top right on the corner. Oh, I died for two server. Okay, one top server, one top.
Oh, it's been an absolute battle of a complete tug of war here. A mixy sub base to be sure, but for the first moment, we may have some stabilization. New York good through the old time, but LA perfectly set up here for new.
Yeah, and this is not an easy hill to break on in. So if you are the subliners, it has to be methodical. It has to be in sync. You have players working around the pinch, potentially going to block those back spawn, and at the same time through the front angle, they are finding the kills. Now every single player from LA going to spawn across the map. Nasty, you just got to play your life.
And New York very aware that Nasty's back here. May not make much of a difference though. Nasty still finessing, and now all of a sudden here comes the hit from LA from the front. Kills from Nasty continue to be tallied up, and how about that for LA? Again, just making something out of nothing, keeps them in the game. Scrap time's gonna go their way. New York defaulting for rotation.
Yep, you gotta hit that early rotation because they're going over towards the P5, where you wanna at least show a little bit of presence over at that P2 area. Now Joe Thieves here to watch that cross, gains the info on two players already pushing out, but he's not able to find either one of those kills. And that should lead to the subliners winning their rotation over towards new, and quite some time before LA can even get close to this hard point.
Yeah, but there are a couple of kills to allow LA to try to surround this hard point. Ghosty up top, recognizing the threat in disguise, transmitted and taken care of cleanly. And how about it? LA flush out the New York setup nearly completely. Hydra down low towards ramp, dealt with good teamwork, and all of a sudden LA have gotten a lifeline to get this thing back to neutral.
And that's perfect plays right there from Nasty specifically to win that one-on-one versus Sib. He knew that he was working his way behind enemy lines, but he commits on that gunfight to continuously spawn New York subliners on the bad side for this P5. Is now with only 20 seconds remaining on this hill. Ghosty is on 5 in a row. Is he going to put himself in a position to find the 6? Yes, he does. He's starting to have that takeover moment.
Oh, absolutely is. That's now 7 in a row. LA gonna take the lead. They also hold on to the favored side. They also have the cruise missile. The deck is starting to get stacked in favor of LA, making this comeback happen. Pressure time here for New York.
Yeah, pressure time indeed. They win the first gunfight over towards Water Street, but now Ghosty still trying to get it done in the objective. Finds himself on 8 in a row, but instantly going to be traded. So now the subliners are already in towards the P1. You're going to invest the cruise missile so your teammates take back the map.
Better find value off of this. Kismet, first one to drop in the exchange. Trades though, staying level. Joe, front side at tunnel, has also been stunned up. Hydra's still holding onto the backside staircase. Hardpoint continues to stay open. But now New York, the patience, starting to run out as they try to make their play around because they know they have to find a way to rotate. Nasty holding on, now looking up and over. He comes around the backside of the play. Sib trying to deal with them, but Nasty just playing his life. LA still spawning towards P2.
Yeah, LA still spawning towards P2, and they're walking away with this final 15 seconds with this last kill onto Skies. So you're going to force the rotation coming in from the subliners, and Kismet is able to win a big one-on-one gunfight, so they're going to be here.
Spawns are still decent, though, for LA. They've got the numbers on the backside of the hard point. 225 is what it's going to get to the 209 of New York, and the kills are starting to come through to allow LA to get their setup inside the hard point. But New York have cleared mid-map. Here comes their break.
Here comes their push. All it needs is one more hold if you are LAT, and we'll be able to force the game 5. Kremp finds the first cut. You just got to watch every single angle.
Guys trying to watch around the back. Hisbit hitting over through May's side. Hardpoint once again opens up. No one on the interior for now. Just needs 6 seconds though. Kremp starting to pop off 5 in a row. Hydra killed down. Following up. Oh! Saves the day. New York still alive, but again, LA could just rotate if they want to. They only need 4 seconds.
Yeah, Subliners can no longer wait in here. And if you are LAT, you already have the spawns for next, so why not hit this old hard point? Because you know where the Subliners are going to be coming from. Is they're going to be here to apply the pressure. They can still close it out here. You got a person in the hard point, but he is going to fall. And now that's 4 dead. Thankfully, you got the spawns over towards new. You just need 1 new hold.
Hydra has to go absolutely incredibly massive. Up and over, finds himself. It might be an opportunity for a couple, but he's just gonna back up to block spawns. But you gotta also keep them off the hard point. Shots are decent. 248, 227. You gotta stay in the hill if you're LA, and they are just barely able to. The hit from New York starting to mass up from tunnel, but they can't get there in time. And LA will see us go the distance to a game 5 in our final online match.
Man, that was such a back and forth hard point. And even when we got to the second half of the game, it was still a 15 to 20 point difference. The Subliners had a response though to blow the game a little bit open, up by 40 to 50 points, but a great hold at that P3. But P4 and P5 was LAT from start to finish. And at the end of the game, it was individuals making big time plays. If Nasty doesn't stay alive and pop that double at P4, Subliners are closing this out in 4. But he makes that individual play. You change that over towards the P5. You keep the spawns for P1 to P2. And that hold percentage where we talked about that they needed to fix on in the later half of this game, the setups were a lot better. The crossfires, everything was clicking. The communication is always firing. And LAT on a map that they have yet played in this stage, on a map that they have sucked at all throughout the season, they get it done versus Subliners, and now they force a game 5.
It could not have gotten much tighter than that, friends. Wow. What a map number 4. Just narrowly able to squeak it out. New York could not quite find a way to flip the map around. Not towards P2, not again towards that 3rd and final hill. But it doesn't get much closer than that in terms of how a sub base goes. Back and forth, that double helix of a game flow. And now we start to talk an interesting storyline, because we got map number 5. The win means so much for so many of these squads. A 3-2 win for LA puts them into the upper bracket, sends Carolina to the 9th. LAG get in on the 8th. If it's a 3-2 though for the side of New York, they secure themselves, of course, the upper bracket. Carolina gets in, LA stays in, and LAG bounce out. So there's still a lot on the line here. And the interesting thing about all of this, Jay, is that this is a map that has not been great for New York, and LA haven't played in some time, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, Highrise is going to be fun, man. Who wants it more in this series? The final match of the online qualifiers. Just one more map left.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more map here. We're not going to let online Modern Warfare 3 end so quietly. Lots on the line, but not just for this overall match. Again, if you've been following along the Subliners on Twitter, they have been pushing this one ring, an extra ring from their championship year last year, and they did announce their winner. Big congratulations to Andrew Gonzalez, who will have an absolute treat, I'm sure, displaying that guy. And if you want to see the full video and everything that's been happening with the promo for it, you can, of course, head on over towards Twitter/X at the Subliners and give them some love. Really cool opportunity, I think, just to kind of share back with the community some of the successes that they found last year, Jay.
Especially if he's a Subliners fan. If he's one of these OpTic or Atlanta fans, like, he's going to be like, damn, what the hell do I want this ring for? But hopefully he is a New York supporter, because he's going to be supporting these guys now in this game number 5. A potential reverse sweep on the cards for LAT. We talked about it a little bit before this map, before we went to break. LAT have yet to play it in this stage, but they hold a great record, and so do Subliners.
Yeah, I mean, it's legitimately, it looks like just overall on the season, a true square-up map. So what can you find here between these two teams? And what was a very, kind of, remember, map 2, about as creative as an invasion search as we've seen to this year. Will we have something similar here on Highrise? As will be LA starting off on the offensive side. Again, the numbers are so good for both these two teams, not much separating them on either side.
Yeah, the only thing that's really separated them is that first blood fight, because Subliners sitting at 10th overall on this map compared to the Thieves, who are 3rd. So they usually find that opening duel. But so far into this round, it's slow and steady wins the race. You just want to try to get a feel out of what the setup is looking like from New York. But with them having so much presence over towards B Street, it's not going to be easy to work this B site.
Now Sib just kind of floating, playing this however he so chooses to. His Hydra staying very safe. Sky's the same thing, just kind of watching over the top of the trash can through B alley. Sib not seeing anything to cross, and as he drops down, it's Joe Deceives from the ladder. Finds the free first blood. We stay 4v3. No plant yet, and New York are actually looking to contest this.
Yeah, because you could already see Kismet has worked his way from that A site right in towards B. So Jodo sees if he doesn't check this corner, and he is going to do so. Not able to find the kill, but the trade is going to be there. Numbers still in favor of LA. Now you can work that bomb plant.
Yeah, say Hydra's just trying to sneak his way in, see if he can find one more kill, put a little bit more pressure on the clock. Not happen, and now Skies has been seen over through mid. Can't finish the kill through that mid fence line. And so 3v1 post plant setup, and Skies just does not have any room to work with. This would be a miracle 1v3.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. He's trapped. Every single player from LAT had their eye and sights pre-aimed onto him. But they come out on the opening attack, where they stand a really good chance at finding success on. 2 of the top teams that we have on the attacking side for Highrise Search and Destroy. And with LAT finding that early first blood, catches some good timing onto Sib. They just keep the numbers traded in their favor and secure the first round.
Every round is going to feel so important. I mean, I think the biggest thing here is, you know, again, upper bracket implications. Set yourself up for a better chance at making playoffs if you're a bubble squad. But at the same rate, if Thieves could find a way just to win this match, not only do they get the upper bracket, they also get a little bit more cushion between the other teams that are tied right below them. But a first blood this time for Kismet has New York feeling decent about their chances to get to B quickly.
That's a big first blood, especially onto Krem, because you know how aggressive he likes to be on the map. But Ghosty instantly with the response. Gets that kill and gets out of dodge. To still be in a 3v3, but Hydra's able to strike, keep the man advantage in favor of New York.
Yeah, Joe, he had a lot of damage in early. Ghosty trying to find a way to convert on it. Not going to happen as Skies from topside propane takes us to another 1v3 situation. Nasty good for the first. Time to finesse this, maybe a touch, but I believe Skies has just seen him go towards bottom blue. Sure feels that way. Hydra's repositioned. Sky's still watching over the top of a heady, essentially down low in the underground, and no way he continues on that 1v3 rampage.
And that's basically the same exact round that LAT had in their opening attack. You find that early first blood. You know, apply the numbers over towards that B site, trade effectively, put the bomb down into 3v1. Then Sky's just gaining that info, not allowing Nasty to get away, secures that final kill of the round. It's just, it helps with the subliners, especially on Highrise. Even though they're 10th overall in first bloods, when they find first bloods, that conversion rate is #1. So they show it there.
I mean, that's been their success story pretty much throughout the entirety of the season. Their ability to convert on first bloods has been nearly unrivaled, even though maybe at times it doesn't come all that often. So back to the offense, go LA. Trophy systems in place for both squads. Hydra, this may lead to something a little bit cheeky. Checks over towards maybe a delayed route towards bottom blue. Nothing here. Sib, though, in trouble over towards the outside of elevator. Now puts a lot of stress on this New York defense to move around.
Yeah, it's the second time that Sib has dropped in that positioning for that first blood. So now you're just forcing the rest of the sub-minus players to Try to cover a little bit more ground. They've already taken A Street away from them. And according to Blue, but even with Kismet falling, Hydra effective on the trade, still numbers advantage LA.
Yeah, and it's still so difficult for New York to rotate back to defend this B plant. So you're gonna get a 3v2 post plant setup here. Hydra. Oh, he sneaks immediately on for the defuse. Wait a second, Skies just has to play bodyguard. Ghosty deals with the first kill with the beatdown, stops the defuse. Oh, just narrowly. I love the idea from Hydra, but LA not to be bamboozled by it. Come through nicely to hold on to the post plant.
Oh, thankfully you got a Ghosty on your team, because the player who was sitting at top propane did not peek down one time at that bomb site. And it was like 75% done right there from Hydra. As it was a beautiful play call at the moment. Almost secures the defuse, but Ghosty just catches him with the beatdown. So it's been all-out attack so far for both of these squads. That time, another first blood onto Sim. You cannot afford to be that first blood to fall at B Street.
Absolutely, especially in his position, trying to stay aggressive on the backside of elevator like that. Nasty running the same route. This time, though, how about New York? Quick gut check call over towards A. Stuns towards Kremp's direction. He cannot check over the top of the site, but Hydra is trapped a little bit over towards the front side at mid windows. Good help across the map from LA.
Yeah, Hydra gets a little bit too aggressive right there. He sees a stun connect onto Kremp, but not able to isolate in the one-on-one gunfight. So now it's already the subline is in the man disadvantage. Jodeci in a perfect position to contest this B site. He puts down shots, find the first, find the second. Mr. Game 5 strikes again.
And Skies is in trouble. Not just for the 1v4, but he's also trapped here at the underground steps. LA may have lost track of him for a moment, but still no bomb. And again, stuck kind of between a multitude of different Thieves defenders. No worries whatsoever for LA. Wow. I mean, legitimately, that is an unbelievable double up from Joe inside the site.
He just takes over in these game 5s, man. What was it? The stat before the map even started, he's at a 1.3 overall KD. He plays with the utmost confidence, and when you put down early shots at the Sib, Kismet tries to keep his friend alive, and they both eventually line up for him. So LAT starting to get a little bit of separation here in this map number 5. And if you're Carolina, you're sitting there like, what the hell are New York doing?
Well, that's very true. Got to be rooting for Sib to stay alive here in the first 25 seconds or so. And this time he surely should, as he's not going to play aggressive towards the elevator alley. Nades for LA, though. Tossed over towards the windows, and they actually catch one onto Hydra. So another first blood for the Thieves. Great news here for LA, as they can just pause for a moment, give themselves a setup, and play the rest of this round out with the man advantage.
Yeah, they have been dominating that first blood column so far. That's now 4-1. Early man advantage for them on the attacks. But they prefer on a map like Highrise, but Kismet taking a lot of ground towards top heli. His positioning is going to be known, and now he's forced to give it up.
This is a bit of a window right there for sure, but a little bit of a killing of the clock has happened. Kismet now just trying to play the pixel peek through the barrels. Cramp thinking about it. Skies up top, denied. LA perfectly prepared, and now Sib has to try to follow up behind. It's not gonna happen. It's a flawless round for LA.
It's just easy when you're fighting the initial first blood in the first 10 seconds, because now you're forcing the sub-bonus players in a 3v4 to change their defensive look to try to cover more ground. And every single time they tried to edge their way on up, LAT were able to spot them, force them to back on down, and then eventually work their way over towards that B Street. It's like, I guess they love that gunfight over towards top propane. Not a single player staying alive in that position from the subliners.
Yeah, they absolutely must. Okay, have to have this round here if you're New York, without question. Ghosty still hanging on 4, Joe on 3. Opening shots from New York, maybe tag a couple of players coming out of the spawn, but really no damage to speak of here, as New York are going to take their time and see if they can maybe find a first blood somewhere. But I mean, LA, you can see they're feeling confident around the map as Kremp starts to maybe make a setup over towards blue.
Yeah, because they have all their bases covered. So when you have such the lead that you have up 4-1, you can start to make a couple crazy kind of plays, and the crazy play is upon us as Kremp gets aggressive up through blue. Another first blood to the Thieves.
Yeah, and you've got Hydra. Oh, okay, maybe a little bit of a duality play here with Sid. That works out. Isolates B alley completely, but Sky's the bomb carrier. Has to get a read over towards Kremp. The shots are good. The kill is in. Okay. Good recovery from New York. Now it's just on to Nasty. Don't know if Sid saw him or not. Seems to have been. Forces the gunfight, doesn't quite take it, and New York get the must-win round.
There you go, out of the subliners. Even with the first bullet going the opposing way, they had the instant response to put themselves in the man advantage in the 3v2. But I thought if Crimp wins that one-on-one versus Skies and that's your bomb carrier, that basically was going to put a bow on the round. But he secures that one-on-one, keeps the numbers in their advantage, and then eventually just locate the final player to secure the round. So the subline is able to stop the bleeding for a little bit, but it's been all on the attacks. They need a defensive win.
They need it badly. And I think a lot of it has to be, how can we even contest this B Street right now? Because it's been a problem. Trophy system down. Skies is going to substitute out Sib to try to play over towards the alley, and Hydra's going to step in towards the site. He's already been seen. Sib watching over the top of this, and Hydra's just going to try to default to playing on the alley in this corner.
Yeah, he's just hoping that his AR's going to assist him in these gunfights long distance. Get a couple players weak. You're going to send in Hydra for the finish. That is going to be Sib finally winning that engagement over towards that B Street. He actually finds that kill through bottom pit, so early first blood, New York.
And that's an exit now for Hydra as well with the 4v3. Kismet, the sole defender over at A, has seen the threat, starting to mass over towards this A site. Off the cross, Sib gets another. And okay, how about this for New York? Ghosty, Nasty, trying to work together bottom blue. New York have sniffed it out. At least they've gotten one of the two. Sib on 5 in a row, looking for the beatdown for the cruise missile. Not quite able to earn it. But Ghosty is low and he's trapped.
Yeah, he's trapped in a 1v3 now. Kismet able to spot him. Or is he? Doesn't spot him, but the information is already gained. Now Ghosty is running for his life, spinning every corner. Now with the rival 9, we're dancing. Eventually Hydra's able to take him down. So the adjustments right there from the subliners have different personnel attacking over towards that B Street, but just shutting down that B alley, forcing LAT to work their way over towards A. You're not worried about if they're going to put the bomb down for free. So great plays from the subliners to shut down their most effective play.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe a little bit lucky in certain regards, because Hydra's getting naded out over towards that elevator alley, but he stays just healthy enough to keep the position. Obviously, the help from beyond, super crucial towards him staying alive, and then also being able to get out, because, yeah, there was a moment there where he almost felt like he was completely trapped up. But regardless, it's 2 rounds in a row for New York. Back to within 1, and now onto the more successful half as Kismet, the propane tank, blows up onto Nasty towards elevator side, and it's another early 4v3 this time for New York.
There you go. Subline is finding that first blood. So hopefully they can turn this into a round win, but just showing a lot of presence over towards A. You're not going to be able to think about that objective. They're trying to play for that second kill.
Yeah, Kismet trying to see if he can catch Cramp on this little jump up. And now he seems to think he's got the window to make the play forward. Cramp tucked in the corner. Oh, not the cleanest of shots. Smoke is out, making a mess of this. Kismet just trying to get back away over towards the shack, and he at least keeps his life for now, but LA have staved off the kill, at least for the time being. But Kismet pops out, finds elimination. Now a 4v1 as it's just down to Ghosty, once again stuck to the opposite side of the map.
Yep, another 1v4 for Ghosty. This time on the defensive side. Skies is already watching over him, and Skies is not going to shy away from a gunfight. Is able to secure it for the subliners. That's 3 rounds in a row to tie the game up at 4. Carolina went from having frowns to now smiling a little bit. A very, very back and forth SnD.
Oh my goodness. But I think there's still a question here as far as how can New York continue to play good defense around B? Do you keep subbing out Sib to allow Skies to play that angle? Can Sib find a way to work towards mid-map? Do you trust that Hydra has to commit into B? There's a lot of question marks here, and this may be the round we start to figure out what the adaptation actually looks like for New York.
Yeah, you just got to dominate B Street again. That's been the recipe for success, especially on a map like Highrise. But they're sending multiple players on this side of the map. Sib still going to play over towards the top propane. You cannot afford to die. Thankfully, he's able to get out with 8 HP.
Yeah, Hydra still playing over towards mid-map as well, just trying to keep Sib safe. But there's a question on where this Thieves offense is starting to set up, and Cramp is going to try to play around the back. That's pushed away. Oh boy. It has gotten really tight from first bloods on either side, but everything gets back to calm as we have 55 seconds in a 4v4.
Oh, and they're just going to completely allow Sib to get isolated. That smoke grenade shuts down that line of sight for Skies. So early first blood in favor of the Thieves. Hydra with some great shots, not able to find that trade. But now that bomb is getting planted.
Yeah, Kismet, I think, saw one player over towards the outside in the form of Cramp. Skies trying to get back up towards Heli. Hydra in and around the backside at Underground, shut up by Nasty. So now 4v2 post plant setup for the Thieves. Pretty solid read on where exactly the threat's coming from. Ghosty gets the read on the Kismet. The shutdown is in, and Skies once again finds himself in an unwinnable position, I should say. And LA put themselves now on the reverse sweep point, looking solid.
And that's just beautiful plays right there. The mid-round adjustments was perfected because you smoke out over towards the B Street. You completely shut down that line of sight from Skies, and then you isolate onto Sib because you know he loves to play that position. It's now 3 first bloods from him on that side of the map. Just can't afford to drop in that spot. And now it leads to LAT being at game point. Back to the defensive side they go. If you are the subliners, just try to find that first blood.
Trophy systems down, Thieves. Not really playing off the alley this time. Just playing kind of over the middle, and oh, nade deep. That's towards a window that lands onto Nasty somehow. So now you've got a flood coming through the bottom. Some team shots come through, but Krep's still able to find the elimination. So we go 3v3, and New York, all of a sudden, who look to try to flood towards B, have to make a bit of a pause. Kismet up and over the ladder, not comfortable enough yet to plant as Skies tries to watch over the top through propane.
Yeah, but LAT, they gave up all map control. So if you are the subliners, you just got to withstand the nades and the stuns coming in, because you're going to turn this one into a 3v3 post-plant scenario. So now LAT have 40 seconds to work with.
Kismet out and about now. Sib, whoa, he's gotten deep over towards the LA Thieves defensive windows, but he's been seen and tagged. Now he just has to play his life, wait for a little bit of help. The chase is on. Krep finds the kill for 3 in a row. Ghosty finds Kismet over the top, just down to Skies. Not gonna happen. New York will falter. A reverse sweep for LA. A critical 10 points. And of course, it gives some separation as now Carolina has to start in the lower bracket. Oh, maybe a little bit of a lifeline for LAG's playoff hopes as well all of a sudden.
Oh my God, like if you're Carolina, you're sitting there like, why is it always us? More specifically, Clayster. I feel like when we get to the end of the year, he's always in a very, very crazy kind of scenario to make his way into champs. You got the job done early on to take down Boston, but New York subliners could not hold it down for you here. LAT just turned up. It all started with that invasion control, man. They clutched up in a very long time in a round 5, and then a nail-biter sub-base hardpoint that they haven't played all throughout this stage, where they had a 2-7 record. They've been putting in practice, and they were able to be victorious there. But then the battle of the first bloods, man, even with the subliners finding it early on into this round, they were able to instantly respond, and then the subliners just try to make too many plays happen. Like once Sid gets spotted in that position, and you saw that Kismet now changes his spot up to try to keep Kismet alive, they both fall, and then it turns into a 1v3. LA Thieves just able to sniff him on out. Such a great game number 5, a fantastic series to end the online qualifying stage all throughout the season. But that's LAT just ruining the fun from Carolina and taking that winner's bracket spot with a good force.
I mean, regardless of what happens, you're going to have some drama coming into Major IV. The extra lifeline of being on the upper bracket side definitely, of course, ups your odds towards playoffs, and it obviously changes the dichotomy of what that looks like for teams like Thieves, for possibly now LAG, for Vegas, and of course for Carolina. Whereas for New York, this is just more reps trying to get themselves into championship form, and losing in reverse sweep fashion definitely hurts a bunch. As that will conclude our final map worth of online Modern Warfare 3 desk. Take us home.
Well, stuff there, and a big shout out to Shift and Study. Another game 5 for us from the lads. But at the end of this one, it's New York crumbling and LA Thieves locking up a 4 seed with this win. Alley Cat, this is so impactful because now if you're LA, you're not matching up against Atlanta in that first round like we thought they were. Instead, they will draw Miami. Let's talk about how we got there.
I mean, that is a big sigh of relief for LA Thieves. I mean, Miami has shown a lot this stage, but I'd say Miami, Seattle, and LA Thieves are kind of on the same plane right now, and also just for how young this LA Thieves team is to hold. Apologies, my mic was off.
She was spewing some fire, I'm gonna be honest.
Hot fire. That's what's crazy about it. But for how young this LA Thieves team is, back to what I was saying, is the fact that they were able to hold the composure to even pull off one of the few reverse sweeps that we've had this season. And to do it in that round 5, you heard the stat from Jay and Allen, the fact that they were 1 and 11 in round 5, Yikes. Regardless attack, regardless of defense. They get the D in invasion, they're able to lock it up and force that game 4. They outplay on subbase so much. For LA Thieves, they suddenly start getting the momentum going, and it's just a beautiful SnD.
Nameless, on the other side of this one, you were calling out the mistakes from subliners, some glaring issues with the team giving up early first bloods, and we need to see a little bit more map pressure in even situations.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought it was a fumble on the sub-base hardpoint. Like, they'll go back and look at that. They're going to be so frustrated. It's going to make their tournament much harder, given the changeup of seeds. But then you talk about that game 5, like the round 9 Sib being inside of that elevator. You got to be able to get there and help him, man. He's trapped. You can't just give up those free first bloods this is a tough game to watch, honestly. But LA Thieves, their best win, I think, in their tenure as a team so far, with their backs against the wall, being able to come out with that reverse sweep is so impressive.
We'll talk about the overall standings, but first we have to hit your Scuff play of the game, and it is Dan Ghosty doing Dan Ghosty things. I love the patience he displayed in Search and Destroy. The man was lighting it up in the respawns when you need him, and of course we went to the listen-in, leading this team alongside Nasty. Some fantastic comms from those two.
Yeah, I think the big segue for LA Thieves is Dan Ghosty has been the most consistent player, the best player on this team, and considering again how young this team is across the board and being able to do what they can, and they needed this win. They needed these 10 points not only to crush Carolina Royal Ravens' dreams, not only for their bracket heading into Major, but also they are still technically in that bubble where they could get pushed out from champs. So a win here against New York is huge for LA Thieves.
And you're now starting to see the balance. Like at first it was Ghosty being like the leader of this roster. Now when we go to listen, like you mentioned it, Chris, Nasty, very vocal and also making huge plays. If you think back to that sub base, like it was neck and neck. Sibs on a huge pinch on P5, and it's Nasty who reads that, picks up the kill, and then they secure the rest of the time. So Nasty, huge role in the team, making big plays down the stretch.
The AR's doing big work, especially on the anchoring. On the front lines, though, it's folks like Kremp locking up the multi-kills. He joins us now in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Kremp, big implications with the match win today. You knew you held Carolina's future in your hands, but you also kind of controlled your own fate on whether or not you were going to play Atlanta. Did you think about the bracket at all, or were you only looking at the subliners here?
No, I'm not thinking about the bracket at all. I mean, every match we get into, we just gotta win it. Every point matters. Like, I didn't really care at all about the bracket, honestly. I didn't really do the math on it, even.
Talk me through the series here. It seemed that you guys weren't expected to rebound, but you were able to get it done in Game 4, and then, of course, clutching up in Game 5. What were the comms like throughout all 5 of these games?
To be honest, the comms specifically weren't bad at all. We definitely started slow, but I think within the last week, we've been practicing getting better comms, like calming a lot cleaner, not just screaming and stuff, sorry. And I mean, yeah, I mean, comms were fantastic the whole series. No one lost energy. It was a great series from us, honestly. We started slow, but we definitely bounced back well.
Graham, kind of piggybacking off of that, you are one of the youngest teams on average in the LA Thieves. Who is kind of the vibe master when things aren't going y'all's way? Who kind of puts you back on track?
That's me, bro. Come on, bro. I gotta hype everyone up. It's definitely me.
I like that call.
Kremp, obviously, you know, you look back at that last major and you guys could have went a lot further. I feel like you said about the last 2 majors, and you had that big 1v1. Coming off of that, you have just been performing in Search and Destroy every single series. I mean, finding the first bloods, your top 4 overall there. What's it been like for you? What do you attribute the success to?
I mean, to be honest, everyone's just letting me run it down. They trust me because every play I make usually ends up in a kill. If it doesn't work, it's all good. I know I learned to make it better. And I mean, to be honest, I feel like the team just trusts me a lot to make the plays. And it feels really good, honestly, because I just free roam. I came from Search. Like, I'm insane at Search, so yeah.
Kremp, if the Puckett math is right, you guys will walk away with the 4th seed. That means you'll play the 5th seed, Miami Heretics, in the first round. Are you looking forward to that matchup? We didn't see it throughout these qualifiers.
I got to get him back. I got to get him back for sure. Yeah, it's going to be a good series, but yeah, it's definitely a personal one. Hopefully it goes well.
Well, you'll be playing in your hometown. We're all excited to come out your way as Burbank kicks off next Thursday. Thanks, Kremp.
Thank you.
That is Kremp. That's our final Monster Winner Spotlight of the regular season. There is nothing left to do but to celebrate everything that went down, and of course in the matches today. Let's start here with the fast series that we kind of saw coming. We alluded to the potential of a 3-0. I don't know if the 3 of us actually were serious in the moment. Al, you're looking at me like, yes, I was serious.
I was very serious. After if they beat Boston yesterday, maybe it wouldn't have been such a confident 3-0, but after that monstrosity of a performance, I definitely saw Toronto Ultra. I mean, one of the favorites alongside Atlanta FaZe as we head into Burbank. It was definitely an easier series for them. A little bit of a struggle on that Highrise. Again, they've been 5-1 on it, now 6-1, working on that map, adding it to their map pool. Easily one of the most dangerous teams we have right now.
And the bigger picture here, Nameless, Toronto locks up that number 1 seed, and OpTic is handed the 12th seed after winning Major 3.
Yeah, they're going to have to dig super deep to make a run. I mean, being that 12 seed, but Toronto feeling extra good. I mean, you got a top 4 seed down there in the LB, one less to worry about, who gave you problems, obviously, at the last major, and you're at the top of your game where everybody's performing. So they're going into this tournament extremely confident.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for the Royal Ravens, because after their win, they are going to walk away with the 9th seed. They don't make it into the winner's bracket, but the good news is you're on the opposite side of the elimination bracket from OpTic. Let's take a look here at what we saw in that second fight. Carolina versus Boston was quite the exciting one, with Carolina a lot of pressure coming into the day.
Yeah, and looking back at that series and how well they played versus Boston, it's just like you get so upset thinking way back to their first match of this qualifiers versus LAG that spelled the tragedy that would be now Carolina starting in the elimination bracket once again, fighting for their lives to try and make it to the top 8 for champs. But regardless of that, I loved what I saw of the first map and the search and destroy. Still need to clean up some of these respawns if Carolina want to make a run at Burbank, but it was a good series overall.
I mean, they've placed, what, top 8 or top 6 at every tournament, right? So they know that they can perform on land. Yeah. It's just too many online losses, and especially in Game 5. They fought very, very hard, and now they have one more opportunity where they control their own destiny.
Fantastic week of action, and we are now all done with the qualifiers. The bracket is set. Let's take a look at the final seedings. Toronto Ultra with the number 1 will take on number 8 Gorillas. We got number 4 LA Thieves versus number 5 Miami Heretics. Number 2 FaZe takes on the 6-seeded Subliners, and it looks like Surge Legion is going down.
This is so wrong, but I just look at this bracket and I'm like, spot the imposter, LAG going up against Toronto Ultra in round number 1.
Ellie.
That's a tough pull. Am I wrong though?
I mean, I would say that obviously this is the most interesting bracket we've had all year long, for sure. Given that OpTic Texas is down there in the losers, and then that top side of the bracket you look at and you're like, okay, Ultra should be a shoo-in, but if anything, history's told us that these last majors are so exciting. People are gonna be turning up when they need to with their backs against the wall. I can't wait.
This doesn't add up to my pucket math. I'm gonna have to double check that bracket, but I'm probably wrong. They're probably right. What I do know is this is our schedule. We will be kicking off at 3 p.m. If you're tuning in from the East Coast, that'll be noon out there on the West Coast for Thursday, June 27th. It's gonna be a banger, especially that 6 p.m. if Atlanta has to face off against the Subliners in our opening round. Epic day and an epic time with you two in this studio. 7 months coming to an end as I finally get to be at New York City for a weekend.
I'm gonna be honest, it is so hot in this room. I'm really happy for it to be over.
Final thoughts though before we go to Burbank. What are we looking forward to?
Looking forward to the top 4 if they make it to Sunday once again. What about you?
Amazing season. Can't wait to be in California first and foremost, and then also land. It's going to be amazing.
The champs race continues. Points and money on the line. We'll see you all live from Burbank. Thanks for tuning in. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, I'm Chris Puckett. We'll see you next time.
Yeah. You out of here, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's feeling bright. On the move like we feel it groove. Out of sight like we dynamite. Busting in like we finna fight. Get the pin it right, I'ma pin it right. Trying to run, I'm the winning type. Heat it up like some minute rice. Bet I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, sleeping rough. Jumping over hurdles, beat the rush. Hold it like a girdle, going out the burners. I'ma keep believing till I touch. Hit another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face. I'm keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the feet that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by your lights and pace, whoa. Feel your confidence and race, whoa. This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in the wheel, about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Give me this last kill if you can. Defusing. Looking bridge. Snoopy, one shot dead. I have a streak. Yeah. You have a trophy? Yeah, no. Let's wait. You get it. You're further. I'll just get it if I defuse right now, right? Yeah, but like I'm close too. give me a sec. We'll drop it. And pick it back up. And I'll have mine. We call it Teach.
Wait, should we give it to Tej?
Yeah, let me get it.
We should have given it to Tej.
That was your one, bro.
That was it, Brian. That was the defuse.
That was your one, bro. Alright, I have a streak too.